Hello friends and welcome to another typical T relaxing long play. In this video we'll spend over 12,000 in-game days and more than a little of my sanity building an epic 3,000 plus pops kingdom with a 2500 Mega Rundling at its heart in the latest beta of Manor Lords. Starting with little else than a vision of what could be and a road tool, we plan out our future city and sow the seeds for our future kingdom. Along the way, we settle numerous regions, each designed to supply our Mega Rundling with everything it needs to become a thriving metropolis. Throughout it all, we focus on constant expansion, but as is so often the case with these long plays, the early beta does some interesting things to us when we try to build our castle. We join the journey at the very beginning, but as ever, you can use the timestamps to skip ahead of the early game. But enough of all that. Without further ado, grab yourselves a cup of tea and relax alongside me in Manor Lords. Here we are then, it's all to do. Yes, the condition is growth. We want to get to the largest town we possibly can. We're here on the Twin Lakes map, and once again we're in Beam Martelda. Martelda? I'm gonna say Beam. We played here previously when we built our last Rundling, and we had it basically in this space here between these three roads and the edge of the map, and this time we're gonna see if we can't make it even bigger, incorporating some of the King's roads. Now, some of you lovely people have been giving me ideas on how to make nice easy circles, so watch this. We're going to get a nice big circle set up in no time at all. I'm going to get the corpse bit, and I'm going to set it about here, near the outside edge of the map. Yep, that looks pretty good. And then I'm going to get the camera zoomed as far out as we can, without actually going into the map mode. I'm going to get the road tool, and I'm going to snap to the outside of this corpse bit here. I've got a snapping point there. What's going on? Let's delete that quickly and try that again. Right, there's a snapping point there. Whether or not it works, I don't know. Right, like that. Right, that's snapped. Good. So we're going to get to approximately here. We're going to put the cursor over there. Then I'm going to use the F tool. And we're just going to rotate around and see where that mouse is. That's basically where our circle's going to be. So I think we can afford to go a bit further. So I'm going to move the camera across to the right a bit. And we're going to rotate around again. Ooh, right up against the edge of the map there. And nearly at the coast as well. So I think that's probably about the limit. So we'll get our snap point just there. Quite hard to do at this distance, but we'll just wait until it feels like it glitches onto it almost. Like that. And then we're just going to drag and click on a regular basis. Okay. And let's just swing back a bit. Using G, that's the one. Forgot the button there for a second. Making sure to not move the mouse. And let's just use the curve tool. Make sure it's as curvy as we can get it. That looks good. And then we'll snap on like that. So it's not perfect near the outside edge there, but it's pretty much as good as you can get it nice and quickly. I'm going to grab the corpse bit again, of course our favourite tool. And I'm going to come around the circle a bit to there. Pop it down and oh bother, I've pressed the middle of the map button. That's not what we wanted to do. Right, we're going to start again, but that's kind of what we're going for, getting the circle as big as we can. Now I think actually if we go up a little bit, we can actually get it a little bit bigger. So maybe not the worst thing in the world that I accidentally jumped the camera around. So it's F and G for rotate, must remember. Okay, let's build a new corpse bit, just a little bit further up here. Lovely, and we'll delete this one, and we'll demolish this road. Then once again, using R to get our tool up, we'll zoom right out. We'll get this right over here, and then we'll do a little test with F, right, really far away from the edge of the map there. So obviously we're not off center enough with our mouse compared to the screen. So let's move right across here and try that again. A bit closer to the outside this time. We're actually now too close to the top there. So let's not move the camera, but delete this corpse bit. So it's just there. And now place it a little further in. Like that, and let's see what that does. Okay, quite close to the outside of the map, still too far in terms of getting to the lake, so let's move that a little bit further down again. Here I was saying it was easy, perhaps not the easiest. Right, so maybe go there instead, snap on, and let's try that. Okay, a bit closer to the outside edge of the map there, so same place. Let's move the camera forwards a little bit then. And it looks like that snap point disappears just after we get this down. Place that there. Snap on. Rotate round. Ooh, perfect on the outside edge of the map there. Oh, it's just still slightly too large. Okay, so what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to get root tool again. And we're going to go slightly to the left like that. Restart the corpse bit. For some reason we lose that snap point. Okay, and rotate and click. Okay, that's good on the outside edge of the map. Ooh, very close. Okay. Tiny bit more to the right, left even. Replace the corpse bit. I think this is going to be the one. Okay, corpse bit down. And let's road. Pretty good at the bottom there. And yeah, that's the one. Right, get the curve right. A little something like that. Splendid. And then we'll get the corpse bit again. And we're going to repeat the process, making sure we don't move the camera now. And we're just going to keep doing this until we get to a point where we can't fit roads in anymore. Let's turn that circle up a little bit more. So it looks like by the time you get to this point, you see that little snapping on the left-hand side there? We can either have a better circle elsewhere or a little more consistent circle. So I think I'm going to go for consistency, and we're going to go with that. And being careful not to jig the camera at the bottom. Let's get our next corpse bit down and continue to repeat the process, making sure to not accidentally build the road too soon. So I'm waiting for that icon to just disappear as we spin round. Okay. Ooh. Get the curve just right. And snap that to there. Okay, might need to join that in at the bottom there at the end, but that's not too hard to do, right? And continue on. And we should end up with some pretty, not perfect, but pretty good circles to work with. Right, make sure we get this set at least reasonably good. Build that to there. And move on to the next one. Now, you might be thinking, gosh, this isn't actually that fast. And to that, I say, go and watch my How to Build a Circle in Manor Lords video, and you will understand how much faster this is than what I would normally be doing here. Right, so we'll snap that onto there. Being very careful not to accidentally move the camera, because I will have to start again, and at which point you will be joining me once I've done it. So, oh gosh, when I almost, oh no, right, that didn't work. Ah, I've moved the camera. That's a disaster. Right, how far have we got? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we've got our 5 circles there, and they're looking pretty good. I wonder, can I find the right point again? Or is the goose cooked, as it were? Oh, that's not far off, actually. In fact, if I just move a bit more to the left, is that more or less it? No. Down a bit. No. Right. I'm going to start out again, and this time I'm not going to move the camera, so I'll join you once I've got my circles, so you don't have to watch me do this again and again and again. Grab yourselves a cuppa, and let's see if I can't get this right. Doodle pip. There we are. I've finally got it, and I'm going to turn my mouse sensitivity back up, because I turned it down because I was terrified of doing the wrong thing. Right, there we are. That's about right. Now I'm going to plonk a couple of corpse bits in here, directly opposite each other. What do we need to? No, we're good. Right, well, I think... Oh, look at that. Very good. Well, we definitely couldn't get a larger circle in the region, could we? I know it's not perfect, but we might be able to do a little something about that, but I'm not going to worry about it too much at the moment. I think for our purposes, and for the state Manor Lords in terms of being able to build equal roads, I think that's pretty good, isn't it? Let's be honest. I think that's pretty good. So let's get on and delete those corpse bits now that we are once again allowed to actually move around instead of having to stay absolutely stock still and sweat that we absolutely mustn't make a decision or accidentally make a mistake, which is what I've been doing for the past 5 minutes. I'm getting rather warm doing it. Right, once we've all these out of the way, we need to put in a couple of roads, top to bottom, side to side and all that, so we can get some transport going this way and that way, and then we start thinking about actually settling and running a kingdom, I suppose. Right, so if we just take the camera and try and line it up to the edge of the map here, like so, and then take the road tool and just run ourselves back and forth to make sure it looks pretty centered. Yeah, that's pretty good. Let's grab onto the top here, just come straight down like that, and connect on there, How's that look? Good enough, I'd say, for our purposes. And then we'll do something similar from side to side. So snap onto that, and then just come across. Ooh, it looks pretty good, actually, in the center. Okay, we'll try not to move that too much. How's that for quartering? Pretty happy with that. And then can we just do the same this way as well? Is that more or less right? Gosh, this is turning out to be infinitely more possible than I had anticipated. I've been waiting to make this video with great anticipation that the game would get enough of an efficiency update that we'd be able to do it. Because I'm hoping to get quite the population size on this map. Okay, and then let's just come in with this last road here. And that doesn't look quite as centered, does it? Let's come down a little bit here. Oh, a bit too far. Pick it up a tad, and then come across. That looks better. All the way to here. Okay. All looks like it pretty much crosses in the center there. And I think, once again, it's good enough for our purposes. Now, obviously, we've got the King's Roads running through here anyway, so that's going to make trade nice and easy. And my goodness, that is a lot of road, isn't it? Well, enough of building roads. Typical's had his fun. I built some roads, I'm sure we'll build some more. Now, where have we actually started? Oh yes, Cecila's tents are over here, quite some way from here. So we're going to have to set up a little camp to get ourselves going, and then move in over here. The reason I settled in this part of the region instead of somewhere like over there, is because I wanted to make sure our homeless people's tents didn't get in the way of our glorious city planning. But we've got a strong source of salt, we've got some wild animals, we've got a little bit of stone, and some berries over here as well. And what are we doing fertility-wise? It smells good, that's nice. Oh, we're fertile too, that's nice. And it looks like if we want to get a significant amount of stone, we'll probably have to move into another region. Any strong stone? Oh, okay, just the other side of the river here. Is there any down the corner? No. So we may have to set up a little supporting region to get ourselves an extra supply of stone if we want to do any manoring. And as you know from the thumbnail, well, you'll know if we did or not. I'm hoping we do, but I don't know. So, first things first. Let's get a little starter settlement over here. And I think it would be bereft of us if we didn't make it a circular starting settlement. So, I said I was just done with roads. I told a terrible fib. Let's see if we can't get a little road in here. Oh, that's exactly what I didn't want to happen, which is why I moved the settlers' tents over here. Right. Let's see if we can't get a circle set up here. Right next to the settlers' tents. Perfect. So that we can get a little proto-settlement going. And we'll connect it with two typical switchbacks. Good shenanigans. Look at that. Right next to the tents. Couldn't have designed it better if I tried it. Lovely. So, we'll do something that I've done previously, and that's to take a road basically from where the settlers are at the very edge. Maybe even two roads. I haven't done it quite like this before. A little something like this here. A bit too tight in there. A bit more like that. Yeah, that'll do. And on that spar that we've got going into the centre, we'll set ourselves up a granary, and we'll set ourselves up a storehouse directly opposite each other. Let's take a look at our water supply. Oh, perfect. We can get a water supply tucked in there. We'll get a little market stall tucked into this space here. We'll try and make it a little more conventional in terms of shape. Get a few more plots in it. A little something like that there. And then, of course, we want to get our usual logging building down so we can start getting some lumber, which we'll put possibly on this side here. Or, again, maybe let's put this slightly back from the edge. Could even put it in the middle here, couldn't we? Maybe for a moment we could put it... Or do we put it outside the circle, or we do try and keep everything inside? Oh, dilemmas. I think we try and put it inside. So let's try and keep everything inside this circle if we can. So we'll get the logging camp just there. And of course we want to get down, as per usual, a hitching post, which we will squeeze. Can we get one in here? Oh, that would have been well designed, wouldn't it? Okay, well, we'll get one here. The first thing we'll do is we'll order ourselves another ox, and then we'll relocate this hitching post over to this side here, like so. And let's let these lovely people get on with some construction. Of course, we want the storehouse and the granary to be the highest priority because we want to get our starting goods lovely and safely stored away inside. Of course, we're limited to the new max ×8 speed in the new update of Manor Lords, so it's going to take us a little longer to get going than it normally would. And I'm interested to see, for the first time on a full playthrough in the new update, how that affects the long play. You know, as you know from last week's long play, can't get much longer in video format, and to be honest, I don't have the time to, so I'm hoping we'll be able to move on at a reasonable pace, but we'll just have to wait and see. So we'll get these buildings put together, lovely, and let's disable the market store for the time being, and let's get a worker in each of these, so we can start getting those starting supplies safely stowed away. Come on. Doesn't mean you can't finish building it. We're waiting for a log to be delivered. Quite possibly. The next highest priority will be the hitching posts, because when we get that new ox arriving, we certainly don't want it running away. Lovely, that's finished. Let's get a family working there as well. And as soon as we've got the store supplies and the food supplies popped away, we'll free up those workers. Okay, looks like you're almost done. You're just transporting the last couple of items over. We want to get a few families working at the logging camp as soon as possible. You're done. And I think that's it for starting supplies, so you're done as well. Good, well has been constructed. I normally forget to do that, so that's a good start. Get 3 families working at the logging camp straight away. And we've got just 1 timber left, but hopefully that'll pick up nice and quickly with 3 families working at the logging camp and 2 oxen at their respective hitching posts. So all in all, not a bad start to our latest playthrough. There's plenty more to come, so we certainly don't want to get anyone slowed down. Let's keep that speed up and keep making progress. Right, how many lumber are we up to? Still just 1. Yes, I do fear that the very start of the game here is going to be the part that is really rather slowed down by the fact that we no longer have a ×12 game speed. Oh well. Let's stop whinging about what we don't have and start worrying about what we do, and that's 5 timber. So right away, let's get on with building a few burgages. We're going to snap it to the outside, and we'll get 1 burgage in here to start with. Maybe come around a little bit. And we want to try and make use of the space inside the little circle we got here. Maybe start on this side. It's a bit far away. Okay, right. No, let's not pause. Don't have time to pause. We've got only ×8 speed. We'll start then with a few smaller burgages. It might be that in this smaller settlement we do need to manually place a few of our initial buildings. We don't want to be any bigger than they need to be, but we do want them to have a rear extension space, so we can get some lovely animals or chickens, etc. in them at a later date. So looks like we can get one just there. We'll turn on snapping, come around this corner. Can we get one in here? Don't know if we'll be able to. Although if we make it a little bit bigger. No. Okay. We'll have to leave that space for something else. What if we put a burgage here and then fill out that space? I hope you're enjoying the video. If so, dropping a like, hype or comment really helps me beat the algorithm to reach more people and help the channel grow. Thank you all so much for your support, and if you're not already, please consider subscribing. Now top up that tea and get back to the video. Doodle bip! Might have come a little close with that first road placement. We can get 2 in like that. Not the most efficient. What if I come down a little bit closer like this? Can we still get 2 in with extensions? Ooh, it's a bit weird, but we can, so we'll do it. So we'll get 2 in there. And that's a little odd. Okay, turn off road snapping and just see how weirdly shaped we can get this. Oh, I quite like that. I haven't done wedge-shaped plots before. Ooh, very nice. Okay, we'll get that there. That's a couple of initial starting burgages, and look at that, we've already got a few more timber, so we'll keep on building these. As we go around, let's turn on snapping. Or turn off snapping, actually, we'll keep it off for a second. We still just want a small burgage here. We can go even smaller. Scale is something I always tend to lose at the start of these playthroughs, right? We'll get that there, we'll do 1 more small one. And then that should be enough burgages for the moment. So we'll get this, and we'll get ourselves 1 ready to receive some vegetables, which will be the next one. Because like on a few of our previous playthroughs, we're going to see if we can make use of some of this space behind those smaller burgages we just placed. Ooh, as we increase the settlement level slightly. A little bit like that there. Lovely. So we'll just come in a little further with this first point. We're a little restricted by this gap here, but that looks good. So that could be for some of our starting resources. Now, we want to make sure we're getting in some food, because there is not a lot of it to be had over here. So we'll get ourselves a hunting camp. Not going to produce us very much food at all, but I'd rather have some coming in than none. So we'll get that placed there. We also need to start getting some timber, firewood. So we'll get down a little woodcutter's lodge. And then we'll also get down a charcoal kiln, so we can start turning that into a more efficient fuel resource. We'll place that just behind here. And although, as we also now know, we don't always need a road to connect it up, we will put a little road in. As well as the charcoal kiln, of course, we'll need a way to trade away our charcoal. So we'll go to logistics and we'll get ourselves a lovely trading post, which we'll pop just over here, because that's right next to the King's Road. And perhaps we could have this with a road on the inside here. We'll place it a little too close. Maybe let's place the road first. Coming in a little bit like that there. And we'll get the trading post popped just here. Good. And then what are we doing with our people? So we've still got 3 people working at the long camp. It's probably too many. Let's downsize the number of people there. We're going to get 1 family working at the woodcutter's lodge. We're going to get 1 family working at the hunting camp, and we're going to get 1 family working at the charcoal kiln. Lovely stuff. And then we'll leave 2 families for a moment on with the construction. Let's quickly pop in here, and we'll go to origins. And what do we want to be, actually? What's our first perk selection going to be? Well, we have a strong salt deposit over here, and we're nice and fertile for farming. So what would be a good selection for those? We've got the Bamberg smallholders, so we've got the small holding, could be nice. We've got improved food variety, so approval from that. Increased excessive tree planting, that could be good. Okay, hunting hound might be good for us early game, but not that much use to us later on. Storage capacity, yeah, not that much use to us. We haven't got a rich resource of animals or foraged goods. They're both basic resources. Journeyman, give us better sales, so we'll be able to buy in more. Reduced fuel consumption might be nice, though. And increase in militia combat effectiveness doesn't really matter for us, but decrease in mining labour speed, that's not great for our salt mine. Increase regional wealth from burgage plots with the guildsman. Reduce burgage plot upgrade costs, that's very nice. Salt and iron ore, import value reduction. That could be good for importing iron, potentially. Blacksmith efficiency, and militia approval. Clothing durability, sheep are more resilient, and efficient hunting camps. That might be quite nice. So our clothes would last longer. Our sheep more resilient, although we're not at altitude, so that shouldn't really matter. Efficient hunting camps might be quite good. Improved stimulation station, reduced castle planning costs. That could be nice if we are going to build a castle later on. Armourers, mining import discounts, and improved mine integrity. Okay. I think it's between prosecutors and hinterlands. So prosecutors is going to give us that increased mine integrity, which we know becomes a bit of an issue later in the game. And hinterlands is going to give us more efficient farming at elevation, which doesn't really matter. Cheaper animal imports is nice, so we can get in more oxen even faster. And increased mine labour speed. Artisan efficiency malls there, and we are going to have a lot of artisans. Well, decisions, decisions, decisions. I think we're probably going to go for guildsmen, because it'll give us better regional wealth from burgage plots, which is always nice because we're going to have a lot of those. Reduced burgage plot upgrade costs, which is going to mean we need less resources to upgrade. And salt and iron import reduction, so cheaper to get hold of iron. Let's go for guildsmen. Don't often play with that one. So we get that in place. Then we'll get back to worrying about our lovely peoples. We've got no food, so let's get that second family up at the hunting camp right away. And let's decrease the limit on how many animals we want left to 6. I think surviving the first winter here is going to be pretty hard going. So we're not going to build any more burgages to allow anyone else to move in, because the more people we have, the more mouths it is to feed in the first winter. And like I say, with only a small wild animal deposit, that's really not going to provide us with very much food in the early game here. So the less mouths we have to feed, the better as far as I'm concerned. We're up to 20 charcoal already, and I wouldn't mind getting another family working in this, but we've really got to bring in as much food as we can as well via those sources. Now, we're not doing any construction at the moment, so I am going to assign that last family to the trading post for the time being. And we're going to use some of our initial income to buy a trade route so that we can start exporting our charcoal. We'll set a desired surplus to 5, just so we've got a little bit to maintain ourselves with, and everything else we'll trade away to try and bring in some initial coin. We're also going to need to get ourselves a saw pit so we can produce some planks, which is going to enable us to build the area extensions that are going to help us survive. Now, we haven't got a family yet, but there is a family spot available, and there they are moving in, so this family is going to be who works at our saw pit, at least for the time being. So we'll get that one placed down there, and just as soon as they've constructed it, we'll assign them to work there. And then we'll be able to put some lovely vegetable gardens in our various plots. It might even be we put some vegetable gardens in the really small extensions like this one here, just because that means we're getting a little bit more out of them, at least in the interim, because they wouldn't be doing much otherwise. Right, so there's 26 coin coming from our first little export there. We're already right down on the animals, so I'm going to take that hunting camp worker. I'm going to put them in the granary long enough to bring in the food from the pantry here, and then we'll move them over and put them in the storehouse so that they can bring over the hides as well, because generic storage filling up will also stop them from operating. Right, so there's the meat in there. Then we'll get them into the storehouse. We'll get that spare family over here, and we want them to make us 20 planks to start with. That's going to use most of the timber we have available to us. We'll just keep an eye on the storehouse here, so as soon as this family has moved in those goods, you can see they're coming with a cart there. Lovely, we'll unassign them, and we're going to send them to work at the trading post, because we've got quite a bit of charcoal we want to be trading away. We're up to, well, actually, tell you what, we're not. We need them for construction, because we do have what we need now to get our extension on the rear. We will do shortly. Where are our planks? Come on, 5 planks, there we go. So let's get our vegetable garden in there, and we're also going to put a vegetable garden in here. And I'm very tempted to get one in some of these other spaces too, just because some vegetables are better than none, with the exception probably of this wedge here. So we'll get a couple of those in there, and this is just to try and help us survive the first winter basically. We will reassign these plots to have different purposes later down the line. We're going to get some beets planted in there straight away, and hopefully with the tiny size of these burgage plots we might even be able to afford some beets in some of these other ones here. We'll leave that one family for construction, we'll take him from the saw pit, and we'll put you back into the trading post. We haven't quite got enough, we need 20 regional wealth, but fortunately it's only 6 coins away, so we may be able to get a few more soon. Just because we are struggling for food so much early game, I'm probably going to get a few more of these planted up with beets before we go and buy our first horse, which is usually one of my early plays to make sure that we've got a fast trade system. We've still only got 1 month of food, it's looking a little bit sketchy. It's definitely my least favourite start near a wild animal deposit, because it's essentially no food. I don't really know why the game makes it such a poor source of food for the very start of the game. At least we're getting some beets planted in the ground here, and we'll have that harvest before winter. We'll get some beets planted in there, and then we'll have to wait again for a few more to come in. We do have a family available to do something, so let's get them doing a little bit of construction, because we have some materials. We're going to get down maybe 1 more burgage, with the hopes of having a slightly larger rear extension, as we get some really good money in there actually. So we'll get in, how large can we make this with a small frontage? Maybe we have to do something like this here. Just so we've got a slightly larger burgage area to work with. Let's go with that. I'm pretty happy with how that looks. So maybe even get it a little bit longer. Maybe not. We'll go to there to start with. So we'll get that one built, and we'll get our lovely people working on that construction project. Let's install a new hitching post as well, because we're going to want to order a horse pretty soon. And maybe we'll get this in this little gap here. With some of that money we've got, we're going to order in a horse, which is going to increase the speed at which we can trade. So we can sell even more of that lovely charcoal. And I'm going to save the money we have here, 50 regional wealth, and hopefully a little bit more that will come in shortly, so that we can build a vegetable garden in this burgage block and get that planted up hopefully soon as well, and with a slightly larger area for food. Hopefully that'll help us, again, survive through this first winter. Otherwise, it's going to be a pretty short playthrough, isn't it? Construction on this plot is nearly through, so just as soon as that's done, we'll make sure that we get a lovely garden in the rear, which we'll build just now. And hopefully we're not going to need too much money to get that set up. Hopefully not too much more than 60. It's probably going to be something like 80, I would imagine. But we'll have to wait and see, and hopefully one of our traders will be back soon with a little bit more cash money. We do have charcoal to be sold, so hopefully they're off flogging our wares. Another family actually to work in the woodcutter's lodge wouldn't be the worst thing to have, because it'll increase the volume of charcoal that we have available to sell. Just checking generic storage here and pantry, so we need to make sure that this doesn't fill up too far, because otherwise they'll stop producing if we don't move it into one of the other buildings. Lovely, we do have enough to get some beets planted in there, we just need a family to move in to tend it. We have got 55% approval, so we should see a family move in within a month of when we completed this burgage, so hopefully that'll help us see through. We might spend a little bit more money, again getting these little plots planted up, even when we get that pop in from our trading post. Anyone nearby? You're off trading. You're on the way back. I wonder if you're going to bring any good omens of money. You got anything for us? No. But at least we had someone move in here. And so by August, we'll get this family planting up some lovely beets. Hopefully you're off to go and get a few resources and then get back planting. Looks like we've got our first harvest as well coming up. So then we'll get that planted down again. And we've got the beets going down in this burgage. Fantastic. Well, some early good signs there that we might in fact be able to survive our first winter. And we've got 0 food now. So I'm very keen for these beets to come out of the ground. Let's get a family working at the granary now so we can bring in some of the food from the pantry here and also get the lovely beets from this burgage plot stocked up so we can start distributing across all our good peoples. A little bit more money come in there, so we'll get a few more beets, for example, in this tiny plot here. Usually don't bother having such small burgage plots with food in them, but I feel like in this playthrough we're a little bit stressed for food, so I don't really have much choice. But at this point, we're just basically waiting for some food to arrive. Because, you know, didn't you do some harvesting? Where are all your beets? Is it bugged? Do we have beets? Look, if we can't keep this alive, how do we stand a chance at keeping this alive? My goodness. Get on with it, people. I suppose we could get a forager's hut, but they've got a long way to walk. Just for a few berries. I feel they'd do more harm to themselves than good walking that far to berries. We've got a bit more money. We could always import some food, I suppose, if it becomes absolutely necessary. Get some carrots planted in those extensions. As much as I'd like to get another burgage down to get a larger garden installed, we would then just be adding more mouths to feed, which is going to not help us through the first winter that we have upcoming. What else can we do then? Usually by this point I'm starting to think about building the church, but we're so laser focused on food that I'm not doing that. We're full on generic storage, so we do need to take this granary worker and send them to work at the storehouse. We can also now enable the food store, so we can actually distribute some of that food that we hopefully have. Now, I haven't actually had any complaints of starvation yet. We do appear to have 0 food, so I'm not quite sure how that's working, but, you know, it's what it is. I'm not going to complain. Ah, see, what are you all doing just sat inside? You're sick. Lovely. Right, we're going to have to take a worker from the charcoal kiln then and put them in the storehouse instead, because we really do need to get the hunting camp emptied out of generic goods. So hopefully we'll have at least one family loading up, and there they are. And that's the hunting camp emptied, so we can get rid of those workers again. And we'll get someone working at the granary to start distributing some food from a market stall. We've got enough money actually that we could get something in like chickens. So we'll get that at the 2 burgage plots that we've yet to assign to anything. Doesn't look like we've quite got this one fully planted unless we're just not seeing them pop up yet. So we'll have to wait and see what the situation is with that. I suppose it might be that people are more likely to get sick if they don't have proper access to food. So that might be what we're seeing here. Well, let's just wait to see if some of this food actually does pop in, because I think that's really what we're relying on at the moment. So we've got a little bit of beet harvesting going on down here, as you can see, and that's scrimped us up to 1 month of food. So hopefully with all these now being planted up as well, and all these going in, we do stand a chance, and being harvested as well, of course, we do stand a chance of getting through that first winter. I do think it's going to be touch and go. I wouldn't be surprised if we lose a couple of people on the way there, but what's a playthrough without a little bit of peril and intrigue? I'm not sure there's any intrigue, but there's certainly peril. We'll just have to wait and see how it pans out. So in the meantime, though, we have collected quite a lot of timber. So I have reassigned the family we had working at the logging camp to go and work at the charcoal, at the fire pit, not the fire pit. What am I saying? at the woodcutter's lodge so we can get a bit more firewood to turn into charcoal. Got the running out of food warning there, but you know, we are still harvesting, so I'm hoping that figure's going to keep going up. I would like to think in that these burgages here we've grown slightly more than 8 beetroots. It'd be rather concerning if that's all we had. Looks like they're doing a combination here of harvesting and planting at the same time, which I'm not sure I've seen them do before actually. Usually they do all harvesting and then they do all the planting, don't they? And vice versa. Oh, don't know really. Never really paid that close attention. Now we may have to hunt this little hunting patch here almost to extinction to survive the winter. So we may have to set that down to 3 animals left alive or something. Still not quite there in generic storage. I suppose we could probably sell these pelts, couldn't we? So we're going to export those. I'm not going to buy that trade route just yet though. So we've got 2 lots of chickens in these burgages here. But 112 regional wealth. I wonder if it might be worth trying to buy in some food, as expensive as it is. So it's 13 for a carp. But I imagine it'll feed us pretty well. The alternative is buying in some bread at the same price. Is that going to last a bit longer? Wheat bread is 15. What to do? Well, the trade route for carp is much cheaper, so we'll keep more of our initial money. So, and it is for rye bread as well. Let's get some rye bread. We'll get an import on that. And let's say if we keep a surplus of 50 or something, just get as much as we can. We've got 50, so we should be able to buy in at least 4 loaves of bread. And hopefully, with 2 families working on trade, we've got pelts and charcoal to export, and we do have a horse to help with that export as well. We'll be able to get enough money in that we can at least buy a little bit of extra food to supplement the beets that we've got coming out of the ground. 25 of them now. We've got the first harvest possibly coming in from this burgage here, and this one's been producing for us nicely as well, and some little ancillary ones from here. So maybe, just maybe, we're going to make it through that first winter. Let me know, guys, in the comments below, when you start with a wild animal deposit spawn like this, do you just reload the spawn and try again? Or do you somehow manage to make it work? How do you do it? Do you massively expand and just try and buy up as much land as you can to produce your beetroots or something? Or how do you do it? Do you lots of little burgages? Do you go for like chickens, etc. earlier? I'd love to know, because I struggle sometimes. Right, well, we've got 5 months of food now, actually, so there's a good chance we do survive this winter. In which case we can start to do some other useful things as well as what we've already done. And to do so, we're going to quickly assign a family to the lovely sawpit and see if we can't get up to those 20 planks, because once we do, we can get ourselves a first religious building, a wooden church. And I think we'll pop this down here somewhere. We will probably end up doing at least more than one church, because we'll definitely want churches in our main city, which is yet to come over here. Because don't forget, that's the whole point of this video. This is just us getting started. I really wish this circle was here. And we started a little closer, because we're going to have to take all of our starting resources all the way along the King's Road. And I guess we'll start infiltrating from this edge and grow wedge by wedge, Trivial Pursuit style. Sounds good to me. 6 months of food. Have we had some of that bread come in by any chance? Yes, we have 4 or 5 rye bread. And we've had some money come in. Oh, goody. Looks like Typical T knew what he was doing after all. I knew it, really. I wasn't worried. Nope, I wasn't worried at all. All you naysayers, no, Typical doesn't know what he's doing. I definitely sort of did. It's quite a strange brag, that, isn't it? Get a church pops in here, and we'll connect it directly to the outside of the circle, like so. Or maybe we'll come in this way. Maybe come in this way. Leave a bit of space on the outside here for some burgaging. I'm almost tempted to get down a few extra burgages with this much money and fuel and food. Yes, we need to have someone do construction. I see your point. Whom are we going to spare? Let's get a woodcutter spared. So we have a little bit of firewood to turn into charcoal, a little bit of a surplus already. And then we'll get back to getting some burgages down. So can we get something popped into this space here? Make maximum use of the space given unto us. Ooh, nearly space for a rear extension. Now, what if we come off this way? Yes, much better. But we can probably make that a little bit smaller. If we just want the one burgage, let's turn off snapping to get that like that. Tempted to turn off to there as well. Cram as much as we can into this space. Perfect, exactly what I was looking for. And can we get another one in here? An odd shape again, isn't it? If we come across here potentially, how would that work? Yep, it would sort of work, I guess. Let's turn off stepping so we can get that first line there a little straighter. Lovely. And we could put a road there, and I'm going to. But as we discovered from our no roads playthrough, don't actually necessarily need to do so. Can we get 2 burgages in here? We can, and we want them to come just far enough up that we can get that second expansion space in the rear. Lovely stuff. And as soon as we get people moving in, it's probably time to start getting the storehouse stocked. 9 months of food remaining. I know we usually import food at the start of the game, and to have done it successfully as well, I'm quite happy with. Obviously, our charcoal export game at the start has done us at least some good. We'll keep working our way around here then with some burgages, and we'll get a couple more small ones in here, I think, before we get some larger. And again, we just want it big enough that we can get ourselves a rear expansion. Come on. Where's my expansion? There you are. One there. Follow that round like so. A bit too close to the outside, so we'll come back off a bit. Ooh, perfect. Again, very difficult to see in winter when you're building. I say again, because I basically say that every time I do a playthrough. I'm aware I probably haven't said it so far this game. Now I have, so there we are. Get that built like that, and then we'll get a third one here, and then we'll do another vegetable plot after that. And can we get something on the angle like this? Yes, we maybe can. We're a bit too close on the outside here. No, not enough goods. Not paying attention, am I? We haven't actually got a worker at the moment at the logging camp, have we? So we'll have to wait for someone to move in before we can start to get that operational. I don't really want to hamper our regional wealth in terms of our exports, because at the moment, that's what we're relying on to keep us alive in terms of food. Let's tell you what, we'll let a bit of time pass, we'll get the church constructed and a few of these burgages up, and I will rejoin you as we're exiting the long winter. Toodle pip. You rejoin me then at the very start of March, or the end of February. The snows are thinning. And a couple of burgages are even ready for a level 2 upgrade. And that has run out of planks or timber. Oh, timber. But we've got another family working on the long camp we'll get to. We're running a bit low on fuel actually, so let's go over to the trading post. And we're going to slightly reset the export limits. So we don't want to be trading away anything more than, let's say, we want to keep 50 charcoal to ourselves. And I think we can probably afford at this point to stop buying in the rye bread, so no trade on that. We've got that in our pockets for the future if we need it. And we've actually got 8 months of food, so we've got a little bit of leeway to get some progress made. So we'll see if we can't get a few logs coming. We'll get 3 families at the logging camp. The market stall's looking a bit pressed. We've just got the 1 family working at the granary and the storehouse. Both buildings will want to be upgrading before too long. We've got our new burgages that are being constructed down here. So let's start to get some animal pens on the rears of these, because we don't have any pigs or goats at this juncture. So we'll get those slapped on there, and you there, and then maybe we'll get 1 more chicken coop, although we need a little bit more money to be able to do so. So we'll put another animal pen on there. We'll deal with that a little bit later on. We've got just the 1 timber, so I'm going to wait a second till we get a second, because till I get a second. Goodness, what am I on about? Because I'd like to get another veggie plot in, which I think we're going to put just in this space here. And in fact, we're probably going to fill up the rest of the space here with veggie plots to make sure we've got a reasonable supply of food at the end. And in terms of what else we want to do in this little starting settlement here, this is probably about it. We'll fill it up with a few more burgages, like I said, with some more food production, and hopefully that will provide us with the initial workforce we need to get over here and actually do what we're meant to do, what we came here to do, and settle into the grand city itself, which at the moment it's definitely got new city vibes, isn't it? Because it's all road, no population. It's like one of these ultra-modern new cities that get built. And, you know, it looks a bit like a ghost city to start with. Look at that medium village. It's good stuff, isn't it? Got that timber yet? Yes, we have. In fact, what we should probably do is unassign that family from the saw pit, because that's why we keep running out. Right, there should be a limit on the amount of stuffs and things you can do. So we'll get a couple, well, just a large burgage in here, filling up this space. Lovely efficient use of space there. And then we should have another couple of small burgages to make the most of the space we have available to us. So one there. And a second here. Make them as small as we can, but there's only so small you can go with these. Too steep to build? Oh, look, it's a hill. Well, that might scupper that plan. Can we get a larger burgage in for veg? We can. So we'll fill out that space there. Then maybe we'll do that with the last one here as well. Start from this end, maybe? Yeah, it's a little bit better, isn't it? Okay, and that fills our starting circle. Get an extra family at the granary and at the storehouse. That still leaves us with one family for construction. Let's very quickly get some veg pots installed at these 3 new burgages that we're building, because that's one of the most important things that we're going to need. And we might as well execute a few upgrades across our other burgages while we're at it. So we'll get those in there. Lovely, and as we get a bit more money, we'll make sure we keep ordering in oxen. And then we'll also make sure that we keep ordering in some lovely, lovely horses occasionally to help with transport. We do rather need to get more families working on the firewood production. So I'm actually going to take one of the families from the trading post, just leaving the ones who operate the horse. And I'll get that second worker, not at the hunting camp. What am I doing? At the woodcutter's lodge down there. And we'll get veggie plot in there, which just leaves that last burgage there, which hopefully will be done before too long. We haven't quite got enough money to buy anything else yet, but when we do, we'll buy a combination of goats and pigs. Probably mostly goats, so that we get that additional source of produce from the milks. Whereas from pigs, we just obviously get the meat instead of just the animal produce. A combination of the two. We have 3 stables. It would be nice if we had a few more, to be honest, but what we could actually do, although it is, going away from what we've done in the circle, is we could start to install a couple of hitching posts over here, ready for the construction of the great city, because we are going to need plenty of oxen over here. So why don't we get a little head start on things and lay out a number of these in this first little section here. These don't necessarily have to stay here, but they could do. So why don't we get down 6 of these, and we'll also upgrade them to stables. And that can be the starting manpower, which is actually ox power. The starting ox power for building the great city. Space for 12 ox, so 12 ox power, I suppose. Don't quite have the planks for that, so when we get the next family moving in, we will reopen operations at the saw pit. 77% approval, so massively already climbing to that 80%. I seem to be getting to 80% much quicker in my recent playthroughs. It's been rather lovely. We also want to get enough money that we can plant up these burgages so we don't run into that problem with food once again, which is all but inevitable as we get more people moving in. We'll get a family working at the saw pit first, like we discussed, so we can get a few of our planks in to build that last little place over here. Got a couple of expansions along here as well, various burgages that can fit a second family, so we will put those on a little bit later on as we want the population to grow a bit, but we've still got 5 burgages that people can be moving into at the moment anyway. And we'll probably hold the cash until we see families moving into these larger burgages so that we can get them planted up as soon as we possibly can. Fantastic, there's planks are in, so we'll get that built. And as soon as we have planks available again, why don't we go across and upgrade a few more burgages to level 2 so we can start to get a little bit more money coming in from the rent from those as well. And hopefully by the end of this year, we'll be able to start doing some proper building over in the city proper, as well as just hitching posts. We'll keep making sure these upgrades go through then. A little bit of money coming through there. Bit of a shortage on charcoal at the moment, really. That's why we're not making loads on sales. So once again, we need to get the number of trees being cut down up so we can increase our production at the woodcutter's lodge. We'll also probably want to start thinking about getting some planting back down as well, so that we can reproduce all the trees, because at the moment we're going further and further to cut them down. We do have the strong salt deposit here, so it might be we put in a second circular settlement over here or something in the fullness of time that we can use to exploit that resource, and possibly another little circle around it. Instead of doing the usual mayhem of 5 plots that I would normally do, fit as many as we can. Maybe we couldn't fit 5, but basically try and fit as many mines as we can into a circle. I suppose we could sketch that out now, couldn't we? But it might get in the way of the wild animals. I don't want to move them on just yet, because at the moment we're still using them. 41 regional wealth, so it's not quite enough to buy in here, is it? No, it is, but we don't have a family moved in there yet, so I'm just going to hold fire on that one for the moment. And I think it's more important we wait for the veggie plots as opposed to get the goats and pigs operational. So we'll make these last couple of upgrades. I say last couple, obviously, as people move in, more are ready for upgrading. Having said that, on the purchasing front, I suppose getting some goats in here, which you're going to go ahead and do, gets us that little bit closer to getting the 80% approval. And we'll want to get as high approval as we possibly can so we get as many people moving in as we possibly can when we start settling the city, because I believe waiting for people to move in is probably going to be the largest bane for us in this particular playthrough, especially going for the population size that we are. What population size are you going for, typical, you might ask? Well, I don't know yet, because I don't know what the possibilities are in the latest update of Manor Lords, but I'm very excited to find out. And you know what? I'd say this is probably the prettiest starting settlement that I've done. In the old Rundling video that I did, I basically built a little grid over here, just a grid, and used that to get started. And that's not nearly as pretty as a circle, is it? Even when your circle's a bit hodgepodge like this one here, I think it is prettier than a grid. Of course, I've done my fair share of grids as well, like Grid Lords. I feel like I've been around for a little while now. You're probably all sick of me, aren't you? Oh well. Oh well. You're not getting rid of typical that easily. Right, I feel like we're back at a waiting stage. So while I get the last couple of these upgraded, we wait for a bit of money to come in and people to move into these burgages, I shall let you get on with your lives, and we will rejoin the action once we've got this settlement full and we're ready to move on to the mega city. Toodle-pip. Here we are then. We're well into May, and the starter settlement here is really thriving. We've got plenty of goods, we've got plenty of food, we've got plenty of materials. We'll slide on down here then to the main feature, the Mega Rundling itself. And we've got a number of stables set up here along the side of the road that I've upgraded, and I've been ordering in oxen as we go along as well, to make sure that we have enough for our ambitions. So, I think it's time we settled in the Mega Rundling itself. The question is, how we go about doing that. So I'm thinking initially we probably want to, again, address the whole supply problem. So, in terms of resources, I think having some initial logging camps would be a good idea, and I think the outer ring would be a good place for those, but good heavens, there's not enough space in the ring there. Yeah, but there is over there. I think we're going to run into a few problems here with the ring not being quite a perfect circle. Especially this part here. Does it look flat up here? Yeah, it does seem to flatten out a bit there, doesn't it? Well, I suppose we could try and even it all out a little bit. You know, we could take a road like this, make sure the curvature is set just about right, and work our way all the way around. And then what we could do is when we get to these little problem sections, all we have to do is stop there, for example. Maybe a little bit further back. It's a bit tricky, doesn't it? So, do we fix it or do we leave it how it is? We'd have to do something like this if we wanted to fix it. Well, essentially, we follow the path of the circle very closely, without curvature really playing a role. And then when it gets somewhere that needs adjusting, I mean, it looks a little bit thin there as well, doesn't it? We could then delete the original road and put a new one down. Yeah, a little bit thin there as well. It's slightly ovalized. Maybe. It doesn't seem especially bad here, doesn't it? Little bulbous, and obviously you've got the weird joiny bits here where we did the first section, and it's going to be like that all the way around in some places. You know what? I'm not going to worry about it too much, and we're just going to place things where they fit. So that means getting these set on the inside, so I think that's what we'll do. We'll get them down maybe a little nearer this road here. Do we want to add any extra spokes? So many decisions to be made. Could almost do with an extra spoke in here, couldn't we? Filling out this space. That would now get in the way. I think maybe we'll just break these up with little rows as we go, and we'll just keep these as our main ones. What I am going to do, though, is redraw these lines, because I don't think we want them necessarily coming right to the centre here. And we'll order another ox if the month has passed over, which it has. So, how far do we want to come in? Do you want the main road to come to this circle or this circle? I think we'll have it come to this circle, and then we can just follow it on, maybe with one of the roads. So, with this one here, if we take the center point, like that, and drag that all the way down on top of this one, like so, then we'll come up here and come from the second out road here, and come in like this. And then we'll just delete that original road. Lovely jubbly. And then we'll repeat the process on all of the other ones as well, but only going out to the second ring in. A little like this here. And then we'll go and delete those original rows that we placed so that we get an open space in the center of our map with which we can do whatever we please. And I'm thinking manors and churches. Oh yeah. The good old combination. Lovely stuff, because we'll probably want to put a walled manor in the center there somewhere. So we'll just bring this one across. Yoink. And last one here, I do believe. Ooh, hidden in the trees. Get in down there. Clickety click click. And out to the outside of the Rundling. Wunderbar. So, what we should now be able to do is delete these roads. Lovely. And that's left us with that. Fantastic. I rather like the look of that. It's almost like a little light, isn't it? Shining out into the brilliance around. Very good. So we'll use that as our default, how we're going to work it. And with those initial roads, let's get some of these foresters in then. So I suppose we could actually fit one in the outer ring just here. Let's turn off snapping and make sure we get it set just where we want it in here. So I think we'll get one here. Yoink. We could always put one at each spar, I suppose, couldn't we? Distribute the industry around the ring. That might be a good idea. I'm going to put 2 here for the time being, because we are going to need lots of construction materials to get us going. So we'll get those constructed, and then they'll want their own hitching posts. So we'll get a couple of these down as well. And maybe that's where we'll start putting some additional little roads in, like this. And we'll get down 1... Just going to be 2 here, I think. We could put a third one there, slightly back from the road. I think that works. And then we'll just make sure it's connected by a little spaghetti of roads. Do that there. Yeah, that'll do. Splendid. So we get that under construction. And then, of course, we'll need a granary and a storehouse to cater for our first burgages. So where exactly are we going to place those? Now, if we learned anything from the last Rundling playthrough we did, is that you can always use more granaries and more storehouses. So maybe we'll start on the first ring in for this, and maybe, you know what we could do? We could have a granary and storehouse on every side of each step of the ring on the main roads here. So we've got 8 of them, obviously. So we could have a... that might be a good idea. But let's give ourselves the option of doing that. And start then. Probably on this ring here. Because that's not too heavily forested. Because we can cut down a lot of these trees nearby. So rather than actually building over them. So we'll get down granaries on this side of the road. Now if I put them down this way. Can we get 2 in? We can. But I think we'll do them back to back. Right, so 1 granary here. And then we'll spin that around 180 degrees and get another granary situated just behind it. And storehouses we'll do sideways. So once again we can fit 2 in. Oh, fantastic. And then where are we going to put the market stalls for those? We could then fill the gaps in the next one in between. Could be a market stall, couldn't it? A little bit like that there. Because for this we're going to need that's 12. And that's going to give us 6. Plenty. Perhaps we don't need to go quite that wide. We just need 12. That's 8. Okay, right. That is plenty enough. So that's actually 24. Might be too many, actually. Where is our water supply here? No, it's all the way over there. Well, let's get a little well situated in here, in this little corner. Make use of that space there. And let's just make this... You know what? Doesn't matter. It gives us additional stall space if we need it. So we'll get that popped down just there. Obviously, it's going to take a little while for construction to take hold in the Mega Rundling, because people at the moment live quite a long way away. They've got to come quite a ways to over here. to be able to get their goods. Now, something we will do eventually as well, if you've seen the other Rundling playthrough, is expanding a couple of these rings to make double spaces. So we will have to go over the roads at some point anyway. And that's going to enable us to put in some burgages with larger gardens. Because just filling out burgages in this space here, while reasonably efficient, isn't that efficient. Because you do end up with these larger plots at the back that are a bit too big for your smaller ones, in terms of your chickens and your pigs, goats, etc. But a little too small for your vegetables. And if you go sideways, they end up in slightly odd-shaped plots, and I don't really like it. We could go diagonal, but again, these tend to look a little bit odd in the Mega Rundling, or the Rundling in general, so not a massive fan of those. So where are we going to put our first vegetable plots? Absolutely stumbling over my words. Well, here might not be a bad location, actually, because we're going to need some fairly early on for food, etc. So why don't we trace over this road from here, and then we will double up, make sure it's just the right curve level, and then we will double up. We'll do it basically by section so that we can at any point delete one of the roads. So we'll put all of these on, then we'll delete the original road, and then we'll come back to that one we've just started on and get in some larger vegetable plots as our first burgages we want to move in over here. Then we'll put some smaller ones on the other side of the road in one of the wedges that we're not going to make into a larger diameter. Believe me, it'll all make sense. Don't worry, it'll all come together. We'll definitely need to fix that. Well, there's plenty of opportunity for that down the line. This has certainly got us closer to a true circular settlement than we would have been able to do any other way. So, it's not perfect, but there's a beauty in imperfection. And that's what I'm going to keep telling myself. So, right, and this should be the last segment we're drawing over. If it doesn't make any sense what I'm doing, believe me, it probably won't soon. Or will soon. One of those. Right, let's delete that. And you'll see we still have the rest of that ring all the way around, but now we've got a double width one here. So in this double width ring, we're going to see how we can get some burgages. Oh, you know what we could do? Oh, exciting, exciting. You know what I've been doing in my previous playthroughs, and we've done a little bit over here, where we've built a small burgage, a couple of them in a row, and then a larger burgage behind. We could do that here. We could do that here. Then we'll make even more efficient use of the space. Oh my goodness, I've had a revelation. That's exactly what we're going to do. Quickly, let's get to it. Because then we can get people moved in over here, they can work over here, they can work on construction, they can chop down trees. It's just going to be a great time. Oh, man. Talking of great times, we need to do some building maintenance. And for that, we're going to need to buy some resources. In the name of tools, I think we'll just... it's 13 per tool. How much is it to buy an iron? Didn't we set up... Am I going crazy? No, we didn't. Just wondering if we set up a bloomery, etc., but we haven't got that many people over here. Right, how much is it to import an iron? Are you not there? No, you're probably in crafting materials, would make sense, wouldn't it? It's 11 to buy an iron, it's only 13 to buy an tool. So we're going to import the tools. And we just want 5 at any given time, and hopefully our fledgling economy will be able to cope with such strenuous demands. Then we'll get burgaging. So I think we'll start with a couple of small burgages. And I'm afraid we probably are going to turn off snapping for this, which means it's going to take absolutely forever to place the burgage, but that's okay, don't worry, because I'm pretty sure it's going to take absolutely forever to build the burgages too, so we wouldn't want to get too ahead of the game, would we? Right, so it looks like that's the size there, the smallest extension we can do at the rear. A 1. Oh dear. I don't know why I'm so hell-bent on making the most of the space here, because I don't know if you've noticed, but the Mega Rundling is quite big. One thing we probably have plenty of is space. Ooh, that's telling me I can make a slightly smaller one. Let's start again. Right, maybe this is mad. What would 1 click look like for us? Maybe we should do that. Maybe that's the only way to avoid total and utter insanity. Because then we could just snap across like that. Well, that one's actually too small. No, just about okay. Right, and then 1 there. Okay, right. Maybe we will just do 1 snap across the front here, just to keep things a little bit more even. I guess the ones at the end won't be perfectly the same, but I guess that's okay. And we'll just try and work our way around. Obviously, we need to keep in mind that there needs to be a slight curve to these because there is up here. So that's our first 4 burgages. So if we're going by the 4 small, 1 large, if I put then one here and expand out to the edge in what looks like roughly the right line to match what would be the center line here. Could I actually line that up using... I could. Because you see that's the center point there, and you can see the right hand red dotted line doesn't overlap with the red dotted line I've just put down here. So I could use that to perfectly line it up. So that's saying I need to come slightly further this way, isn't it? And they overlap. Ooh, very nearly. So that's pretty good. And then snap. Oh, snap. We might need to actually snap to here, because otherwise we're not going to actually fill this space. I suppose that's more important. So that hasn't completely filled the space. So what would happen if we did 3 burgages instead and made the 4th a larger one? Wouldn't necessarily make much better use of the space. And that doesn't really line up with the center point, does it? We'll keep it small for 4 and then put a larger one in. It's still probably going to give us overall a more efficient use of space than if we weren't doing it this way. Actually, that's pretty good, isn't it? Can't really ask for much better than that. Just wish that was slightly further over this way. How's that? Yeah, see if I don't snap that, it don't like it. What I could do is build a temporary road, like that. And then put a burgage in. Just to make it even more complicated. We like complicated. Well, I do. Don't know about you. And then what if I put in a little road? Ooh, actually squeeze a road in there, look. And come across. It's pretty close. I think that road's actually doing more harm than good, though. Oh, make sure we fill out all the way to there. That's probably as good as we're going to get, isn't it? Build up there. Now, should we have a road here anyway to help with interconnection? We probably should. So if we do 4 burgages, then the 5th is a large one, then we build a road. Right, so let's repeat our process. So first burgage, which is a slightly larger one to get us back to the snapping point. Second burgage is 1 snap at the bottom, and slightly wider at the top to account for the curve. Still want to make it as small as we can, really. Then this is still snapped to there, so third burgage. Little something like that. It's a bit odd, isn't it? But don't mind. 4th burgage. Oh, keep turning off snapping there like I need to. We made those slightly too thin, perhaps. 4th, yes, 4th burgage, and then this one. Put a road here, roughly marked out to there. Oh, the saving goes along, and then fill out the space. Doesn't quite work to the outside edge there, does it? But never fear, we shall find out how to do it. There's got to be a way. What if we did this slightly differently, and we put a road like that, and then a road like this? See where I'm going with this? Will that fill out better? Yes, it will. Now, I know we didn't do the first one like that, but that's not to say we can't do it from now on. And I'm not terribly fussed about these looking perfect. No, it's not some case of massive OCD. I don't have OCD. What are you talking about? Yes. But I think it could be quite interesting. And I love that, actually, because that's going to add a nice little rear path around these burgages, and it'll back onto a field. Oh, yes, I like it a lot. Okay, so we put down our first ones there. Has anyone moved in? You have indeed moved in, sir. I believe you should go and work at one of the granaries. And from the early doors, let's go and set what these are allowed. So we don't need them to have any crafting materials. Hang on a minute. Didn't there used to be a line up here with crops? Didn't crops used to be up here? Am I imagining that? Have they changed that in the update? Has the latest Manor Lords update moved those? Am I going mad? Wasn't there not 4 categories? Let me know if I'm imagining that. And then we'll let them have tools, but otherwise you're just there to supply charcoal and clothing. Those are your jobs. Make sure you stick to them. I suppose you could have planks as well, couldn't you? They need to be stored somewhere after all. And they're needed for construction all over the place, so I suppose if they're closer, that's better for the local construction workers. So you shall go and work at the storehouse. So those are our first couple of setups there. And as people move in, I'm just going to keep going with this for the time being, at least fill out to here, I suppose. We'll end up with an odd shape at the end, although actually that looks like we'll pretty much fit 4 in this segment here, so maybe it'll work out quite nicely. I do like this little experimental stage where we're just seeing what'll work. Okay, so we are going to need slightly larger on the bottom here. If we're going to do this little road system, then I'm willing to perhaps be a little bit more, shall we say, lenient when it comes to the exact size of these little burgages. When I say lenient, I actually mean less lenient. If we're going to do that, I want to make sure these are the right size. So, because we can get them all roughly the right size. There's only 4 of them. It's not much clicking without the old snap-a-thon on. Don't complain. I can hear you. You're like, oh, typical. Why are you doing that? Why don't you do it this way? I know you're not. You're all lovely. I love you. Thank you. Mwah. Things got weird. I've been placing things too much. I'm sorry. It's just happened. I should really think about my actions. Soz. So then we'll guesstimate that gap there. And pop that road out to the edge. And then get this burgage in. Here. Fill out to the road. Hope that it's somewhere in the right place because it's white and I can't see a blooming thing. And place it. Oh, yes. Very tempted to rebuild this. I don't know if we'd have space for the road. It looks like we would, though. Delete. Let's find out. Let's find out. So we'll just rebuild that. We'll wait for them to move those materials. And we'll get on with some more burgaging, as if we haven't done enough already. But I hate to break it to you. Watching a Manor Lords long play consists largely of watching a man place burgages. That's not what you're here for. I'm sorry. It's what you're getting. I'm sure you can find other people who are satisfied to do interesting things. But I am only satisfied if I'm doing boring things. In my head, that made sense. Let's put the road round here. Just start a road like that and then join it down. I'm such a genius. And then, I guess, are we then going to put granaries and storehouses here on this bit of road to mimic what we've done over there? I think we might. So that's kind of to the top. So if we put, I don't know if we'll fit them all in here necessarily, but so it'd be 1, 2 storehouses, and then on this side we might need to put the granaries. Are we going to fit 2 in here, given where the King's Road comes down? Ooh, just about, actually. We do need to turn that one around, though, because we've popped that one the wrong way round. So we'll just replace that one. Like so. Yes, sorry, you're cold. I'm so sorry to hear that, but I'm placing granaries. I wanted to say burgages, but that's not what I was doing. Oh dear. I think Typical needs a sip of tea. One moment. Yes, it made no difference to my mood whatsoever. Then we'll place this last burgage here. And this one is going to be larger than it would normally be. Oh, I don't mind that, actually. Although we do need somewhere to put the market stalls, so we might as well still put this road down. And then we'll put the market stalls in this little space here. Up to the King's Road. Absolutely wonderful. And then we'll put this in here. Filled out to the edge and place it. Ah, yes. So, there we have it. The first little bit of inhabitation to the Mega Rundling. It's an epic name for an epic project. Let's see if we can get this road in here. It looks very thin at the front. Very thin. Okay. Then connect this back to an imaginary road. It's not so imaginary because we haven't placed it. And then try putting a miniature burgage in here. It's too small. It's it's frighteningly sad. What about if I put it on the angle? Can I finagle it? Wilt thou be finagled? Doesn't look like it. What if we delete that road, but maintain this road to give it the illusion of being the correct size? Haha. I'm some kind of genius. certified, for sure. People are moving in. They should probably have jobs. So I'm going to assign them once again to granary duties. Thusly. And we're still nicely on top of the granary and still have supply chain as a result. So down here, we probably want to start by getting a few of these bad boys some extensions. I don't know why I called them bad boys. Just did. It's happened, and I think we should move on. Now, we have salt, and one of you good sirs mentioned that if I put down some more piggies, I could make sausages. So I'm going to try that for the first time. So we'll get some animal pens constructed in here. And I suppose we could do them in banks of 4, couldn't we, actually? So 4 there could be piggies, and 4 here could be goats. And then the next 4 could be chickens. And then we could just repeat all the way around. Splendid. Now, we do, of course, have an fertility. So, do we want to farm inside of the Mega Rundling? Does the Mega Rundling contain its own farms? Or do we farm outside of the Mega Rundling? Well, there aren't massive spots of green barley area outside the Mega Rundling. Having said that, there is some here. There's some there. Some over here. And there. Okay. I'm tempted to farm outside of the Mega Rundling and keep the Mega Rundling largely dedicated to burgages, but we can always put some small fields in if we feel it adds to the aesthetic. Otherwise, we might just put in some round fields dotted about, a bit like this here. And I think they are nice little satellite settlements to the main Mega Rundling itself. I hope you've got your bingo card so you can check how many times I say Mega Rundling, because I've got a feeling it's going to be more than twice. In fact, I think I might already have said it more than twice. Don't know. Maybe. It's been a while since I ordered an ox, so I feel like we should do that. We still have money, and we are buying in tools as and when we need them, so that is absolutely wonderful. Let's check in over here. You all okay over here? You know, all going well? Coming out of winter, quite happy? Got resources? Got loads of them. Good, right, I'll leave you to it. You look after yourself over there. What I did do as well is I set the granaries and storehouses over here to only work in this area. So hopefully they won't walk all the way over here looking for goods. Of course, the workers from here will have to walk all the way over there to get goods, because at the moment we don't produce any goods locally, but that's okay, because we're going to work on producing goods locally. That was a lot of words, and that's about as many as I can say in one go without having some sort of aneurysm. So let's go ahead and buy some pigs instead. These end burgages, oh look, someone moves in because all those are being upgraded. Wonderful. Those are going to be predominantly for the veggies. Oh my goodness. Look how good a shape that is for burgages with... Oh, it's lovely. Because you've got the little shack here with all the veggies in it right behind the burgage. And then you've got all of this space maximised for vegetable growth. Have I found the perfect lot size? 4 small, 1 large. That's some kind of ratio stuff and stuffs. Oh, I'm very happy. I don't know if you can tell. Is it coming across? Do I seem happy? Let me know in the comments below. Has my mood noticeably picked up since I discovered how efficiently we can place all these things? Let me know. I think it's made no difference. 10 minutes ago, I'm just as happy as I am now. Where's the plank button? There you are. Thank you. You're still being constructed. Oh, look, you're all ready for upgrades. Get you another pig. And I suppose we could upgrade you. Why not? Level 2s all round. Hip hip hooray. Absolutely splendid. So, we've got 5 families who are currently unassigned to joblings. One of them is local. The rest all live over in the Proto-Rundling. Proto-Rundling. Why didn't I name you that earlier? Proto-Rundling. Why haven't I renamed the region yet? Mega Rundling. Good. Let's just do a quick check. Nope, they didn't do that in the update. I always like to check. Fascinated to see if I can see when level 4 burgage is upgrading yet. They haven't fixed that arrow thing yet, then I will be absolutely flabbergasted. And this is where we get to think about how I missed the 12 times fast time button. Yes. Oh well. I'm sure we'll get there in the end. It might just be we need to make a few more families available for the constructy-structs. Now, I would like to get sheep before too long. We have the money to import them, because of course getting clothes would probably get us over to that 80% approval, which would be very nice indeed. So we can get +2 monthly migration. That's the plan, really. Come on, get it all built. You there, you should be an vegetable plot. And you've moved in, so once that's completed, we can actually get some veggies planted. Maybe we should up the priority of that so it gets done. And these ones here, they are going to be for animal pens, so we will pop some animal pens in the rear there. But that's another family moved in, so that's another family that can help with the construction process, which is simply lovely. Been a while since I ordered an ox, so let's pop over here and click that button. Yes, I could get a livestock trader to do it for me, but why would I do that when I can do it myself? It's one of the stupid questions, isn't it? Let's think a little bit more about industry then, because we do have the timber and resources to do so. And we're going to want to make some charcoal locally, aren't we? So maybe over here, where we've already got a little bit of industry set up, we can get a charcoal kiln in here, a little connecting road down, and then get 1 or 2 woodcutters' lodges. I think probably only going to fit one there, actually. But that might leave space next door for a lovely saw pit. And it does. Fantastic. So we'll get that there. And you should probably have a hitching post for your own ox. I'm not going to put it right next to you because you've got a tendency to be a bit buggy if you're too crowded. It may already be too crowded there. We'll have to wait and see. I don't really want to assign anyone here, though, until we have a few more people moved in over here. Although that would give us a local source of logs. Maybe we should assign one family. Where do you live? You're the last family that lives over there. What a terrible waste. I'm going to unassign you. And I'm going to come back over here. Ooh, but you know, you're going to spend most of your time in your garden. You're not going to be chopping down wood, are you? But that's fine. That's not a critical industry, is it? It's not like you're meant to be working on a farm or something. Yeah, maybe we'll assign you. Because you're working at the warehouse, aren't you? Indeed. Oh, look, you're ready. What are we going to... Oh, so you're going to be cabbage. So I guess you'll be... Oh, no. You'll be carrot. So I guess this will be cabbage. Fab. And there's no point in pressing your upgrade button because there's nobody to do the construction. I tell you what. Well, I could send you to work here. Or we could put a few burgages over here as well to service the local industry. Why don't we do that? So to mimic what we've done over here, I know we said we didn't really want to do this right in the way we've got the forestation, but it looks like we're going to, so let's just get on with it. We don't need to put loads down here though. So we'll get a couple of storehouses on this side, and we'll get a couple of granaries on this side, placed the correct way around this time, so we don't have to delete the first one after every time we place it. Okay, put those there, and then we'll get a market stall in this space here, but placed a little more efficiently, thusly. And how many baggages do we need to service this? So 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. About 13 families. So what if we just did this? It's possible. But is that an inefficient use of space? Should we in fact be doing this everywhere? That is the question. Well, we've got the outside ring, which isn't going to be like that, I suppose. And they're not all going to be double rings. They could be, though, when they look like that. Oh, decisions. Let's delete this. Which causes a bit of a problem here, actually. Why don't we continue it along to here? Like that. I suppose that well was basically in the corner, wasn't it? So if I do that, that should be in roughly the right place. Okay. That looks about right. Maybe it droops down a little bit too much. Getting distracted again, aren't I? Terribly sorry. Okay, that's fine. And then in this space here then, we can put down a little road here. Like so. And goodness, speed time up. What am I doing? Then we'll get a few burgages. So we'll start down here, come across, and then come up. And we'll get 1. And how many do we need? We need 15-ish families, didn't we? So we're going to put quite a few of these down, actually, to support the local industry. That's okay. 3, bringing it around slightly more at the top to match the circle. That's 4. And then we'll get our road. Whoop. Little kink at the end there. Oh, goodness, saving getting completely in the way. So we'll start with a little road there and then carry it down so it doesn't flip around the other way and be weird. Then we'll put a road up like that, and get our 4th burgage in here. Absolutely perfect. Okay, and I'm going to stop there for a while. They'll have to start with servicing this industry. We don't have to fully fill out every post, but having said that, might need a second batch because those on their own aren't really going to be able to supply the storehouse, granaries, and those. So much expansion, so much to do. Right, you are going to be carrots. Still not got there with those other expansions. I mean, the main thing at the moment is getting people moved in, so we've got people to do construction jobs, I suppose. So we'll move across at the bottom. And let's see about getting a few more of these burgages in then. So 1. And it's clicking, snapping at the bottom there, working this time. No, do need to go slightly wider, so we'll get 2. And then we'll put a 3rd one here before doing a 4th. And then, of course, we'll do the vegetable burgage going up over the top. So we'll get that in there. And then we'll do our little roads. We'll start with the connection on the left. Come round like that. Connect our top road up. And get our last burgage in this spot here. Good. And I will have to decide what we're doing with this little space here. Well, I think for the moment we can basically just leave it how it is. We don't necessarily need to fill up all the space just yet. I'm sure we'll find later down the line there's plenty of things we need space for. You know, pubs, etc. We could put a lovely tavern there, couldn't we? That could go quite well. Right, have we built these yet? Can I... Come on. Let's up the priority of the veggie plots, because we want to get that food coming in. Of course, as well as vegetables, we will want to get some lovely fruitables. Fruitables? They're not really the same size, are they? Despite being the same technique. It really comes down to how I place these burgages down here, isn't it? But you know what? I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. There's a perfection in imperfection. Barf, sorry. Right, oh well. 7 families now, unassigned. So hopefully construction will be picking up. We'll keep ordering in those oxen. There could be a spot actually for some sheeping, couldn't it? We just want to get a sheep farm active. Let's do some sheeping. So first things first, as realists, we're going to need to buy a livestock trading post, because that's how we acquire sheep. Build that there, nice and close to the King's Road itself. And then we shall go and get ourselves a sheep farm. And we'll put it just in here, perhaps? Yeah, a little bit like... Ooh, or maybe even a little bit like this here. Can't quite fit it in there, though. Very well, a little bit like this here. And we'll get maybe 2 of those down. Thusly. Put a little connecting road in here. And then for the pasture space itself, as we know, longer is better. Thinner is fine. So we'll put in some micro spaces. A little bit like that there. To get the most out of the land, because in our Mega Rundling, it's not like we don't have enough space. So we're going to be stingy with what we do have. Okay, so the poor sheep. I mean, this is, you know, they just about get away with calling these sheep free range. It's not really true. So, you know, oh, they're not battery farmed. They can go outside and they've got each got 1 square centimetre of land that they can free roam. Therefore, they are free range. It's a scam, isn't it? We're scamming the sheep. Sorry, everybody. We're scamming the sheep. Because every one of these can fit 29 of the little blighters. You know what are sheep for? For following along with whatever you want them to do, right? Not known for being the most intelligent creatures in the world, are they? Am I really blathering on about the intelligence levels of sheep? I am, aren't I? Well, I'm bored of placing those, so I'm going to leave them like that for now. And we'll come back to it a little bit later on. That's plenty enough for us to get started anyway, and we don't even have the livestock trading post yet. Right, you built my things yet? You have. Right, so you're going to be for beets, and you're going to cycle back round to Carrotten. You actually have space for an extra person to live there too. That's fascinating. And then these down here, as these completed, this little row is going to be for some goats. Then of course we've got the chickens down here. That one's nearly there. Good. So we'll get some goats in that one. Got 15 plus 7 available burgages, so not shy on those. And we're just building those there as well. Good stuff. How is the market looking? Still okay, surprisingly. Now, as more and more people move in, we can get more and more people working at the local industry. I'm actually going to get someone working at the livestock trading post nice and early. And I'm going to make it you. Even though there's no one that lives here. It's a good start, isn't it? I'm going to make it you. because you're going to spend most of your time on, you know, filling out the vegetable plot back here. But when you're not doing that, you can work on importing sheep for us, which isn't something that you need to be doing all the time, I wouldn't imagine. So let's try and get ourselves an initial... We've got a bit of money. Why don't we try and get ourselves 30 sheep to start with? And then we'll need someone with a bit more time on their hands, perhaps like you, sir, to go and work at a sheep farm. So you can tend to said livestock. Ox time. Ox time! Lovely. And... Goats, good goats. Good. And you're back to pigs. So we'll order in 4 pigs in anticipation of having some lovely people move in there to tend to those burgages. And I do want to get these level 2 upgrades done, but I don't want to do it at the cost of not getting other things built, although we look like we're mostly there, so we just as well press on and get them done. 7 unassigned families. Okay. Do we need to get another granary active? Quite possibly. No one lives there. You're all getting your upgrades, so I can't check on you. You're a little far away from where I'd like you to be working at the granary, but not too far, potentially. Very well. You shall go and work at the granary. And you don't have a neighbour, so they're not going to go and work somewhere. Although you could go and work at this storehouse, couldn't you? You're a little closer to this side. Not that we really needed another person working at the storehouse, but now we've got one. So we'll stay nicely ahead on the curve on that. Any sheep? Not yet. Sure, they're on the way. We've got no one working here yet. Would be good to get someone working here, but we probably should wait, shouldn't we? On having someone move into one of these burgages, then we'll assign someone to over there. Okay, already we're getting to the point where we just sort of need to wait for people to move in. And I'm going to complain again that I don't have a plus times 12 speed button, because that would be pretty useful right about now. But like I said, here's what it is. We are just going to have to see how it does affect our speed of playthrough. What else could we build then? Well, we're going to need to get ourselves a forester's hut of some description to forest the land outside of the Mega Rundling. So let's start to get a few of these dotted around on the very outside of the Mega Rundling. So one there. Do we need one here? Yeah, I suppose we could do this space here, couldn't we? So get one there. I suppose we could do it pretty much on all these spars, though we might need them more often than that. Okay, let's get one there. And we'll hold off that for the moment. We don't want to build too many far away from where we have our peoples, because if we do that, it's going to start getting a bit complicated with getting everyone to do their jobs. We'll permanently assign some livestock there a little bit later on. Let's get a couple of plots in here. Why don't we get a couple of orchards set up? I feel like that's a good idea. We're going to need some more of those. We've got a few veggie plots set up, so let's get some orchards. Down here, why don't we get a few more animal pens, like so. And then we'll get some chickens of these 4 here. We're going to want to take advantage of the salt at some point as well. That's probably going to need another little satellite settlement to do so. So perhaps that's something to be done after we've got loads of people moved in over here, because we're not going to be able to get anything set up over there until we've got people filling up these burgages, and there's still 20 of those to go. All the more reason to get on top of the textile situation, which is why we're importing sheep. Now, oh look, a sheep! How exciting! What should we call you? What's your name going to be? I christen thee Sean, because I lack imagination. Everyone remember Sean? First sheep, what are you doing with Sean? Steady. That's Sean's lovely coat of wool. Careful with it. Okay, with that lad taking share of Sean, the sheep, let's think about our textile industry. So, we've got some burgages down here. They're all assigned. Do we want to get a little artisan quarter set up? Or do we just put a storehouse directly opposite one of these little rows of houses? I think that might be a good way to do it. Having said that, I'm seriously considering doing more of these double-skinned layers. Although I suppose they would just take up a little bit of space. Yeah. Or do we have them in their own quarter? We've got space to do something here. What if we did put some burgages sideways? Like so. Okay, that's pretty good. We could fit 3 in pretty nice and tight there. So those 3 there, for example, could all be set up to produce textile. And that's right near where we have our sheep farms. Let's do that. So let's get a little road directly opposite, or maybe just slightly offset from the sheep farms. On that road... Oh, no, I know. Lovely. Right. Let's get ourselves a storehouse. And we'll set that up facing this way. In fact, we'll get... don't need to. We'll just get the one for the time being. Then we'll put a road across like this. And then we'll use the burgage tool. And we'll snap in here. And then come back only as far as we need to get that rear extension on. A little bit further. Perfect. Nearly perfect. Like that. Oh, no. Like that. And those two burgages can be set up to produce us some lovely clothes from the storehouse here, which will have all the goods they need. And next to the storehouse, we will have the weaver's workshop, which is where, of course, all of the lovely yarn is going to be produced. So, sheep here, sheep farms, wool goes to the storehouse, wool goes from the storehouse to the weaver's workshop, and the weaver's workshop puts it back into the storehouse, or it can be taken directly to these burgages. Can we fit a second row in here of clothes makers? Clothiers, I suppose they're called. Yeah, we can. Good stuff, I say. Right, let's put that there and then snap in. We could snap, I suppose. It's a word, isn't it? Word, phrase? Whatever. Whatever. Right. I don't like that because it skews them a little bit. In fact, why don't we just come off the edge there slightly? And then I might be able to make them slightly straighter. Come on. You know you want to do it. Oh, it's so close. How's that? Yep, that's good. So that's 2 rows of potential clothiers, which is going to be absolutely loads of people. We may even need to get another weaver's workshop set up. So actually what I am going to do is I'm going to delete that already. I am going to go up to 2 storehouses, because you know what? We produce a lot of wool late game, and it has to go somewhere. So why not in the storehouse where it should be? And then on this side, we'll get ourselves a number of weaver's workshops. We might even connect the road out like that. I know it's a bit of an odd shape here, but I'm just going to move on from that fact. We can always fix it later on if we really want to. And then we'll get 2 weaver's workshops. We've run out of goods. Well, it was bound to happen at some point. People are at least moving in. So there's that, I suppose. Do another granary worker. Anyone else moved in this far over here? What do you do? You work at the granary. That's what you do. Over here. Lovely. Keeping on top of the supply chain. And we've got plenty of supplies, so that's good. Still got plenty of money despite importing sheep. How many sheep are we up to? We've got 3. Sean and his friends. Ox time. Lovely. I say, not a bad start, old chaps. And chapheads, of course. Would be nice to get some trees planted. Always good to get ahead of that game. But there's plenty enough to be done as it is. So, orchard set up here. Why don't we get some apples and some pears? And let's get some pigs in here. We'll need to get a tannery set up soon as well. So, whoa, zoom. Massive zoom. We can get that set up. Where are we going to put that? Got a bit of space in here. Is that large enough? Doesn't look like it. Not quite. Never mind. There's space in here. So we'll pop it down just like so. Oh, although, should we be putting that over by the clothing quarter? Because we could eventually have people over here making shoes. Yes, I like that idea. Let's put it just behind the weaver's workshop. Like so. And then hopefully they'll have some trees over here they can make their way to from the forester's hut. So we'll set up a work area that's nice and small so you can keep on top of it. And haven't had much timber come in actually, so as soon as we get someone moved in over here, it would be nice to get them working at the local logging camps. Well, we've got 24 available living spaces and a ×8 fast forward speed, so why don't we let a few more people move in? Oh gosh, look at that. I'm a big fan. I wonder if one family is going to be enough to work that. We might have to make sure they don't have any other jobs, although they will always prioritize their back garden, so maybe it doesn't matter. We're going to let some people move in, and we will rejoin the Mega Rundling when we've almost filled the burgages that we have so far so that we can start assigning people to some jobs. Go and grab yourselves a cup of tea, pause the video, come back, and we'll get back to it. Alrighty then, so a few people have moved in, but not quite enough yet, but I think we can get that last couple of percentage to get us up to 80% approval. So we've just built a temporary tailor's workshop here. We've got someone working at the weaver's workshop, and we've got someone working at the storehouse here as well to supply the goods. And hopefully we can get clothes starting to be distributed, get that approval up to 80%, and with any luck, that's going to get us that +2 monthly migration that we've been yearning after. We've got plenty of families free for construction as well, so we just as well go through and get all those burgages upgraded to level 2. Bam, dabby dozy. Probably do with another family working at the granary, and in fact we've got you unassigned. Let's get you working at your local granary, and we'll get you working at your local storehouse. Let's just do a quick setup to make sure the storehouse has only the goods that it is permitted to do so. Granary is less strenuous, but we will disallow that little stack of stuff there. Okay, so you've got some market stalls constructed. That makes the granary look a little better. Might even get this other family here working at the granary as well, so we've got 2 there. We could get the granaries and storehouses upgraded as well, I suppose. In fact, it might make sense to do this one over here. It's already starting to fill up a little bit. And we'll also increase the size of that storehouse. Absolutely wonderful. There's no point building extensions on these, because the whole point of those extensions is going to be to get some tailor's workshops a little bit down the line. Let's check in here, make sure you're making clothes from yarn, because that is the resource that we have available. You're not having to go too far to go to that storehouse to get the resources, so while it's not as efficient as when we will have this area set up, it's better than having it not being produced at all. Got 4 more burgages here that we can upgrade to level 2. It might make sense to have a local church, because at the moment I imagine they're having to go all the way over here to pray, so I think I'll have more than one church in the Mega Rundling. It might be that we have a stone church at the centre, and then a series of wooden churches around the outside. I think that might be quite good. You've got little spaces of prayers. It'd be a shame, actually. It would be a shame. It is a shame. There isn't more than one kind of church. It'd be quite nice to have a small stone church. A couple of those put around, like chapels almost. Oh, the chapel. That would be good. I like that idea. Stone chapels. And then you can have the cathedral in the centre and stone churches. Oh, I'm getting carried away. All things I would like to see in the game. And all things, I'm sure, that are presently quite a way off. Okay, as people move in down here, I'll send one of you to work at this foresters, I think, so we can start to get some trees down. I'm going to give you an equally small, maybe not equally, but a similarly small area with which to work. Yes, something like that there, and you're that there. Yes, very good. With that taken care of, hopefully we'll start to get a little clothing produced. What are you all doing? Transporting. And hopefully tailoring. Yep, crafting. Yes, look, clothes. Popping into the old storehouses. Good stuff. Well, any time now, we'll have a whole bunch of clothes to adorn our lovely people. While we wait for that to be done, why don't we fill out a few more of the torture pastures, as they shall forth be known, for their tiny little bit of space. I suppose, you know, they look happy enough, don't they? Running around inside their little, well, I say little, their long cages. Fill this one out a little bit more, just to get to the edge there. Get a whole extra sheep without trouble. And then these would be even thinner, goodness. Now, I'll be the first to admit, these don't look especially nice. However, they're efficient. For our purposes, we probably won't need to put sheep anywhere else in the Mega Rundling if we absolutely stack this bit full. So we'll just keep going until we get to the edge. And just wait for that approval to start skyrocketing, basically. You know, why wouldn't it? They've got everything they need. There's plenty of food available. They can have clothing, which, you know, frankly is a luxury. Imagine having all the clothing you wanted. They're so demanding, aren't they, these peasants? My citizens. I shall look after them well. I shan't call them peasants. My burgages. There you go. Invented a new word. Okay, they're getting thinner and thinner, aren't they? I'm getting crueler and crueler as we go on down here. Never mind. It's not us that has to use them. I probably should have matched the curvature of the Mega Rundling, shouldn't I? Rather than keep them all straight, but I've done it now. We can always rebuild them at a later date if we really want to. If it's really spoiling the aesthetic, then we can go back and fix it. Right. Come on. Nearly there. Let me know in the comments, are you this panicky when it comes to your burgage plots and your pastures? Or do you just put in what looks best? I suppose it depends if you're more into making the most efficient thing or the prettiest thing. I land somewhere in between. I've always loved games where I can make something efficient if I want to, or make it reasonably efficient to the point at which I get bored, and then go and do something aesthetically pleasing. I'm sure that's the same for a lot of people out there as well. So we're down to 10 available burgages for people to move into. That family has moved in, so I'm going to assign them to that forester's hut so we can get some forestation going next year for the first time. That means we're all done moving in over here. Granary supply chain is still looking absolutely fine. How's the old food situation then? We've got loads of pork actually, that's good. Chicken, small game, chevron. Got plenty of vegetables, definitely lacking on the old fruits front. That's something else we can do to help get our approval percentages up. We have got 2 here, one of which is already being planted as they have moved in. But we'll definitely want to get a few more set up as we move along. So we did talk about, didn't we, getting a few more of these double width areas set up. So why don't we start doing a few more of these roads, tracing them round so that we can delete the original road. And in sections, so we can decide which of these areas we want to keep. And I think we'll do it basically going up to the King's Roads as well, in case you want to delete this small section here, for example. And we'll just trace it all the way around as the game saves. Now it's in this tracing that we can fix slight problems if we find that there's not enough space for a certain kind of building. But like I said earlier, not going to worry about that too much for the time being. Definitely want to trace them over though, because they're a pain to replace if you don't trace them. Oh, did a bit of play there. That's nice, isn't it? A bit too far away for us to take advantage of for the moment though. There's a relatively straight road going to it. But that kink is definitely something we can fix with this technique. And speaking of which, there's one here, isn't there? So let's just come off the beaten track slightly here. And curve this section across. Like that. And then we'll do the same from here. Like this. Might have to click twice here actually. Just even it out a little bit more. Yeah, that's good. And then it pretty much straightens out from there, doesn't it? Actually, it does lose a little bit of its curvature. What if we did this here? It's hard to do sections that are too large and still keep an authentic curve. How close can we get here without clicking on this road? There, by the looks. Oh, that's better. And then we'll go back to tracing from there. And then all these little kinks should start to pop out once we delete that original road. We got to where we wanted to be. We already did this bit, didn't we? Just going to do it again, just to make sure. Right, and then we'll use this little bit here. Delete all the roads it has on it. There we go. So that now should be the original road gone. And it's this one we did. And yeah, it looks a bit more even down there now, doesn't it? Splendid. Then what we can do is we can delete this road here. Huzzah. Just delete where that overlaps a little bit there as well. And that gives us another double section, although slightly weird one because we have the road running through here. So maybe that wasn't a great place to do that. Although actually what we could do is have these burgages facing these, and then this will just take a little bit of space off of the orchards that we'll have behind. Okay. Well, if we were to do the same let's say in this one here, or this one here, then what would we put in this space? If we made this a double slot, what would we put in this slither here? Could do some farming. There is barley fertilizer, it's actually better here. So many decisions to be made, isn't there? Well, I'm going to reserve judgment on that, because there's a lot of strong barley, actually, inside of the Mega Rundling itself. Funnily enough, not great around this little intersection here. Well, Interax is good there as well. Emma, of course, is pretty much good everywhere. Probably should have started this on the outside, shouldn't we? Never mind. Never mind. Let us do it here. I'm a bit, bereft that we have to potentially lose even more forest when we haven't actually cut it down, but I think this is going to be a good place to expand to. What we are going to need to do, though, in that case, is get down some more granaries and storehouses. Oh, goodness, you don't have a road there, do you? Let's rebuild that. And let's build our first 2 granaries down here for the expansion. The one thing we do have plenty of is resources, so we'll get this here. So 1 there, and we'll spin that around for number 2. And connect it up with a road there for the time being. And then the storehouses on this side. A 1 there, and a 2 there. Fantastic. And then the market stall below that. Again, doesn't need to be terribly large, just a little something like that there. Splendid. Then we can start to lay out some burgages in this space here. Whoa, mega zoom. The Mega Rundling. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Seeing a load of rubbish. How do we want to start this then? Do we want to have them facing this way, or do we go this way again? I think we stick to the same pattern for the time being. Especially as we've done this here, which we want to match basically to what we've done up here. So we need a road actually going down the side. Like that. Fill this road across here. Good. And then get our little burgages starting down here on the correct side of the road. And snap. It'd be good if you could have some kind of like template tool. Say, this is what I did last time, and I want to do it exactly the same again. That'd be handy, wouldn't it? So, 1. And 2. And, whoop, too small at the front. 3. And a 4. Lovely stuff. I wonder if there's a way we could speed that up. I suppose if we built the road first, we could just fill them out to it, and they'd be nice and even then as well, but we'd have to guess the right side of the road, right size of the road. How big is it in relation to a corpse pit? It's corpse pit +1. So, it might be worth trying that, just to see if it does speed things up a little. So we get that road in there, and then we'll put our last one in here, and then maybe we'll try that out with the next one. So fill that out there, and then this time, we'll pause the game, and we'll put a corpse pit in here. Whoop, as we save. It's about the right depth as well. Maybe a bit too far. So then we put a little road like this. Okay, then we'll delete that. Then we'll judge the size here. Put a little road in like so. And can we then get... Is that going to give us 4 burgages in this spot? Oh, it is. We just need to make sure that this is a little bit further out. A little bit longer. And then we'll come in across the top here. Kind of matching out to this road here a little bit if we can. And... oh, yes. That might be the way to do it. That might be a little bit easier than what we have been doing. I mean, it's a lot easier, isn't it? Let's be honest. It's a lot easier. We'll have to do that in future. Right, build that there. Get the game going. For goodness sake, don't want to be wasting time like that. Got 3 more burgages that we can get some upgrades on. We're up to 78% approval. So we're well on our way there to the 80% that we require and desire. We have 8 clothes available, so I imagine that's making people quite happy. General goods supply is not great. Is that because most people have just got charcoal? Is that going to get better as we start distributing some clothes? It probably is, isn't it? Yes. You're saying it's green, but that's because you're still at burgage block level 1. You don't have the requirements of level 2 yet. Yeah, so it is just garments, isn't it? Garments and fuels are the only 2 things supplied by the storehouse at the moment for level 2 burgages, so that's fine. Be nice to get those fruits. Fruits is something else that's going to help us put us up to that 80% approval. Down to 78. Okay, well, talking of fruits, we're going to get an orchard in there. And as soon as that's finished constructing, we'll get one in there as well. It's some time since we ordered an ox, so we should make sure we get on and do that. We've probably got enough people that we can assign somebody, not you, somebody local. There must be someone local. You. To go and work at the other forestry hut to make sure we're doing some foresting. And let's take a look at this one. Where are we? You, forester, 3 of you planting. Okay, so you are finding space to plant. That's good. We'll upgrade that one. And I guess we can just keep expanding along here. We've got space, haven't we, for another couple in here. Let's actually start to guesstimate. Can I guesstimate this, even without using the corpse bit as a guide? That would be next level play, wouldn't it? We get the road curve just about right, like that. Can we fit 4 burgages in that spot pretty perfectly? Oh my goodness. I'm a magician. I'm a magician. That's how we're doing it from now on. It certainly is, right. Let's then expand that up to here. Get to that. Lovely. That'll also be an orchard. You've completed, so we can get you set up as an orchard now, actually. And as usual, we'll do a combination down here of different things. We've got pigs there, we've got chickens there, so these should probably be some goats. That's the other one, isn't it? My brain is certainly lacking this evening. And then I guess we're back to pigs here, aren't we? So we'll get more animal pens ensconced in the back gardens there. Plenty of construction going on. 77% approval. Clothes are being made, but I guess they're not really making their way out to many storehouses yet, and therefore not really making their way out to many families. Yeah, it's going to be a little while before they start making their way onto the open market. How are we doing for yarn? Is that the restricting factor? No, we've got plenty of yarn, so some more families working as weavers. Not weavers. Tailors would be the thing to do. But now we've moved into that plot there, the next plots we should be occupying are these 6 here, I believe, based on the order that we've built them. So with any luck, we'll get a few people moved in over there, and we can start to set those up as appropriate once we upgrade them to level 2, because they should have access to everything they need. The It's been a while since we've placed a well. Can we get a well over here somewhere? We forgot to do that, didn't we? I say we. It was definitely me, wasn't it? I can't really put any blame on you guys for that. So I think we'll get one just there. And the more of these we get down, the better, really. Especially in little places like this, which aren't necessarily the most usable corners. We'll have to try and make sure to upgrade those to stone wells too, to make sure we've got plenty of space. Plenty of capacity, rather. For everyone to get plenty of water. So quinces, we've got already have pears and apples, so we'll just go for apples again. There, new family moved in, and perfect, it is you over here, so we'll get that upgrade going straight away. And we'll up the priority of that, so it's nice and high. We've still got plenty of money, and we've been doing pretty well on the old charcoal trade. Let's check in with the Mega Rundling over here. And I imagine we're only getting 1 for the charcoal, but we've got lots of charcoal to sell still at the moment, so that's not an issue. We will want to stop trading that away at some point, but hopefully by then we'll be producing some other things that we can start to sell on, so it won't be too much of an issue. Splendid. Right, well, we've got plenty of space for people to move in again, so I think it's time we let time tick on a bit and see if we can't make a little bit more progress. I'll get a few more people making clothes, and hopefully soon we'll be up to that 80% approval. Horrible weather, but you know, it'll be alright. Alright, so we've got a fair number of people moved in. We've got 4 available living spaces left. I've been upgrading to level 2 as we go, and the Mega Rundling is really starting to take shape. We're up to a population size of 213, so still in the fledgling years. Now there's another family moves in there. Now, I think what we need to do, you can see we're starting to get a little bit in debt to the old king. So let's go ahead and get the manor down, even if for the time being it's just a wooden church. Not a tavern either. Good gravy, what am I doing? Even if for the time being it is just a small building, and oh my goodness, we're out of stone. Let's just go over to the trading post and make sure that we're importing rubble stone. Right, we're going to have to get some of that in. Let's say 30 for the time being, and we'll establish a trade route. Right, so that's going to rather stymie that plan. So we'll come back to that then, but we want to get the manor place down here so we can start doing some taxation, and in turn we can get it paid off, and then maybe look to settle in another region, because it would be good to get some stone imported from, let's say, this region over here. So to also increase our monetary supplies over here, as well as just selling charcoal, which we're not going to want to sell indefinitely, I think it's time we had a look at getting some salt production up and running. So let's see about getting a little circle around. I think we'll probably have to move on the wild animals. Well, that shouldn't be too much of an issue. In fact, let's go ahead and go to the hunting camp, and we'll actually stop that from operating. And we'll just ignore that. It'll pop off somewhere else, I'm sure. But let's see if we can't get a little circle sat around the salt deposit. We want it to be reasonably big, because we want to make sure we've got space in there for all of our lovely mines. It's probably a bit bigger than I was intending. That could potentially house the workforce as well, and keep it all inside of one circle, so don't mind it. Right, we'll put that there. Oh, that hasn't actually moved the wild animals. I did think that roads would do that, but obviously not. Okay, right, and then we'll get 2 little... I've been told these aren't switchbacks, I've been told they're love paths. What do we think? Shall I call them switchbacks or love paths? A couple of little love paths there. Yeah, I don't hate it. Maybe we'll go with love paths. And we've got 2 spaces left for people to move in, so let's get on with this nice and quickly. So, what are we thinking? I'm thinking mining pits. How many are we realistically going to be able to fit on here? We might actually be able to get all 5, you know. If we let's turn off snapping, get one as close to here as we can. Like that. And then put one here. Can we get one on the edge? Ooh, just out of range. What if we do this the other way around? So we get one as tight as we can here. Whoop. And here. Yep, and then get one just there. Yes, we can. So let's quickly pause that. We just need to move them over to the side slightly. So if I get one as close to this edge as I can. Like that there. And then 2, 3, 4 here. And then number 5 down here. Lovely. And where have the wild animals gone? Hello? Oh, you're just there. It's not a bad place at all, actually. And then we need to connect this up to a few roads, obviously. Out to the outside of Le Circle. So we'll get a few of these popped in. Wouldn't be a bad idea to have another trading post as well. So let's get that constructed. And that's going to be located just on the outside ring here. So what are we doing? Logistics and not a granary. Not a trading post. Can we squeeze that in here somewhere? Ooh, just in here. Just about by the looks. Okay, so we'll get that there. And we'll connect that up in the direction of Love Path. Love Path. And then storehouse-wise, maybe we'll get these just in here. If I put that down facing this way. And maybe we'll get 2 of those down, ready to store the vast amounts of salt that I'm sure we're going to extract from the ground. Then we'll connect that road back up to the outside. Make sure we connect this around here. And we just as well go around the outside all the way, I think. So we'll do that little fly over there, delete the road. Fly in there, delete the road, then connect it across. The usual shenanigans that we would do. We were building a lovely grid system or some such. Which we've not done in a while, have we? I've not placed a grid in quite some time. Did we miss the grids, everyone? Let me know in the comments below. Should I get gridding again? Or do you prefer the natural flow and aesthetic that you get from this sort of road network? Okay, so that is those connected up, and we've just run out of space for people to move in, so I think we probably ought to get on and build a couple of burgages down here right away. So we'll start on this edge here. And we'll come in like that. We want it to be just big enough to have... Oh, tell you what. Do we even want these on the outside? This is quite a large circle we've got here. So maybe we can afford to have them placed slightly differently. If I connect this road across thusly. And then get some baggages in here. So I'll have one that doesn't have an extension if I build them there. If I build them slightly closer to the side here. Oh, is that because that road doesn't go all the way around yet? Oh, we do need that to go all the way around. Okay, so then do I need slightly more space in here? Yes, I do. So we're just going to delete that road. And just going to extend that ever so slightly this way. Like so. And then we'll get some baggages in here. Turn off snapping there. Fantastic. Can probably come in a little bit there and still get the same number. But still 6. A little bit more. It's 5, so we're just going to a smidge more there. That should get 6. Oh, but not enough space for the extension. Come on, typical. As you act together. Right. 6 plots. Let's get those built. And let's also build an identical road to that on the other side here. Give us 12 burgages to work in this area, so it's going to give us lots of families to get the salt mines up and running. Okay. Fantastic. And then, of course, we're going to need some granaries and storehouses to feed and supply all these people. So why don't we take this road all the way across here, actually. And we'll get in perhaps... what do we think? 2 granaries and 2 storehouses. Might even have that space there for some market stalls. So if we create a little box in here, delete that, bring that road along there, and straight back down here. In that space, we shall locate some lovely market stalls, which will fill in that space there. Good. Good number in there as well. And then granaries, we shall have... Ooh, eternal snapping. 1 there. And yeah, we can put 2 in a row actually. We'll have another connection road here. And then a couple of storehouses as well. These will be the ones actually used for the supplies for everyone who's living here as opposed to just storage. Just fit 1 there actually. Although we are going to need to get a little well somewhere. So it's going to be over here though. Okay. We'll get that one down just there. Can we move this across at all? Can we get that across just a little bit more so that we can fit 2 of these in here? No. Okay, that's fine. So instead, we'll just put them ever so slightly sideways. A little bit like that there. 1, 2. Okay, that's grand. As soon as we get people moving in here, we'll start assigning them to the granaries and the storehouses initially. Then they're done with that first granary, so we'll get them moved in over there. Then we'll want some burgers over here to produce some food as well. So we will make sure to get a couple of those in so they're not travelling too far. Come on. Get the granary completed now. And this storehouse. We need to get some supplies because we need to get everyone nice and happy. Get above that, keep above that 81% approval so we get that +2 monthly migration. It's absolutely essential to getting this long play done. Because if I'm +1 monthly migration, I'm just never going to get it finished and I'm slowly going to go insane as I try and get a whole bunch of people moved in there. Yes. So we will get rid of those crafting materials. We don't need them. Not of this baggage. Not of this property, rather. And it does take a while for people to move in, doesn't it? I'm very used to playing on ×12 speed, I've got to say. Okay. So what are we thinking then? So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 either side. 6 are probably just going to work in the granaries and storehouses, to be honest. So that gives us 6 for the trading post and the mining pits, which is not enough, so we're going to need some more. Why don't we just, with our supplies over here, just keep extending our burgages down this way. So I'll get another stack in just here. I don't think we'll get 6, but might be able to get 5 with rear extensions. Maybe just a bit of a push. Okay, well let's get 4 then. Surely we can get 4. Yep, just slightly larger on that. Lovely, so it's another 4 burgages in there. And then let's see about filling up these end spaces, if at all we can. Not an extension on the rear if I put you there. What if I ever do that? It's even worse. It could be. Now, those would provide us with some families to go and work at the local area, the local job market, but it wouldn't produce us any goods. I don't like the idea of that. Is there enough space that we could actually do this preposterous thing? We could. I like. So we're going to do. And we could fill in that there. Oh, that's nice. That works. And could we do something similar here? I don't think that's going to work, actually. No. What if we started le burgage from this end? How weird is that? What if we started here and came around this way? Okay. Yep, that functions. I do like squeezing space. I love these little circular satellite settlements we're building. I think they look absolutely fantastic on the map, and I love filling them up and getting all these little interesting shaped burgage spots around the outside edges. Let's send you to work at the storehouse, and we'll set you up with the usual limitations on what you're allowed to stock. We've probably got enough to build that manor now, haven't we? I love that stone would have arrived. We'll worry about that. I was going to say we'll worry about that in a second, but let's go and get that done now, so we know that that's being constructed at least. So we'll slide on over here, administration. Now, some of you lovely people mentioned that a church in the centre would be rather nice, so I'm going to put the manor slightly off-centre. And the church is going to be literally in the middle. Let's just take this road here and make sure that's copied all the way down to the bottom there. And then I'm going to bring this in, but not quite so far. Like that. Delete that there. And then we almost have another little circle here. A little bit like that. It doesn't really work like that, does it? Well, finding that center point to spin around is going to be a bit of a nightmare, isn't it? Don't think that's quite going to do it. Give it a try. And then we'll swiftly come up with another plan. When it obviously doesn't work. You know what, that could be worse. I do, however, feel motion sick. Let's try that again, but actually starting properly from this point. Right, so there, and then rotate. Because then we can have a little central green area in between all our important buildings. How's that look? It's definitely not centered, is it? Okay, let's not do that. What if we just temporarily reconnect these, look, and use that as a measuring tool? Just did something a little bit more like this. That could work. Let's pause the game quickly and have a little think about this. So if I were to put down corpse bit here, how could I use that to help me judge? I could come across like that. There. And there. Do the same on these two sides. Okay. And then do this. Or this. Okay, so that gives me I was going to say it's going to give me a square, but it hasn't really, has it? Let's delete that. And delete these two rows and get those down again. I'm sure we can guesstimate those. Right, so that gives us an square. And then if we delete these lovely corpse bits. Sorry, corpse bits, you must go. Could we then just basically do something a little bit like this here? Ooh! I'm going to pretend that's exactly what I wanted to do. Because I think it looks awesome. Okay, we need to get rid of these little rows in between. And get rid of the measuring roads as well. But how's that? Oh, yes. I like that for a center point. Looks like it's a little lamp or something radiating light. So then on there, we'll get our lovely church potentially will be set off to one side. Is that still going to fit? Oh, yes. There's maybe one or two spaces we can get that. Does mean it's not going to be dead center, though. Do we want it dead center? Maybe we do. As much as I like the look of that. Maybe I don't. Don't know what I want, do I? Okay, we'll keep the center clear. We'll put the church there. And then we'll get the manor down here. With a garrison tower next door once we can afford it. Okay, do we move these along a little bit so they're kind of centered on this bit? Church is going to be roughly centered. How's that? Okay, so you've got your two most important buildings. You've got your manor and you've got your church there, both stone buildings. I think those look pretty good. We'll go with that. We will, of course, get rid of this for the time being so we can commit to actually building the manor so they can get on with that. They haven't got the most efficient way of getting there road-wise, but yeah, I'm sure where there's a will, there's a way, and we'll leave them to it. Ooh, got some upgrades to be made here. In fact, these people probably want assigning. Let's assign you to a couple of the local industry. Oh dear, I can't assign you to yourself. So why don't you go and work at a woodcutter's lodge? And you can go and work at a logging camp. And you can go and work at charcoal kiln. Good, and then we just as well get you some upgrades, and we'll have to come back and put some various extensions on you as well. I'm keeping these for more clothing. We have got a good supply of clothing coming up now, so that's coming together quite nicely. The orchards are planted. They're going to look rather nice, aren't they? I'm worried that we're not actually getting vegetables in all of these locally. I don't think they ever get enough time to do it, despite being what I still think is a perfect burgage plot. So it might be worth putting an expansion on this one, just to see that if with two families they can get everything done in 1 year to use that plot. If not, we might have to make our plots for vegetables smaller. Maybe we come across 2, then a vegetable plot, 2, then a vegetable plot, or 3, instead of 4 burgages, then plot. And save these bigger ones. We could always turn these instead into some orchards, because they do seem to be able to make use of all of the space available to them. Goodness, what's the game doing? A bit laggy there. Right, back over here then, in Saltville. Let's make sure we're getting everyone properly looked after. We're a bit pressed on granary and supply chain. So let's get a couple more people over here working at the granary and at the storehouse. Let's upgrade the granary and the storehouse to make sure they have the capacity. And let's get a few more baggages in here. Do we really need anyone to be producing food in this area? Probably not. We're doing a lot of that in the main region, but having some local veg production, I suppose, would mean that they don't have the granary workers don't have to go quite so far. Does that not have a rear extension space? Have I completely misjudged that? It does appear so. What if I delete this burgage as well, and we'll get one that uses up all that space more efficiently, hopefully. You have a rear extension, don't you? Yes, we'll get some vegetables in that one there, and then we'll see about putting out some of this other space. I think 2 granaries is enough to supply everyone here. Might get a 3rd down, just to make sure that we are absolutely covering ourselves. I don't see us needing more than 2 storehouses, but I will leave a bit of space in here anyway. Right, and let's get one of the other people in here working at one of these dedicated storehouses. So you are not going to be able to have a market stall. And instead, your job is going to be solely to store salt. That is your only function in this world. And then we'll go to your neighbour, whose function in this world is going to be to sell salt. And we'll order him a horse, so he can speed up a little bit. We should probably mine some salt to sell, shouldn't we? That'd be the next thing to do. Next family that moves in, that's what you're going to do. And we'll need somewhere to store our lovely horses. So let's see about getting in a few little hitchy posts. So one there. And get a couple in along here. Good shenanigans. And baggage plot wise, we've moved the resources over here now. So what can we do with this space? It's not far off what we want to do. I don't know what's being a bit weird though. What if we start from this side? Doesn't really want to trace, does it? Because of where this pinch point is. I'm going to delete another one. Brief. Don't want to delete any more than that. Still isn't following, is it? Put a little curve in the road there. Just see if that makes any difference to it following it round. Why don't you like it? Very bizarre. It was kind of working before, wasn't it? I mean, we could, I guess, do something like this here. But that isn't really making the efficient use of the space that I was after. We'll wait for those goods to disappear and then we'll revisit that problem. In the meantime, what can we do over here, burgage plot-wise? Okay, so that works, but not the way we want to. It's not great either. Bother. I meant to do the spinny thing there, not the build. Typical's having a bit of a mare, isn't he? Right. Let's see about getting a road in behind these storehouses, etc. Little something like that, and then we just as well connect that road across there. Maybe we can get a few larger burgages in this space. Okay, so that isn't a terrible use of space. Although that's a particularly high standard. It's not terrible. Let's turn off snapping and just get that side straighter. So we'll build those there. Put a road in here. And put snapping back on. And see if we can't fill out this space. It's going to be difficult again with where the curvature is. Looks like it. Last. Oh, that's a bit better. Oh, okay. Make sure we're just getting into this top corner here. And come across there. Good. Okay, so that works. And were we able to find a resolution over here in the end? How about we do that? No. This way? No. This way? Close. And yet no cigar. In that case, I guess we just put a couple of these back. Unless these fill out. Sort of wants to work there, doesn't it? Very strange. Okay, right. Let's get those put back there then. What a waste of energy. Didn't need to get rid of them at all in the first place. And then we will just fill out the space with some accommodation then, I guess. Yeah. No worries. And you're just going to be difficult, aren't you? So maybe we just won't build anything in here. Unless it works doing this. It does, but I don't like it doesn't follow the land. Okay, yeah, let's do that. It's twisted my arm. Right, has anyone else actually moved in? They have, right. So you're now going to start salting the roads with the mining. Something to that whole shebang anyway. Good grief, I can't speak today. Terribly sorry, everyone. Typical is totally losing the plot. We'll make sure that we manually assign everyone that works over here so we don't end up with them working ridiculously far away. They're all warehouse workers and granary workers, I do believe. They are indeed. Supply chain stretched, but functioning, at the very least. So we now got some salt coming up out of the ground for the first time. We'll keep ordering in some lovely horses to work at the local additional trading post. How are we getting on with construction of the manor? Oh, it's done. Wonderful. Right, well, let's open up taxation up to 1% to start with, because I don't get any approval loss from that. Isn't that wonderful? And then we'll get tithe set to 5% for the time being, so we can start to get some influence with which we need to claim another region. And look at that, we're actually up to 84% approval, so I might be able to afford a slightly higher taxation later on as well. So that's something we'll keep an eye on. Is that another family that's moved in here? You there, you new? You are. Go and work in a mine. You're welcome. Let's set up the allowances on this burgage early, and then get it upgraded. And we just as well do the same with the additional granaries we have here. Lovely stuff. And then we'll get in some chickens. Why don't we have chickens over by the mine? It's going to be some chickens right here on this row. And the next row can be animal pennage along here. And perhaps we'll get in some pigs for those. And then maybe the last row can be goats. Or maybe this row can be goats. And the next row can be pigs. Who knows? It's me, I know. But I haven't told you yet, so you don't know. And that's just the way it is. And we might as well let you join the party. You lot over here are going to grow some kind of vegetables. And some fruits as well, for a little bit of variety. Doesn't that look fantastic? I do like the good old circular builds when we do them. Very fun. How are we getting on over here then? So, obviously, we're building that manor. We built that manor, we built that church. So, that's how these look in the centre. I think once the tower goes up there on the manor, it'll even out a bit. Although, I do wonder when we come to do the manor proper, whether we move it back so the building is off of this centre section. A bit like the wooden churches. Maybe you could even have a little palisade wall around it and match what the church has in terms of a fence. I don't know. But I think definitely setting it off back from the edge, because at the moment it feels too far in compared to the church. But that can all be done down the line. The most important thing is that for the minute we start to get a little bit of taxation done. Speaking of taxation, we want to be making some money from our salt, so I wonder if we've actually exported any of that yet. Not as yet. Let's go and check over here. We might just set the limits up actually. It tends to be a thing that happens on salt. Well, I don't actually remember opening trade. No, we didn't. Okay, we're going to export salt. Anything over 50? Because why don't we try making some sausages for the first time? Where does one make sausages? I've never made sausages. Oh, we've got a couple of people here, haven't we? Yes, we do. Wonderland typical. Well done. Butcher's workshop enables production of mutton and hides from surplus livestock and sausage from salted meats. Oh, is it any meats? I don't know why, but I sort of assumed... Well, I do know why. I sort of assumed sausages would be from pigs. But that's because most sausages are pork sausages over here in the United Kingdom. I don't really think of having other kind of sausages except for maybe corn. I suppose we could make those as well. We have access to... No, we don't. I thought we had access to mushrooms here, but we don't. Not that the game's going to let us make corn sausages. It's a medieval game, for goodness sake. What am I on about? What on earth are you yabbering on about? You're yabbering about getting some goats down. So let's do that before one forgets. And there's a whole bunch of upgrades here we can be doing as well, which would be good to get underway at some juncture. So let's get some veggies in here, and you in there. Got money to splash, so we shall splash it. Okay, so have we completed that building over here? Yo, butchers, where you at? Here. No, don't kill our beautiful sheep. Oh, see, from this it does suggest that we're using just pork to make sausages. That's why I thought it needed pork. So why don't we set a surplus? It needs to be at least 20 pork, and you don't need a surplus on salt. And let's make some sausages. So, do sausages last longer? Is that the main advantage to them? Pork goes off quickly, but sausages last a long time? The sausages offer a better happiness bonus? Let me know in the comments below, because I haven't got an absolute... I was going to say I have a clue, but then I decided to say Scooby halfway through, and I didn't commit to either one, so I ended up saying... It's good, isn't it? If you know, I don't have a Scooby or a clue, so if you could let me know in the comments what the advantage of making sausages is over just having the pork and salt separately, then I'd love to find out. Thank you so much. It's like I'm my own Wikipedia. You're all absolutely fantastic. Right, let's get these upgrades through, and a few extra people have moved in, so I'm going to send them to work at the storehouse and the granary here, just because that is looking a little bit pressed at the moment. Ordering another not ox, so used to ordering in oxes. We'll order another horse because we can. And you're a miner, that's fine. Shouldn't make miners work, that's illegal. So we'll send you to work at this granary. Okay, so nearly on top of the granary situation. I feel like we've got a lot of people working at the granary compared to the population we have. But maybe that's just a feeling. Completely unfounded and unbiased. Right. You're a miner, warehouse worker, granary worker, miner, and granary worker. It looks like we're waiting for people to move in on the next row now. We've still got 10 burgages which people can move into. Don't have any of those up for double expansions anyway. Don't know if we really need any double expansions over here, people to move into anyway. So, we send you to work somewhere. I don't think we really need more than 3 warehouse workers, do we, just for this? Although, having said that, no charcoal here. Maybe that's something we should produce locally. Though we're not fitting a charcoal kiln and a woodcutter's lodge in here now, are we? Wait, no, we do just need to get a few extra workers at the local storehouses so they can go and transport the relative goods to the right locations. And the next handful of people that move in will get working probably at the mines, and possibly then when we get some of these families moving in to work on their farms, their back gardens rather, we can send them to work in the mines, because they'll just be doing that during the winter and stuff while their crops are growing, and they'll come back and do their crops at those important times of year. And we're certainly not shy of resources when it comes to food and fuel, so I'm not really worried about that at the moment. I just want to make sure that we're future-proofing as far as we possibly can. Should we connect these 2 circles? There are people just walking across anyway. As we know from our no road playthrough, they do have a tendency to do that. I kind of like that they're not connected, but at the same time, it would make sense for them to be connected. So I just think that looks silly on the map. What if we were to... I'll pause the game. What if we were to just put a straight road across? Is that better? Maybe? I kind of think it should be more that way. Hang on a minute. Is that further? For a moment I thought you could zoom all the way out and then get your road tool out and be at that elevation, but it defaults you back down. Oh well. Upgrade you there, sir. How's that straight road look? Not too incongruous, so we'll leave it there because I'm sure that will speed up trade between the 2 regions, 2 areas, and make sure they've got everything that they need. Let's upgrade that storehouse because I imagine it's going to be taking in a lot of salt. Have we exported any? We have exported 5 salt, or 1 salt for 5 coin. So, very much in the early stages. Have we made any sausages? We've got 5 sausages. Well, I hope you're all enjoying them. I imagine we haven't got that much salt yet, have we? Oh, 96, it's creeping up there, actually. It is getting up there. 8 burgages left for people to be moving into. And there's mostly in the new salt district. Swinging back around to here, we've got a few families working at the forestry huts, but I wouldn't mind having a few more. Once again, this is looking a little stretched, but not too bad. Got a stone well there. How are we doing for money? We're not bringing in enough with that 1% taxation, are we? Not really touching the sides. Although we have got a minus figure to work through, so maybe we'll just see how that works. I'll keep an eye on that. So it's minus 325 at the moment. If it doesn't go up enough, then we might have to increase taxation. 82% approval, so we could probably afford to drop a percentage or 2 and still keep our +2 monthly migration. It'll help as we get these burgages up to level 2, because level 2 burgages have a higher base approval than level 1 burgages. So that'll be good. I was about to say what's holding you up. The thing that's holding you up is that no one lives there. It's fair enough, isn't it? What are you doing in that storehouse? Salt only. And we've got 4 of the 5 salt mines active, actually, so that's not too bad, to be honest. Who built a food store? Did I give you permission to do that? Not you, is it? It is. They upgraded you. You were naughty and you built yourself a stall you know you're not meant to. Oh no, they chopped down my favourite tree. Oh well, I'm going to have to pick a new favourite tree. It's that one. No, it's actually this one here. I like tall boys. Don't clip that. Should we get a worker at the church? Don't really need one, do we? Quite funny, the proto settlement's here and then immediately put a much larger circle. Well, not much larger, but quite a bit larger circle next to it. In terms of volume, just as a production one. Rubble already? Oh, what? Now, this is something we saw with the new update. Buildings do appear to be able to crumble into rubble a little bit easier than they used to be able to. Let's set the maintenance for these even higher. I don't know they need maintenance before they become deep mines. It's new to me. So we get them well maintained. We should have plenty of tools because we're buying those in. And we do appear to do so. We are making progress to our debt actually, so we might not need to up taxation just yet. It's just going to take a little while before we get on top of the situation. So that's fine. Come on, upgrade. Thank you. So leaving them to it, with their last 6 burgages for them to move into, let's think about where What is Barrel? We do need someone working at the church because someone gone died in the salt hole. Ugh, goodness sake, people are so annoying. Anyway, back on to people. Let's start to plan the next expansions. How have you got on with your two families working here? We'll keep an eye on that because it looks like they might be working the edge where they weren't previously, and if they are doing that, then it might be they are making use of the whole space now with those additional families, in which case we can keep building those larger ones. But I think we ought to do a bit more expansion with orchards anyway, because we're still looking reasonably good when it comes to vegetables, and we've put a few more plots in just now. So I think a few more plots for orchards are in order. Question is, which way do we expand? Do we come towards the centre in these wedges, or do we move out around the outside? Probably coming towards the centre would make sense, wouldn't it? Especially now we've got a church and a manor here. So let's look to move down here. Question is now, do we keep our storehouses and granaries on these spines here, or do we put them into one of these? I think probably keeping them on the spines would make more sense, wouldn't it? So what have we had so far? Granaries on the right, storehouses on the left, and I did the same over here, didn't I? I didn't. Okay, wonderful. Nothing like a bit of consistency, atypical. So we'll get down, turn off snapping. And there's a well there, so what do we, might be a bit tight if we come down to this one here, because shapes get a little bit out of sorts, don't they? But we're going to want to double up some of these anyway. So maybe now would be a good time to go ahead and trace over a couple of these roads here. Because with them traced over, we can delete the sections that we no longer want. So we'll just do it from section to section, like we did previously, even where these King's Roads comes through. It would be nice if we were allowed to delete the King's Roads, wouldn't it? I'm sure the king wouldn't like it, but let's be honest, apart from taxing us, we've never seen any sign of the king, so what do we care what he thinks? Yeah, power to the people, that's what I say. Well, actually what I say is power to typical. But, you know, that's the same thing, right? You know, you get power as an extension through me. I'm yammering again, aren't I? Do apologise. Hope you're enjoying the video. I don't know why you'd be enjoying the video. But if you are, yay! Right. Tell you what. I'm going to do some boring building over roads. And you shall join me when I'm done. Then grab yourselves a cuppa. Toodle pip. Grand. So that's a couple of those built over there. And I've opened up a few spaces here as well. Bit of tracing be done. And we're down to, oh, look at that. 0 available burgages. Let's just fly over here. Make sure everyone's got upgrades that should do. Fantastic. And we'll get you some goats. Get you some upgrades. Good. And that should leave a few people left over to go and work at ye old salt pits. And possibly 1 or 2 people to go and work at the trading post as well. You can work in the salt mines when you're not busy elsewhere. And we'll make sure you've got a good amount of maintenance going on. Okay. Right, and we'll leave them to it, and we'll go and get a few more burgage plots popped in. So, we need to start, obviously, with our granaries and our storehouses. So, we'll get down a couple of granaries. One there. And one here. And then we'll have some storehouses. It's going to be a little bit different here because of where the well is. So we'll get maybe just one storehouse here. Generally, we need less storehouses than we do granaries. So maybe we'll get away with just having that one there. And then we'll put our usual road down here. With our market stall in this spot just below. So we'll feed that into this space here. Lovely, and then we'll get another granary even on this side here. Like that, and there will be one there when we have enough goods. Goodness. That's the rubble running out of, actually. We've got plenty of logs still. Good. But, oh gosh, running out of those, that's not great. We've got lots of loggeries. And then these are going to be for some orchards, so we can afford to have 4 across in terms of our initial plots down here. Right, and let's see about getting our... I suppose the further we get in towards the centre of the circle, I might need to start changing the shape slightly of these initial burgages to kind of match where the circle sits. So how would that work? If I turn snapping on and get burgages, do I get 4 in that space? Oh, not bad. Not bad, typical at all. And then we'll connect a road up there and get this one sat in behind for the lovely orchard. Perfect. And it looks like we've just about got space here to do basically the same again. So we'll come in with that slightly kinked road here and return that down. Maybe even with a bit of space on the side for some granaries or something there. We'll wait and see. 4 burgages in there. Absolutely perfect. And then our lovely orchard plot in here. We can get that first snap point correct. Have to go. Turn snapping off to get that in. Yeah, it's not quite allowing us though, is it? Let's come a little bit further out then. Build that to there. And from that side maybe? Oh dear, what's going on? But we had this sussed. It's fine. It's going to be a little bit of an odd shape at the front of the burgage there. I don't think that is a massive issue. And then that potentially leaves a space in here for a few more storehouses and granaries. So it doesn't have to look the same everywhere. I think so long as the space is filled, then I'll be pretty happy, to be honest. So that gives us another few places for people to move into. Let's immediately get these set up with orchards as they're built, and already people are moving in. So we'll get in and remove the crafting material requirement for those. And of course get our usual setup here. In the storehouse, good. And as usual, we'll send the first family to go and work at the local granary. So we can get someone set up. They've already got a well pretty close by, and it's a stone well as 2, so they should be able to supply us nicely with some supplies. What do we want here then? So let's look at our food situation. We've got lots of pork, not so much chicken, some eggs. We could have more sausages, I think. I think just a little bit more of everything, to be honest. Alright, so you're going to be orchard. Plant some apples in there. And maybe we'll start with some animal plots in here. And we'll get some pigs, perhaps, to help with that sausage industry. And then later on, perhaps we can do some chickens, etc. So get those built in there like that. And upgrade these granaries if we have the supplies to do so. And the storehouse as well. I think we might as well move straight on into the next section down here. So we've got quite good supplies, and we've got these little odd spaces back here. So I think we'll put our granaries and storehouses as needed in these spaces, and actually use all of this space for burgages. So as I have been, let's get through here. Maybe we'll split this roughly into 2 actually. That's more or less in between those 2, isn't it? Sort of. Doesn't have to be perfect. I'm not terribly fussed about those lines matching up either. I'm just wondering if I do something like this. That should leave enough space for us to get this chap in. Ugh, goodness, don't do it that way. Tried and tested, so that works. If albeit a little bit strangely, for some reason. And how many are we fitting in here? Still just 4. In fact, I need to make it a little bit bigger. So if we come across like that, and temperature is basically off. Does that still leave enough space? Have I done that right? It's smaller, haven't I? No, I haven't. Still 4 in there. And then get this guy installed. Lovely. And let's see if we can't repeat the process over here. Okay. 4 fit in there. Snapping is going a bit weird here sometimes, isn't it? Like, I don't know why it isn't popping into that space there. Let's try building this again. Maybe this time we'll come across at the top. And then we'll just take that straight down like that, so we get more of a straight corner there. Okay, so that's 4 there. And then do we get this one in here okay? What's wrong with that one then? Is that top point in the wrong place? There it was, yes. So we'll get that built there. We'll get this across the bottom. Right, and let's let some construction continue on and let a few people move in, shall we? Just a second, go and grab yourselves a cup of tea, that's what I'm going to do. A little bit of time later, and we've got a whole bunch of families moved in, one available burgage plot left. That's 10 months on food and on fuel. We've got loads of money though, and it starts to trickle into the treasury. So let's quickly go on over to the trading post. We're going to cease trading on charcoal, so we can start to stock up what we have. You can see as well that the foresters have done a very good job with the small area they tend to. So I'm just going to move this along, and they've done a really, really dense planting here. It's really worked out having a smaller area for them to work on. I should have to do that again in future. And I've reset the area for that forester, so we need to get some burgages down first and foremost, and then we'll get in here and do some extra expansioning and such forth. So, where are we going to expand now? Now, we have got this little bit of weird land here right next to where the manor's going to go. I think what we're going to do is we'll have a wall all the way around here. Maybe fill out inside here with a few more burgages or different buildings. And then maybe have a 2-layer wall. I don't often do that. I think that could be quite nice. So I kind of don't want to fill any of the center, first or second rings. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do yet. That may all be within the castle footprint, as it were. So, let's keep on moving out. What I will do actually is quickly buy some orchardy stuffs and things for those two, and get those built. And as for expansioning, we probably need to get a few people working on the granaries and the storehouses, don't we? I'm getting distracted, don't I? Right. We will get 3 families there. And we'll get a couple families in there. 3 families in there. Hopefully that deals with that problem. And then we might as well expand out in this direction, I suppose. So the question is, have I gone over all these roads? I definitely have, actually, because then we deleted this one. So we can get away with deleting this one. So I think we will do that, and then keep perhaps industrial on the outside ring here. Or we could go over this ring and have some burgages extend to the outside. No, I think we will keep it with industrial, because we need someone to be planting, trees and chopping down stuffs and things, and I think that's a good place to have that. And we do just about have space, don't we, on the outside ring for those buildings? Yes, we do. Good. So I'm going to then just delete this ring and hope for the best. Wonderful. Only that one disappeared. That's a good start. And then let's start with a couple of granaries and storehouses, as is tradition. So we'll turn off snapping, and we'll get 1 granary just here. Put another one behind it. And then we'll put our little road across here. We'll get in our market store. Fill in this space here. And we'll make this a reasonably large one, I think. Little something like that there. And finish a road around it. Like that. Maybe we don't need that road, actually. But we'll get that road in. And I'm actually going to put in another granary here, I think. We get 2 in. 1 there and 1 opposite. Not enough goods, but we are going to be able to put one there, so that's the main thing. So we'll get down a couple of storehouses as well. Is there... Speaking of wells... Oh, good, yes, we can get a well in here. So, why don't we just pop it in just there. And then, of course, it is burgage time. So, we'll build across here with our road. And return down. Like that, and just check that is indeed the right size, and I think I'm starting to get a feel of what 4 burgages looks like. Oh, yes. I really am. Let's connect that road across there. Can we make that look a little bit better? It's a little bit schismy. Right, that's fine. And then longer road there. Burgage popped in here. Ooh, bit narrow. Make that a touch wider. And just follow the usual formula that has been working for us so far. I suppose we could do different things in different places. It doesn't have to all stay the same, does it? But to be honest, I quite like how it's going. Not sure that we need to massively change up what we're doing. Let's try and put a bit of a kink in that, just so we are following the edge of the circle. Is that 4? Oh, yeah. The extension at the back is probably actually a little bit bigger than it needs to be. We'll keep an eye on that. Get this in. And we need to check in a minute as well how the burgages have got on that we set up to, with the additional, the one burgage, with the additional expansion of living space. Ah, 3, quite big enough. To see if they have managed to succeed with the additional family in terms of being able to use all of the area for farming. No, still 3. Gravy. If I do it from this side. Because if not, then we do need to convert those over to orchards. Don't make that... Oh, good. I'm not having much luck with this one, am I? So much for having my eye in. We do then need to convert them potentially over to orchards, is what I'm trying to say. Finally get that one right. Road up here, so there's 3 nice sections in here. That might be a bit narrow. Oh no, it's perfect. We could get another one here. In fact, we could do this in the other way around, couldn't we? If I put the road in like this here, and have some small baggages here, is that 4? Very nearly. We'll just turn off snapping and get a bit further across here. Just needs to be that little bit longer. How about that? Slightly past that snapping point. Yep, that's 4 baggages there. I'm actually going to take it slightly further again down here, just so it doesn't skew so much. There we go. Get 1 in here. Ooh, need to start from the other side. Good, it does work from that direction, although we get a diagonal bit there instead of a straight bit, which isn't quite as good. And then I was hoping we could get another granary in here, which we can. That's good. Get that there. And we'll get our additional granary over here if we have the resources, which we do. So we'll pop that down. Lovely stuff. Let's go and check in on the farms here. So this is the one with 2 families. Check. Yep, 2 families. And very nearly planted it all. Not quite, though. Haven't quite managed to get to the last little bit in this corner over here. And on the others, you can see they've just not got enough time to get everything planted. So I think for the veggie plots, let's start reducing the size down to maybe 3. 3 in a double plot, maybe? That might be a good idea, and then we'll definitely have enough. Yes, we'll try that next. So, but all of these, though, that we've got down, that are currently the 4 across, they're going to be good options for us to put in some orchards. So that's what we'll set them up for. Got quite a lot of people available to do jobs, and let's make sure that we're assigning these people, these lovely people here, to go and work at the local granaries and storehouses so that they have some supply. Now I did think about limiting the workspace of these various granaries and storehouses, because these ones here, see, people are all the way over here and stuff, and they're walking a long way, whereas the granaries and storehouses we put over here, I've actually put limits on how far they can go. Basically within these 2 circles, and these ones actually can't leave this circle. And for that reason, they're much more efficient. They're just gathering resources and distributing them from these areas within themselves. Oh dear, need to rebuild the salt mines. It's no good, is it? Really annoying, that. And actually, have we exhausted the surface supply? Nearly, so let's start building some deep mines as well. I do wonder if there's something wrong with the collapsing chances again in this update. There was the one previous to this as well, and I was hoping that problem wouldn't come back, but it looks like it might have done. Which is frustrating. How's this doing? Okay, not too bad. We do need to get a couple of people working at storehouses, though. Ooh, speaking of which, you will be a prime candidate to do so. We'll send you to work there. But we do need to quickly go through and do this manually, because there's no way to automatically do it, so we don't need to have all these resources, because it's a waste of time to gather all of them. Okay, that will do. And down here, we have got a few extra people working here, haven't we? So that's fine. Well, I think we probably ought to, for starters, go ahead and get a few animals ordered for all of these baggages up here. So we'll get a combination of goats and pigs for those. And down here, why don't we get some more chickens? Because we've got goats and pigs above, so we'll get chickens in there. And we'll get chickens in this one as well. So that's nice and quick. Upgrades then need to be serviced to all those whom are ready to get up to level 2, so that you can help towards keeping the 80% approval that is oh so necessary for us to maintain our +2 monthly migration. So that's all of those there, and then obviously we've got a few that are starting over here as well. Let's actually start by getting you some extensions. So we'll put on some lovely animal pens. We want you to grow some quinces. And we'll put on some more pens here, because we just put in a whole bunch of chickens, so we get those. Game's having a think about it, isn't it? Good grief. It's not that happy. And same with these here, and then maybe the next lot we'll do is chickens. Good stuff. Pears, apples, lovely. Money is still looking pretty good. We'll get some chickens in here. Goodness, the game slowed down a bit there. May have to do a little restart here. Right, let's pop a save and restart the game just so we can have a think, because it's obviously having a bit of a headache. 1 moment. There we are then, a quick little reload, and that seems to have smoothed things out. It's got a bit of a memory leak in there somewhere. So we're going to upgrade on that burgage there, and we've got upgrades to put on all these as well. Now we've got the chickens that have moved in, and those extensions have been completed. So we'll build those. Lovely resources. Still looking pretty good. We could always do with more logs though. And actually, once we've got a few people moving in up here, we can start to expand the industry on the outer ring a little bit more. Still, plenty of families who are unassigned. This is where it would be really, really nice, wouldn't it, to have that little map that I've talked about a few times, being able to actually see where all your unemployed people live. Right, well, we've moved into this much of the Mega Rundling, and our population is 382. So, you know, getting on there for respectable. Definitely could have that population in a denser arrangement, but we've certainly got a lot of orchards that are up and coming, as it were. Using quite a lot of our sheep's capacity, but not all of it. It might be worth getting a third worker at the sheep farm. And how are we doing for turning wool into yarn? No, we're still on top of that nicely. It'd be nice to turn some leather into some boots at some point, which brings me on to the question of level 3. That being said, we do need to get some more veggies at some point. But that aside, brings me on to the question of level 3. Because I wonder if we could even push approval even higher. I mean, the +3 monthly migration is, I suppose, the ultimate goal. It's 95% approval. Very hard to do. So, thoughts are, Barley, is it time we got a little bit of farming done? So we talked about potentially putting some farms in here. Still not 100% on that. So it might be time to put in a little additional farm out and about. So we've got space for one here potentially. And actually that would match with our other circles we've got here. And then potentially space for one here. So 1, 2, they will need to keep foresting to do that. And potentially over here a bit. So they might be quite small satellite settlements, but I think they could be quite good. We could get one going over the road here actually as well. So one there, one there. I think that's a good idea. What I'm going to do though quickly before we do that is I'm going to build a few more of these lovely foresters huts, because we do need to make sure we keep getting trees planted. We'll get another one here as well, because I think actually if we can set a really small area for each forester, then we only really need to have one family at each one and just have more of them in small areas, and that way we should be able to up the efficiency of them. People moving here at a rate of knots. So what do? You're a warehouse worker, so we're not going to give you a job, but we are going to give your neighbour a job, also at a warehouse. And check this. Yeah, I could probably do with a few more of both. We are just going to wait for people to move in. Let's get some pigs, because I feel like we've ordered a few goats recently. Yes. This might be a good place for you to work, actually. When you're not busy with your orchard. Oops. And we're going to set you up a little work area just here, opposite your dwelling. And did you move in as well? Yes, you did. So you're actually going to go and work here. And we'll set you up a similar sized area just there for the time being. And you've just moved in. Let's send you to work at that granary there. Order you a pig, and we'll get some upgrades being done here quickly. Oh goodness, don't get up to full speed. What are we doing? We're running out of materials. Your requirements just dipped for a second. That's okay. Right, so farms. Let's go back to fertility. So barley is what we're looking at primarily to start with, because we're going to need that ale. We are, of course, going to need to then get some bread and stuff as well, but there's plenty of M around. So barley, let's get a little circle. Kind of needs to be from here. If we mark out the outside of this space. What am I doing? Barley. From there. Going to here. I'm just going to put these down so I know roughly where my limits are. Lovely. So, let's see if we can't get a circle kind of based around those. Okay. Needs to be a little bit bigger. So, whoops. I pressed the town button. Alright. That looks a little better, but again, let's move that up. Too big? Nope, just about perfect. So build that circle there. Check what our fertility looks like inside of it. Yeah, pretty good all the way around. And then let's see if we can't fit in a smaller circle between these two here. Just running into that one, so we make that a little bit smaller. Maybe tucked in a bit tighter here. Nope. These circles are a fine art that I have not quite mastered yet. Okay, a little smaller again. Let me move this way a bit. It actually touches that there. I don't mind that, but it is causing us a few problems. Right, and try again. It's too small. It's a nice circle though. If I just up the cursor and move that way a bit. Hopefully this will be the one. They're going to intersect with this one. Blast. Thought we had it. I suppose if I started here. Right, so that's good on both of those. Oh, this is the one. Oh, yes. Lovely. Oh, yes. Good. Right, well, let's put a couple of love paths. Yeah, love paths, see? Yeah, not switchbacks. I did a thing between all of these. Does remind me a bit of that playthrough we did on Devil's Hill, but just on a larger scale. Alright, and then we'll get down a... Oh, this is the question. Do we put down the farms inside those circles? I think we have to, realistically, don't we? Either that, or we build another little circle nearby for the farm buildings to go into, because I feel like it'd be sacrilege to not put the farm buildings inside the circles. We've got everything inside the circles at the moment. I don't think we have a single building that does not exist inside of a circle. That seems to have been what we've gone for. Can we fit a tiny circle in this space here? I say tiny. It should at least be big enough to get a farm in. It looks pretty good. Just needs to move down this way a bit. Right, let's see if that's on the money. It's not bad at all. And how many farms can we fit in there? Unfortunately, farm, not a round building. They didn't think of that, did they? Not very helpful. Just one. Good grief, can't even get two in there, can we? That's okay. One farm right in the middle. We might as well actually point it in the direction of these fields. We are obviously going to need more than one farm to run all this though. But we'll get that as a starting point. We'll get a couple of little love paths back along here. And back this way as well. How does that look? Yeah, I think that's okay. It's like they're almost like suctioned together, isn't it? With some little suction cups or something. Still got space for people to be moving in, so that's fine. And let's look at barley. So maybe we get another circle in this space here that we can use for farm infrastructure. Need my cursor to be further away from the center of the screen. Oh, much bigger, okay. I think that's fine though. So, a couple of love paths. And we'll do the same. These aren't really... yeah, come up far enough to do them. Getting a little bit more crowded there, but I think that's fine. You wouldn't know we're just playing in the Megadorf, would you? We've got this whole little circle bubble settlement going on over here. And in this one, let's get a road going up to the middle. Or just straight through the middle, actually. And then along that, we'll get our farms. And I think we'll build them off a little bit like this. So, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, and 6. Connect these roads across like that. And windmills, then, if we get those positioned a little bit like this here. So 1, 2, and then we'll spin them around on this side and see about getting 3 and 4. They're less efficient, but a lot of the trees I think that are behind those at the moment we're going to get rid of in the long term, so hopefully that's not too much of a problem. We'll continue those roads down across there and over here to service them. Oh, where's the snap point for that one there? Well, hopefully they can go that way. And that's pretty good. There's space in there for some other things as well. We are going to need, obviously, some granary storage, so we might as well see about fitting that in here as well. So 1, 2, 3, and 4, although we might need to wait for some more stones to come in to build that many. Yep, we do. So we'll bring that road just that far so far. Let's go to the trading post, actually, and see about getting in a few more rubble stone. So maybe let's up that to 100 for import. Anything else collapsed you have? Let's get a few more deep mines constructed. And you have as well, good grief. Maybe it's just I can't go for the 5 pits anymore. What I might do, if it continues to be an issue, is I might delete all but 1 pit and see if that has the same collapsing chance. Because if that's still collapsing just as often, then we might as well have all of the ones that we already do. Order another horse, and oxen are going to be important here as well. So we need to get a good number of stables ensconced within this little farming district we've built. I can't quite fit one here, can I? I don't want one here if I can't fit one there. It's not quite centered, is it? Oh, we could put these here. Just feels wrong. Just feels wrong. Gonna have to do it in here. There's space. We'll just put it on the outside here. So, got 1 there. 2. And 3. And then do something similar on this side. Can we get one there? I'm sure I saw that go white. Yep. There. Yeah, it's fine. And then like that. There. Oh, we can actually get around the outside of this one. Or not. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's more than we need. That's good. And have we got that extra stone yet? We do. So let's build that 4th granary. Ooh, let's build it properly though. If you're going to do a job, do it properly. So we'll get this like that. Connect that road on there. Good. This one looks a bit odd out on its own now, doesn't it? Next to this community. But that's fine. Let's start getting all of these ordered up with plows. Now, the only problem is they're not particularly near a population centre. So we could do with some people to work at these, couldn't we? You know what that means? We probably need to put in another little circle. Just so we can build an area for people to work at these farms. Because otherwise they're going to be commuting quite a long way from over here, aren't they? It's not that far, potentially. We put a road directly across there, which probably should do. Decisions. There is a bit more space in here for families. Let's put a little circle just here. Ooh, we're going to get it first try. Oh yeah, happy with that. So build that there. Connects it up to these, to the farming and also to the King's Road. And inside of this one, we'll take a road to the middle, roughly. Tell you what we'll do actually. We'll start by putting down our granary and our storehouse. So, our granary here. Hopefully this is a large enough road of setup here. Granary and storehouse, and connect those two up, and connect that to the outer edge. And then what I'm going to do is build some burgages, and basically place them in here as tight as we possibly can. A little bit like that there, so just come off that edge a little bit more. Come on, you're nearly there. Lovely, so one, and let's just see how many of these we can fit in. Don't necessarily have to have rear extensions, but it would be nice if they did, obviously. But their primary purpose here, really, is to work at the farms. Yeah, double plot in there. Yeah, double plot in there. This will be a single plot, so we can make it a little bit smaller width-wise. Yeah. Not quite there, but we'll probably do that. Good. And we do, of course, need some space as well to put a market stall. How many burgages have we ended up with here? Need to go that wide there? We don't, but we might as well. And then we'll squeeze this in here. 4 plots, that should actually be enough for this. And water we can pop just in here. Okay. Actually, we could put the granary and storehouse here, couldn't we? And then we could have got extensions on all of those. Oh well. Well, they're primarily here to work as workers for these farms anyway. So I think that's fine. So it's just a little settlement there to support them. We'll go in here and set up the usual limits anyway. Like so. And crafting materials. No thank you. Okay, so apart from upgrading all of these to stables and ordering in some oxen to work on all these farms, we should be pretty good to get our first little bit of farming up and running. We still look okay for food and fuel. 85% approval, which is simply wonderful. And we've got a whole bunch of people who've moved in over here. And a few upgrades that we could go with that as well. We've been away designing the next little settlement. And this is looking appropriately stretched. Let's get 3 in there and upgrade all of these to be big boys. That seems prudent. Maybe let's get a few families in here as well. I do imagine that at some point we're going to have to do a big reassigning to get everyone working locally and efficiently. Because at the moment it is a little bit scattergunned. Though at least we are mostly on top of things. Another family moves in just there. So they may actually now already be moving in over at our little farming settlement we just set up. So we'll have to get back over there and make sure we get the first couple of families that move in working at the granary and storehouse, as always, to make sure they've got their initial supplies covered off. How are we doing for vegetables? That's something else we need to look at, isn't it? We're doing okay, actually, for the moment. And these are all being planted up. I think so. Can't see if they have or not. I'm sure they'll be on it if they haven't. We'll just check. Yeah, they've got pairs. Okay. Whoa, big zoom. Look, you can still see the badges on top. When zoomed out. That's weird. It's like I'm holding tab. Nope, it's just a bit buggy. Okay. Right, well, let's never fear the bugs too far. And Probably need to start thinking about getting the livestock trader to regularly be importing us some oxen. So where are you? You're over here somewhere, aren't you? No, of course you're not. What we're talking about is from when we started doing our sheep. You're over here. Livestock trading. Let's get a second family working here. And you're going to import, let's say, 30 oxen would be a good start. And something like 12 sheep, so we can get 12 sheep. 12 horses, so we can get another trading post active if we want to. Forestation's going pretty well there. Wonderful to see. And I think these are the next plots we're moving into. Anywhere we can over here, let's get those extra extensions on, actually, or expansions for families to move into. So we get a nice, dense little populace up here that can work the farms for us. That is their goal in life. They're farmers, living in their own mini Rundling, right next to the Mega Rundling. Love to see it. I feel then that we should probably start to plan out the farms. So, why don't we start with this little one here? How exactly do we want this to look? So one option is to go for little strips like this, basically, and work our way across and then do this. Another option is to go for wedges like that. That does look nice, doesn't it? But it's difficult to get it perfectly aligned. The other option is just to go basically in halves. Like this here. Which looks great, especially for the smaller ones, and it's quite easy to do. But they're quite large farm areas, they're not very efficient in terms of ploughing. So what I might do is basically quarter them using some roads. So if we get a road down there, let's see what that looks like. Pretty good, although I would say maybe a little bit more to the right at the bottom. Yeah, that's good. And then see if we can't get across on that. Yep, happy enough with that. And then we lose a tiny bit of space to the road, but you end up with these nice quartered fields. And I think that's what we'll go for. And each of those is 0.7 Morgan, so that's not too bad either. 0.5 tends to be the kind of field I normally go for. So we'll get those in there. Talking like it about this like I do this on a regular basis, and I don't really. See, now I'm not sure. What I might do is use that to kind of eyeball the first one, or do we just eyeball it completely? Don't know what I want to do. So many decisions to be made, isn't there? Somebody could just do a mega field. As ridiculous as that would be. And I don't actually know if it would let us do it. I have done it in the past where I've brought them to a point. That's quite hard to do. Although, what if, hold my beer. What if we put in the center a corpse pit, right? Hear me out, right? Try and get that right in the center, which I think that more or less is. And then going back to our fields, we use those. We start at the edge and we go 1, 2, 3, 4 clicks. And then we come in like that. So that 1, 2, 3, 4. They're roughly opposite each other, aren't they? So click either side. So there's 3 snap points here. So go 2 snap points there. Then 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Start a bit over. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. There. Is that too far over? Start the other side, maybe. 1, 2, 3, and Should be there, but it doesn't really want us to do it. Is that because of this little road here? Let's quickly delete that and see if we can get it down with that out of the way. It's frustrating. What do we start on here? It just doesn't like it, does it? Doesn't seem to matter where we start from. What if we build a little road on top of this one? Sometimes that helps out in ways that we couldn't possibly fathom why it would work. Yep, that solved it. And then we could either fill that in. Well, maybe that won't work. Maybe then go basically half and half. Like that. And then put a square field in the middle. I don't care if then fields are all perfectly the same size. I just want them to look like it was sort of designed to look the way it ends up, if that makes sense. Let's rebuild this bit of road here as well, because that's giving us grief. Okay, and do that. We could have gotten rid of the corpse bit in the middle, I suppose, before doing this. I don't think it's going to matter too much. I wonder if layering roads like this causes any kind of problems for the game. Hope not. That would be sad, wouldn't it? Why are these all not snapping properly to the outside road? Really rather irritating. Devs, sort it out. You wonderful, wonderful people. Thank you. Okay. It's looking pretty good so far. Ooh, that is definitely too far. Can I go there? What about coming from this side? Maybe it's not too far. Okay, how's that look? I think that's pretty cool. Then we'll delete this. And do this. Kind of weird, and I quite like it. So, now, field rotation. This is something I've been unsure about. So, obviously, I say obviously, it doesn't actually tell you this. The wheat, the barley, and the flax, they all use different fertilities, I believe. So you can do, I thought I could do a wheat, barley, flax rotation, but I've heard that's not great for soil fertility. And you do get a smaller yield year on year. So what I'm wondering is, because he's set up for barley primarily, why don't we do a barley and emmer then fallow rotation? So barley, emmer, or wheat rather, sorry. Where have I got emmer from? Have I just used an ostrich reference in here? I think I did, didn't I? Right, so barley and then wheat. And then over here, barley, wheat. With a rotation in between. So barley, wheat, fallow. Fallow, barley, wheat. Fallow, barley, wheat. And then we go back to barley, wheat, fallow. And barley, wheat, fallow. This always taxes my brain in ways it should really not. Barley, wheat, fallow here. And barley, wheat, fallow here. Splendid. Barley, wheat, fallow. Just get the last of these done. Come on. You can do it, typical. Pull yourself together, man. Just a couple of clicks. It's just a couple of clicks. Barley, wheat, fallow. Thought I was done. And barley, wheat, fallow on this one as well. And then we'll do the same in the center as well. Okay, so that got as far as that. So this will be that. And we'll see if fertility increases. So it's 100% wheat at the moment. 92% barley. So they're all about 90s for barley and 100s for wheat. So we'll see if that stays up there in terms of fertility. We'll speed time back along. We've got a couple of people moving in over here, so we're going to send them to work at the storehouse and the granary, as we mentioned we would. Let's get those upgraded to their large variants. And these granaries down here, your job is going to be to hold bread, and it's going to be to hold malt, grains, and, well, actually all of those. So your job is crafting materials and bread, essentially. Nothing else from here you should have? No. That's easy enough to do. So crafting materials and bread. At all 4 of these. Lovely. And then we'll do the same over on this one here. Fantastic. That's what I like to see. And I'd very much like to get a few people working down here then. Third person's moved in. We'll use 3 and 4 people, as it were, to go and work at the... So 2 in the granary and 2 in the storehouse when it comes to families. And then we'll start assigning people to farms and hopefully get on and start farming over here. Now, the few of you that can have an extension, I guess we'll put in a couple of chickens. But you can all have upgrades, obviously. Right. Oh, there we go. Is that you? Family number 4? It is. Right, you go and work storehouse. And then while they're doing that, let's start thinking about this in here. Let's just check if there's any upgrades over here that need doing. Here's a couple. Get this up to level 2. 86% approval. I'm starting to wonder if we might actually be able to achieve this +3 monthly migration. That would be quite something to behold, and probably something that would really help us on this playthrough. We're already up to 437 in population. Now that's quite concerning for one reason. I don't know, are we actually going to be able to fill this rundling before we crash the game? That's the question. I suppose that's the question with the new update, isn't it? How far can we push this population? We'll just have to wait and see. Right, we'll pop a couple of upgrades in there. And we've got 33 unassigned families. I think we will assign these families here manually to these, just for the sake of not having people working here that live all the way over here by accident or something. So how do we want our farms to look here? We've got a sinewy line going through it already. So I wonder if this one's just a little bit more ad hoc compared to our first one. And this is probably again going to be Barley and Emma. I don't think Flaxfield is great. We could put a flax field here, couldn't we? A little circular field in there, potentially. Not that we have a great need for flax. We can really take care of that using sheep. It's just a way of getting clothes, isn't it? Linen. So I think if we just... That's a pasture. Got sheep on the mind. Never mind. I think let's just kind of do some strip fields almost that come off from the main road. Don't know that's going to work actually, because the snap points here are going to be different to down here. Alright, let's just eyeball it. They don't all have to be the same. In fact, I think I'd prefer them to not all be the same. We could almost do that, couldn't we? Go back and... Oh, yeah, I like that. Right, we'll do that. Right, let's start these again. And then we'll kind of go a top and tail thing, where we have a wide base, short base, wide base, short base. If that doesn't make any sense, just wait till you see what I have in mind. So I'm going to go kind of a couple of snaps here. Get that first one in, basically like we had. And then put a small base here, wide base at the top. And then switch over. Okay, see what I mean? Maybe a little bigger than it needs to be there, actually. Just so it looks a little bit more interesting. And also this is kind of like, if you do it so that it looks like you've tried to line it all up, or you've got like little fields and they don't quite match. It looks like you've tried to line it all up and you've failed. Whereas if you do this, it's kind of like, oh look, they deliberately made the decision to do that. And it looks good for that reason. So kind of cheating the system. The system being life. I don't know. I don't know. What I do know is I like the look of that. And I think we should then essentially match it on this side. As far as we can. So... actually that needs to come further out at the top, that field. And when I say at the top, I of course mean the bottom. Ooh, but I don't know if we'll be able to because the curvature is going to cause us and pain. Why don't we put a little road overlay to see if that makes any difference to us. I don't know why this makes a difference, but it does. So we'll put it down. Just realised we forgot to put back this love path, so we'll just quickly do that. And get this bit of the field in. Lovely, that's worked wonders. Good. And then short, wide, short, wide. Good shenanigai. Say wish shenanigai was a word. That'd be cool. Now that is a shower thought if ever I heard one. Okay, then finish off with this little space here. Good. That didn't quite fill out to the edge though, did it? And mind you, neither does that one really. Okay, can we make any better? Yes, we can. How's that look? Pretty good, I think. Two different styles there, but I think both look quite nice. Okay, so who else has moved in over here that doesn't have a job? You don't have a job, so you can go and work at the farmhouse. And you two are granary and storehouse workers. One of you works there, one of you works there. Your warehouse. You're both unassigned, so you will both be assigned to different farmhouses. I'm sure you don't want to see each other at work if you've already, living right next door to each other. And... oh, what's going on here? As far as they moved in. Right. Got a couple more chickens. Check that is everyone. So I think some of these are double plots. Yeah, get those upgraded. And they're already off doing some farming and stuff. Good. Right, we should make sure all of the farms have livestock assigned. Especially those that we already have families working. So we actually get some ploughing done instead of everyone just doing it all by hand. And this is going to put a bit of a tax on the number of oxen we have, but it looks like we've got a fair few actually, because we have been importing them. Got a bunch of collapsed mines again. How are we doing for salt? We just seem to be able to build up a little bit of a surplus before we get into a bit of trouble with collapsations. It's just at the moment aim to get one family at each of the farms before we go too crazy with assigning loads to one place. Supply chain's looking okay, and look at that. Got a bit of ploughing going on. How exciting. Well, with all of that on the way, we probably ought to start thinking about some malt houses, etc. Those... this is the question. Do we have them here where we store all of the other farm goods, or do we put those in the outer ring? I think we put them in the outer ring, if only because they are going to need to be... or maybe even the inner ring. Because they're going to need some local dense burgaging to actually... make into breweries. So if I put these in here, and then we can have some breweries alongside them. So put a connecting road in there. Okay. And then we'll put in perhaps it's time of snapping. Get these snugged in here. 1, 2, 3, 4 malt houses. Do we not have tools? We do. 4 malt houses. And then we'll put in couple of granaries to store the malt. What we'll do though is we'll put roads in here. Ooh, a little bit odd. Put roads in here. And then we'll put in the granaries to store the barley and the alcohol that's produced from the malt, and the malt of course as well. Lovely. Just thinking it'd be lovely if we had a little well popped in there. We should do it on both sides. And then we'll put some burgages in this way around, in here. And the aim will be to turn these chaps into some breweries. So it'll be Brewer's Street. What we'll do though is, I think it would make sense to have basically go from the edge of that granary to the edge of this granary, more or less. It's a shame I can't. Yeah. We'll go slightly past. And then respect the curvature. Yeah, not all of those are going to be breweries, obviously, but there will be a couple. We probably then should have regular granaries and storehouses to supply them. Although we do have these here. We'll still add a couple more, though. So we'll put in a granary and a storehouse. We'll get a little road coming in here. And then we'll fill that space in between with some market stalls. If we can. It's quite a small space. We'll get a few in. 4 in, that's fine. We can always fit some more in here as well. And I don't know if we need them this side as well, so we'll hold off on that for a minute. But that's the plan for the brewery quarter. And we might even do something similar, perhaps nearby, maybe a little bit further away, for the baking quarter as well. I'd like to have those actually in the Mega Rundling. Because it might be that we have a couple here serviced by the farms here, and then we end up with some farms even over here, little farms, maybe one tucked in the corner as well, that are, you know, other parts of the Mega Rundling can have those quarters as well. Good stuff. Right, so we've got 14 burgages for people to be moving into, so plenty to be going on. Do we have any more families moved in over here that we need to assign to be farmers? Doesn't look like we've had loads of people move in, does it? Or have they just moved in with these double burgages and we've not noticed them? You're both farmers. Yes, so another one here. You can go and work at that farm. And then you here. 2 unassigned, so one of you can work there. And the other one can work there. And we just saw someone move in here. I'm going to send you to work at the first of these specialised granaries. You're not going to have a market stall, I'm afraid. It's not your purpose or role in life. Wonderful. Progress is indeed being made, and the Mega Rundling is barely occupied, but it is starting to come together. We've got a theme and a plan for how we're doing it. But the little circular settlements over here, the production circles, I suppose, the production bubbles, they're coming together really nicely, and they look really pretty as well. So plenty to look forward to with the Mega Rundling expansion. Good stuff. Here we are then, we are well into May, and we've got a whole bunch of people moving in. We've got 5 available living spaces left. But let's hover on over to here, because in order to get our brewery quarter up and running, then we need to get our farms fully operational. So I believe we've had a few more people move in over here. So, yep, 2 families in here. Let's start assigning them to these farms. Yeah, did that not assign them? What? What's going on here? Let me assign you. Reassign. There we go, that's better. Didn't know what was going on there. And we'll do the same with that one there. So it should be... Oh, and 2 more here. So you... Yes, yes, yes. And you here as well. Wonderful. And that leaves this one here, I believe. It does indeed. So we'll assign you to this farm. Right, so that gives us 2 at each of these farms. And a couple of upgrades to do over here on these here burgages. Just make sure that is everyone. Hang on. Where do you work? What are you doing all the way over there? You're gathering fuel. I see. Let you off. There isn't a more local source. Oh, once again, the salt mines have collapsed. Let's get those reconstructed. Lovely jubbly. And I think it's probably time we got some of these farms active. So I'm going to slow this down because this does bug a bit sometimes. Oh, clothes going on. 1.7k on the old clothes front. Very good. Food is suffering perhaps a little bit. So we'll have to see how we do on that there. Eggs are looking good though. Plenty of pork as well. Got a few sausages. So let's see if we can't get a little bit of barley. What's going to be coming in here this year? A little bit of barley, a little bit of wheat. So let's start assigning some crops. So I think again we're going for that 2 rotation. So barley and wheat. So barley, wheat, and follow that all the way along here. Barley and wheat. Oh dear. Done that well at all, have I? Right. I'll assign all this and I'll be right back. Toodle-pip. Right, so in theory, that is now all of those set up nicely. So in theory as well, because we've got a 2-field rotation instead of 3 here with an actual full fallow year in between, I'm hoping that over time the fertility should actually go up to 100% on barley and wheat, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm not sure if it does work exactly like that. So we've got plenty of unassigned families at the moment. I feel like we could do with a few more over here, potentially, to go and work in these granaries and farms. Could we fit a little circle in here, perhaps? It's a very small circle. Let's see if we can go a little bit bigger than that. Too big. I'm not sure we're going to be able to fit one. No. But potentially we've got space for a few burgages filling out around here, I suppose. Either that or we do just put another circle here or something. Let's see how they get on for the time being, though. We're definitely going to need a few, though, for the granaries and the windmills, etc. There's some space over there as well. Let's just put a little circle in here. We won't set it up now, but we'll know it's there for when we want to, which we might do fairly soon. I think that's too big. We're going to run into that circle, aren't we? Not far off, though. So if I just bring the camera up slightly, like so. Hopefully. That's a little more on the money. Ooh, it's tight. Oh, but it does fit. Good. So we'll get that there. Put a little love paths to its neighbours. Fabulous. So we'll get some accommodation in there eventually. But down here, we've only got 3 spaces left to move in, actually. And it's all these people who are moving in down here. How are the market stalls looking? Pretty pushed. So, have we set up what you are and aren't allowed to have? Doesn't look like we have done so. One of these granaries, or maybe 2, are going to be for the dedicated production of malt, etc. So, you are going to be allowed to have malt and alcohol. And that's it. That's all you need, isn't it? Oh, and barley, of course. Yes. So we'll set that up and we'll do the same on this side with this one as well. So you can have barley, you can have malt, and you can have alcohol. And you will be a regular granary, and you'll be a regular storehouse? I think so. I think that's what we intended. If not, oh well. And let's get, because we've got plenty of unassigned families, let's get some people working at them. Upgrade those, and we will upgrade that and turn off market stalls. Do the same with this one here. Fantastic. And then a few people at each of these malt houses. More than we need to start with, but it gets us operational at least. And where do you all live? Hopefully right next door. Indeed they do. Fantastic. As for what you're going to make, I suppose eggs are looking pretty good, aren't they? Milk, not so much. So why don't we get some goats? We'll put some animal pens on these here burgages. Of course, eventually, the plan is for these to be breweries. So these may only be temporary goat pens, but we're not going to get them all set up as breweries immediately. So it makes sense to make something at them in the interim, as it were. That's just one available burgage spot, so I wonder if we do maybe get on and build some additional housing in here to support this industry. Oh, look at that, starting to get the farms up and running, which is really nice to look at. We've also got some money now, as well as influence, so we could look to do some expansion into another region before too long, perhaps just to bring us a cheaper source of iron or something, although we're not really struggling for money, so I'm not sure we really need to do that. How are we going to set our burgages up in here then? So we want to be fairly efficient on space, so why don't we just work our way around the outside. Or do we go for a straight line through the middle? And do something a bit more like we've done here. I do like the way they look when they're circular. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to farming, and I'm going to put down a sheep pasture in the middle to clear out the trees so we can see what we're dealing with. Lovely jubbly. And I suppose what we should do, we should basically do what we've done over here. I mean, the circle is ever so slightly bigger, so we might be able to get even a slightly better arrangement than we have here. So we had a road going into the middle, and we had a storehouse and granary in it, didn't we? So we'll do that. So we'll put a granary just here. And we'll put a storehouse next to it. And where did we put the market stall? Just on a little gap on the inside. Ooh. Do need space to get a road in here. So let's pop a road down to the middle there. And we'll just make sure we got this granary set in exactly the right place, actually. So take that, pop it there, and put the storehouse this way, like that, and back along there. Fab. And we'll come back and do the market stall itself in a second. Do we have space to get a well down? It would be on the outside. Let's just get this into a stone well, so that's close enough to service. We're also 87% approval, so I'm starting to wonder, we might actually be able to hit this +3 monthly migration. It'd be the first time I've ever really successfully done that, so I'm excited to see if that is something we can do and maybe even maintain. Especially once we start distributing alcohol out to people. That does have a tendency, I have discovered, through the play of Manor Lords, that makes people happy. So there's always a good chance. Okay. So we'll probably have to do a degree of this manually. And as per usual, we only want them to be as big as they need to be. And we will need to make sure we leave a little bit of space for some market stalls. So one there. And we'll just work our way around. Rear extensions don't need to be terribly wide in my experience. It's just, you need to get that first burgage in. Might be easier to snap this one to the corner there. Yeah. Do that. That looks nice. And then we'll have to get a little wedge-shaped one in here. Just so we can get around the corner. Wonderful. It's a bit wider than it needs to be. It's like a fine art, this whole burgaging business, isn't it? Oh, come on. Surely you're big enough for a rear extension. You know you want to. Yeah. You not? So very nearly. What if I do this and expand around the outside a little bit? It's even worse. It's 3 without. Okay, so that's not great. Alright, well, it looks like we're not going to have a rear on that one, so that's fine. We'll get that in there. That was the same. This one will go a little wider and have a double. Doesn't need to be perfect. Doesn't need to be perfect. This is just a couple of farmers. So just get on with it, typical. Come on. This'll do. They don't all need to have jobs out the back as well. Their purpose in life is to reap barley. Okay, and get a slightly larger one there. Good. And then fill in this last little bit of space with the market stalls. Fantastic. And another little circular village setup. And just in time for a few people to start moving in. And as soon as they do, we'll send them to work at the granary and storehouse. We need to, as always, make sure that they are only allowed the goodies that we desire them to distribute. Fab. And you shall go and work at the granary. And we'll upgrade that granary as well. 87% approval still. Look at this, they're all ready for upgrades, aren't they? Let's just quickly order them in some goats so that they can start harvesting all of the wonderful produce that they provide us in terms of milk and the occasional bit of mutton. And then we'll also upgrade them all. Lovely. I suppose with barley and beer on the horizon, we perhaps ought to start thinking, oh, actually, we're actually doing some harvesting right now. Not on the horizon, it's happening. Be interested to see if we get everything out of these fields. I know they weren't even fully sown, but be interested to see if it does come out. We ought to actually, as people move in. We have actually got one active already. That's fine. You don't need to have breads, actually, because that's going to be handled elsewhere. I'm not sure where yet, but not here. So you need to deal with up to flowers for crafting materials. We do want you to have all kinds of crop, though. And grain, that's fine, you are. Hey, can we get you an extra family working there that lives nearby? Hey, you both live at the same house. That's good. Is there anyone else over here that's unassigned? We just managed to find one we'd missed, did we? Okay, that's not the end of the world. Well, they can go and help at the granary here to make sure we have a storehouse for everything that is coming in from the fields. And it'll be interesting to see if we do get everything out of the fields. Crops have rotated. Don't know. A lot of people just standing around. What do we get out of that harvest then? Our first little harvest. 61 wheat, 203 barley. 200 barley, that's not bad, you know. Not bad at all. Well, our malt houses should already be to work then. I imagine the granaries down here are off transporting goods, aren't they? I feel like we should probably have... These granaries actually should be full of workers. Hopefully you all live locally. Yep. It's fine. So yeah, they can help transport all of the barley over here for malt, and that means that our malt house workers don't have to walk quite so far. And they all look like they're nice and local at the moment anyway, for the most part. What are you doing in that storehouse? Granary. Hey, they're allowed crafting materials there. Right. We may have to go through and make sure that all of our lovely granaries across the map aren't allowing them to store any of those contrabands. They should only be being stored at the granary specifically set up. I did think I'd gone through and we'd done that as we went. Obviously I missed a couple. Is it just those new ones at the end? We'll keep an eye on it all the same. Yep, you as well. Might as well get those upgraded. Okay, we'll just keep an eye on it. If we notice them going elsewhere, I mean, what we can do as well is we can set them up to only work in this area. But anyway, that's malt being made, which is wonderful. So we'll need to get some brewing going on before too long. Farming is happening. People are moving in over here. In fact, that second family should be working at the local storehouse, which will get upgraded. And another family here. Go and work at that granary. Are we on top of this situation yet? Pretty much, actually. Not too bad at all. Make sure any of these that have an expansion on them, we get that burgage built. So we've got plenty of space for more farm workers, and that way we should not be too shy on our farming production. Once again, we're a little shy on the... Oh dear. There goes a misclick on the goats. So any of these that do have space for a room extension will get an animal pen popped on the outside, which is actually only a couple, although those are undergoing construction, which is why they're not playing ball at the moment. A lot of carts left in that field. Is that? It's not even a fallow. There's still wheat to be collected. What are you doing? I guess everyone is a little bit pressed for time then. It looks like we've got a fair amount of barley out of this again next year. We'll have to wait and see if... Oh, there's 100% fertility for wheat there. I wonder if that's because we're going through a fallow year. We'll have to wait and see. Ah, lovely. These are being completed, so let's get those animal pens on the rear as discussed. Wonderful stuff. Let's correct that particular mistake. And that next family can go and work at this storehouse as well. Good. And okay. We need a couple of breweries then, don't we? So let's take the center 3 1, 2, roughly centre. So we'll put 3 breweries in there. And we ought to start thinking then, I suppose, about getting a few taverns down. So obviously, you know, the beer quarter itself would be a good place to have a tavern. So we'll get one of those just there with a connecting road. So it's nice and easy to access. And we'll have to see where we can fit them in over here. So one there. This looks like a reasonable spot. One in there. One over here, down towards the front. Ooh, lovely. Lovely spot in this space. It would be fitted anyway. Might have to be a bit further up. Okay. One there. I'll put one on the outskirts over here. But there are a lot of people to keep well watered, aren't there? And one here as well. Hopefully that's going to give us reasonable coverage. Do we want to beer up these people? No. These are our agricultural sector, aren't they? We don't necessarily need to give them beer. Just need to keep supporting they're building their mines when they collapse and kill all their family members. Just the, the basics over there for them. Goods and upgrades galore available here. And we'll just keep on swinging that round as winter starts to fall upon us once again. Grand. Simply wonderful. So 26 unassigned families, which is not too bad. 14 spots for people to move in. 87% approval. A population of 533. We'll make this Rundling mega yet. Mega Rundling. It's starting to fill up a bit on this side, isn't it? I really like this, though. I mean, this is the star of the show, but I feel like this is stealing a bit of the spotlight, because it just looks so pretty. These little circular settlements. Now, to support the eventual size of the Rundling, I imagine we're going to need more farm space than this. So there's a bit of barley fertilizer down here. Get another circular farm, potentially. And over here as well, and here. But I do think we're probably going to have to do a little bit of barley farming actually inside the Mega Rundling itself. Although we have gone over some of the most fertile sectors with the beer sector itself, which seems a bit weird. But at this teen here, actually, that might be a good place to have some barley farms. What I'm actually going to do is a random road all the way through this. You might be thinking, what on earth are you doing that for, typical? That is to remind me, when I come to expansion later on, that has a assigned purpose, so we don't accidentally build over it. Literally just a squiggle there to remind me. Don't fill it up, you moron, I need that space. Are we starting to make beer? Ale, rather. 17 ale. Wonderful. Get to it, men. There's plenty of malt to be used. Though we are going through it quite quickly. I think we might as well get these taverns upgraded to large taverns as soon as they are down. So we'll go ahead and get those going. That's 2. Where were the others? Just put them down. I've already forgotten. One there. One there. And one over here somewhere, I believe. There. How are we doing on the resources? Pretty good. The timber and planks. Our industry over here is coping pretty well. What I would say is we probably want to keep on top of the forestry itself. I'm going to slightly change your work area to here. And let's get a few more foresters down if we can, to help tend the land. Got one down there. And another one over here. We squeeze a road through there? No, it's a shame. Put that there then, and we'll put one on this side as well. Just to make sure we keep on top of it. In that spirit, go on there too. And what's your area set up to be? Just there. So we'll move you along a bit so you can reforest that area. Using the smaller areas does take a bit more micromanaging, but it also does seem to yield good results in terms of being able to efficiently use the space. I hope the limits on what they're allowed to stock doesn't change when you upgrade them. I don't think it does. But that'll be something to keep an eye on. Lots of people moving in over here, so we'll make sure to get them assigned to the farms once they are well ensconced within their properties. So, We've got 21,000 regional wealth. A lot of that's coming from our ever-collapsing mine network. Is that going to be enough to sustain us long term? What if we want to be able to buy in more food, for example? What I'm trying to get at, do we need to expand to another region to help support the Mega Rundling? Now, can we produce enough barley domestically, or do we need to get that from somewhere else as well? So potentially we could expand into here and use this as a barley export region. I think that's the only other fertile region on the map, isn't it? Yeah. So that would be our only other option, short of harvesting barley in the water, which I don't think is going to work. There are some nice dense spots where we could have... We don't necessarily have to go for circular fields here. We could have some just a farming district, I suppose. Yeah. Okay, so that's one option. And then potentially we might want to settle over here to get ourselves some stone. But what are we going to export to those regions from the Mega Rundling? Salt? Is that what we're going to exchange? Possibly. It'd still be cheaper than buying in, wouldn't it? And then potentially iron as well. So maybe we do need to expand to a few regions. Is there a region with strong iron and stone? No, it doesn't look like it. We might have to expand to a few regions here. Well, in that case, I think we probably ought to start doing that. First thing we should expand to, I think, is probably iron. So we can keep a steady stream for our tools. Yeah. Okay. In that case, when March rolls around, we'll get ourselves set up in another region. And we'll just see if we can't expand to a region per year for the next sort of 3 years. And we're not going to do massive settlements over those. We're just going to get enough people set up so they can send resources back to the Mega Rundling. Because it's quite the city, and it's going to need quite the supply chain to keep it all running. That is, if we ever get anywhere close to the max population size in here. Because we just don't know how much the game can support. I wonder how far towards 95% will tip over once we have ourselves some lovely beverages on the market. How many beverages are we up to? We are up to 89. The thing is as well, obviously, as soon as we start distributing alcohol, population density and what we already have massively shoots up. So there might be a little period where we're not expanding quite so far. So actually it might be a good time to go and set up in another region. There's going to be less to do at home in the Mega Rundling. So we want to make sure we've got enough workers in the right areas then. I think we do over here. So we should be okay. I really wish there was a way to set these to automatically rebuild if they collapsed. It says collapse chance less than 1%. I think it's a fib. Talking of maintenance, why aren't you doing the maintenance then? Do we need more workers here, potentially, to keep up with the maintenance demands? Maybe? You're unassigned. You can go and work at one of those. Anyone else unassigned over here? You can go and work in the mines. You're unassigned. You're a miner. You're unassigned. That's 4. I want to fill out as many of these as we can. You're unassigned. Put you in there. Make sure there's at least 2 workers at each of these mines, and hopefully that means there's a few more people to work on maintenance. I wonder if that's the problem. One of you down here we assigned to the outside. Wasn't you? Wasn't you? Come on, who was it? You. Actually going to send you to work here. So we've got at least 2 in each one. See if that makes a difference. And with these burgages over here, anywhere that we've had someone move in that isn't a warehouse worker, etc., let's start assigning them to the local farms. So that's 1. You're a warehouse worker. No, you're not. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 additional, 7 additional farm workers. And then we'll need to get some people working at windmills, etc. Because I imagine we've got plenty of wheat grain, yep, that we're not currently turning into flour. They're looking reasonably busy at that granary, but not too bad. Already I'm thinking we need more people over here. Well, there is a solution to that, which is to increase the density of these burgages by applying some lovely juice. question is, where will the juice go? Because I've filled all the space. There's no space for a juice hut. Why don't we put down... I don't know why I'm calling it a juice hut. Why don't we get down a tavern? Just here. Like that. And we'll see if we can't build a little circle around it. Too big or just right? Oh, just right. Getting good at that, aren't I? Lovely. So make sure they have access to their local juice hut. Might as well connect it up to the farm as well. And let's actually make sure the juice hut is centered. Like that. And then we'll have just a path leading off in both directions. Okay. Get that constructed, and that should allow us to upgrade all of these to level 3. And that might be even the first, they may even be the first burgages we target for that. I know we said we weren't necessarily going to do the agricultural sector, but actually there's a sense to it if we're running low on workforce. We need more people to work here, which means we need this to be higher density population. Right, we'll get that operational as soon as we can. As soon as that's built, we'll upgrade it, and then we may go to level 3 over there. 7 burgages left for people to move into at the moment, and that'll be even more once we get some of those upgraded to level 3. How are we doing for food? We could probably do with some more vegetables. Now, we haven't got loads of fruits either, but I think that's because most of our fruit farms have yet to reach full maturity. So you may have noticed that I've forgotten to go claim a region, so why don't we go and do that now? And let's start with iron. That's what we said we'd do. So we're going to claim that region for ourselves. I suppose we might as well claim the other regions we want as well at the same time. So we want you for stone. We want you potentially for some additional barley. So we'll get all of those 3 claiming up. They shall be ours in no time at all. And the speed time up, obviously. You go and work at a windmill. Get our first windmill operative. Or miller. I suppose you could call him that, couldn't you? A bit more boring, but there we are. You can be a miller as well. There. And your colleague... housemate, I suppose. Can be a storehouse worker. We'll then get you upgraded. And still, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spots for people to move in down there? 6. 6 according to that. Flaming is going nicely. We have enough oxen. Looks like it. How are we doing for sheep? We're getting pretty full. How are we doing for turning wool into yarn? Falling behind a little bit. So let's get an additional tailor set up. Get another family working at the weaver's workshop as well. And perhaps get a second one of those constructed as all the regions that we've claimed fall under our banner. Fantastic. Weaver's workshop there. And anyone else moved in over here? You have indeed. You can go and work at one of these granaries. You're not to have stalls. You're here solely to deal with farm produce. And we'll get that upgraded as well. Splendid. So, let's dilly-dally on over to Schifril, which we shall call... We've got the Mega Rundling, so we'll call this Iron Home. This is the home of our iron. Very simple. Nothing fancy. So, let's go ahead and get down Settlers Camp. So, the iron's here. Also got strong clay, so we could send that as well. Lovely little hillock there. Is that our only food source? The berries and the beasts. The berries and the beasts. That's fine. Right, if we set up about here then, on this little hill, give ourselves a plentiful start, because we can. And we've claimed ourselves a few regions here. So the King's Road does go out this way. But I think maybe we should go ahead and put in a few shortcuts to make their journeys a little bit faster. Because essentially, you're going to be going all the way to the Mega Rundling. We probably want to set as direct as route as possible. So if we come off the Mega Rundling like this, in a straight line. How's that look? That's straight? Oh. Amazingly, that's nearly perfect, I'd say. And then we'll also then put a straight Roman road going straight to Ironhome, I think. Delete that little extra one we put down. Do it Roman road style. Straight across, past the iron, to Ironhome. Do like a good straight Roman road. Wonderful. So that is our supply corridor for all the extra goods we're going to be bringing over. Let's order ourselves another ox right away and get ourselves down another hitching post. We will just bring a little road off of here to start on. So hitching post just there, and we'll need the usual forestry sector with some self-snapping, woodcutter's lodge, saw pit in here, connect that up with a road, get down a charcoal boy here, fantastic, granary and a storehouse as a matter of priority, which again we'll put this way here, so granary and storehouse with a little road coming this way. And then on the other side we'll get down hunting camp and a forager's hut relatively near to where we have our granary and storehouse. Oh, didn't quite manage to build that. Let's try that one again. Pop that there. Come on. Good. Connect that road there. Up the priority of the granary, the storehouse, so we can get our goods stored away, list terrible rain come. Hitching post highest priority, let's get everyone to their jobs. What's that leave us with? 12 timber. So we can use that to build our first burgages, which we might as well build along this road here. Which I guess it would make sense to be parallel to the main highway we've just installed. Doesn't need to be a perfect looking settlement, this one. It's just utilitarian. Oh, water. Yes. People like water. That's something I've learned in my time playing Manor Lords. And then we'll put a market stall here. Between these two roads. Turn off snapping. Get that sat nicely like that. Okay. And then some initial burgages. Could do some spare burgages, couldn't we? Haven't done those in a while. I'm not going to map them out though. I'm just going to make them an approximate size. Which I know, not my usual fastidious self. But like I said, they just need to go down. And then we'll start. So, one burgage there. One there. We'll do the same on this side. Got a few spaces to get some vegetables grown. Okay. Lovely. And then why don't we do a few more of those. Followed up this way. Connect those to the road at the top. So one in here. And one down the bottom. Doesn't like that, does it? Where we've already built. Put it on the angle slightly. Oh, not enough goods. That's fine. Well, you soon shall, don't worry. Alright, let's get someone working at the granary and the storehouse so we can get our plentiful resources that we've started with stored away before the weather hits. We'll also up the priority of the logging camp so we can get some more materials. We want to relocate the hitching post that we started with over next to the new one as well. And then let's fly on back over to the Mega Rundling and see how we're doing for people moving in over here. Another worker here, so we'll send them to work at that granary as well with their neighbour. And this chap can go and work at one of the farms. I'd like to get at least 4 families per farm, really. And not a lot's actually moved in because we've been pretty busy with time slowed down. We'll get that tavern upgrade to a large one. And we're just about, I think, ready to start watering people from it, which is good. Do we put in a little cut through here? Because all of the barley's being produced here, and it's working our way into the barley quarter. Why don't we take this straight line? It's going to go straight through the wild animals, which isn't ideal, but it also should be fine. So we'll take that there. How's that look? Yeah, it's fine, because we're coming straight up here with the Roman road anyway, as I've dubbed it. So coming straight across here with this road I think is fine, and that gives us just another route to get into the Mega Rundling, directly through the little forest here, with all of the goods that have been produced and stored here, can then be taken straight across, which is good. So we'll also get a little road in like that there. So supplies come off here, go down here, come through here, and make their way directly into the brewery quarter. That should speed things up no end. Are they collapsing as much as they normally do? I'm going to go ahead and say yes. We could get more tools. It may be that there aren't enough tools stored locally. That could be a problem. Well, hopefully by setting up a new region with iron, that's a problem that we can start to deal with sooner rather than later. Keep assigning people as and when they move in. Okay, so that's all of those up to level 2 now. This tavern's nearly completed. We'll need some people to work there, actually. I hadn't thought about that. I have to reassign a few people over here. Of course, more people will then move in to make up for the lack, or the ones that we've taken away. And we'll get more than 3 back. Right, so we'll assign them there. We'll set an overstock of, say, 20. And hopefully, momentarily, these will be ready for upgrades. Though, are you short on other things? Nope, you're already ready for level 3. Some of you, wonderful. Right, let's get you going straight away. You're like, ooh, there's ale available. I'm ready to upgrade. And right away, that's going to give us a few more spots for people to be moving into as well. We'll just stick around here to get as many of these upgraded as we can before we hover back over to Ironhome to work on iron production over there and the initial setup of the settlement. But they're probably done with getting the logging camp up. So let's fly on over and just make sure we can get that operational. A couple of families in there. Ooh, as we upgrade our settlement level here, it's good. I'm actually going to keep the people in here working there because we've got people already ensconced in homes, so we can keep them now supplied with the food we have. And what are we going to do for our perk here? Well, presumably something to do with mining, mine integrity. So improved mine integrity. There we are. We're going to have to go with that, and then we can also, sell some. If we want to make a bit of money, sell some breastplates and chainmail, etc. Good. Right, we'll get an expansion popped on there right away. We've still got 4 months of food, so that's fine. We just need a few more spots for people to be moving into over here, so that we can then get our forager hut active and hunting camp working as well. What I am going to do, though, I'm actually going to nick someone from the logging camp and send them to work at the forager's hut, just so we can start to gather in some of those mushrooms as a food source. We should have enough money that actually, if we were to make some planks, we should be able to get at least one burgage set up with some beets pretty much straight away. Lovely, that's a second expansion, so we can leave them to that and wait for someone to move in. Back home. A whole slew of upgrades to take place, so we'll get those going. Actually, the next plot over, isn't it? A few people in here are missing vegetables. Seems to be a little low on cabbages. Well, we know that's something we need to start addressing before too long. And actually, the overall level of food is dropping. And we are increasing population density over here, aren't we? Decisions. Although, this should allow us to start producing some bread before too long. So we're also going to do... Ooh, large village in the Mega Rundling. Lovely. Really are making headway now. Now, where are we going to do our bread? Are we going to do that in the same place as we're doing our malt, potentially? Use the same storehouses? I don't see why not. So let's allow these to store flour. These two granaries have got set up either side. Okay. And we'll also allow them to store bread. We don't need them to store rye bread, but why not allow them to do it, just in case we ever do. There's only one type of flour, isn't there? Oh, wheat flour, no. Where's rye flour? It says, what? Ah, there we are. Completely different symbol, that's why. Okay, and how are we doing for making use of our malt? Are we turning it all into beer? Ale? We are, so we do actually need to get these burgages up to level 3 in order to let them have bakeries. So let's get this Haven operational as well. Any more upgrades to be had over here? Looks like we're shy on meats and fishes over here. There should be plenty of meat available. Got 93 pork. Obviously this sector is struggling a bit for it. Well, hopefully that'll sort of even itself out over time. Perhaps that's a sign that we need to get another worker at this granary here to help with supply. Oh, look at that. Lots of people ready for the level 3 upgrade over here. Let's start with you 3 there. And I suppose we could do a few more over here as well. Level 3 is obviously going to increase the happiness cap of the population here. So, potentially, that's also going to help us with percentage approval, which has actually gone down a percent since we last looked. That's unfortunate. So, get closer to that +3 monthly migration. I'm not going to go any further than that for the minute. I might allow them to continue stocking the ale, so they can supply the level 2 burgages, because that, again, is going to help with their happiness, but I don't necessarily want to massively increase our population density by any more than the 25 burgages I've just done so there, because we do need to start producing some more food, and to produce more food, we'll need to get more people moved into, let's get to the small town level, moved into vegetable burgage plots. Speaking of vegetable burgage plots, oh, you see the trees coming up nicely there. Sheepville's a little laggy, isn't it? We know that we aren't making full use of these here, so we do need to address that at some point. What we might even do is cut them down a bit and then put another burgage in here. That's one option. The other option is just to transfer them over to be orchards at some point, which I think is probably going to be the easier thing down the line. Do you want to keep upgrading these ones, because those are our local workforce we're going to put to work here. And any of these, you're all level 3 now, aren't you? Good. So let's get a couple of bakeries set up here on the end. Get 3. We've got a bit more space either side here if we want to extend Baker's Row and Ale Row. It's tempting to execute all these upgrades, isn't it? But don't quite have the food variety at the moment to cope with that surge in population. Back over at Ironhome, and we've got a few months more of resources. We've also got another family or two. Let's get someone working at the hunting camp, and we'll get some more expansions popped on. And I'm going to temporarily, maybe I'm not, I'm going to get someone working at the saw pit, and you're going to make me 20 planks as a starting point, and that'll allow us to get a couple of these extensions popped on. We also want to start getting in some firewood and charcoal to sell as our initial source of money, so we can get a trading post active, get a bit more money in again, and then we'll be able to buy a few more vegetable plots and also make our move into the iron mines, which is really the whole idea. So, logistics. Let's get ourselves down a trading post. And where are we going to pop this? Probably down on this, what is going to be our main road. Opposite the iron mines would make sense. We'll get more than one down there eventually, but we'll start with one for now. So you can trade between regions using the trading post, but I'm never convinced it works that well. Let me know if you've had any luck with using that and how you make it work, because usually what I end up doing is just using pack horses, pack mules, pack stations. That's the one. Get there in the end. Alright. Come on. Get on with it. Make us the lovely planks. Any minute now. What are you doing? Waiting. What if we assign you a permanent livestock? Will you go and do your job now? Please? Please and thank you. Maybe? You're just waiting for an ox to bring a plank, I take it. With a permanent assignment of livestock, you should go and do it yourself, shouldn't you? Huh. I guess maybe the queue was already set up. Who knows? Does the permanent livestock assignment only work if you've got a hitching post worker to work them? I never really understood getting people working at the stables. I always felt that led to a lot of families doing nothing. Another family's moved in, so let's start getting some wood cut down at the very least. Right, and finally that's been delivered, so you should go and turn that into some planks for us. Then we can get back over to the Mega Rundling, where there should be a harvest going on. Get some veg plots. Fantastic. Another family is moved in. We'll put them to work at the charcoal kiln. Wonderful. We should have enough money to survive. Enough food to survive through. Forager hut is done. Let's get some beets in the ground here with that money we have. And can we get one more as well? We can. Only 32 actually. We can probably get another one. But not without compromising our ability to buy a trade route. So we'll buy that trade route first, which is 20. To export everything over 30 charcoal. And we'll come back over here later on in the winter to do some more expansion, or perhaps in the new year once we've got a bit more food available. Lovely. We've got a few more burgages ready for the upgrades down here. We're back up to 9 months of food as well. I wonder if that means we're starting to make some bread. Indeed we are. 66 wheat bread available on the market. Let's make sure all of these bakeries are set up to make wheat bread. There's no point in making rye bread without any rye. Lovely. How's fertility looking over here then? Only 39% for barley there. 94 there though, and that's just had a fallow. 95 for wheat there. Yeah, okay. I think generally fertilities are looking up, and certainly over here we're up 90 to 100% on these. So maybe that's working. We'll just continue to keep an eye on it. How do we do for wheat harvest this year? 116 wheat sheaves. That's pretty good. It's turned into grain. And then it'll be turned into flour, which will turn into bread. And fantastic. What are we up approval-wise? Still 86%. Why isn't everyone more happy? Are you missing anything? You have everything except beverages. I mean, if you look at the market stalls, 92%, 81 isn't quite so good, but I mean, you should all have clothes. There's plenty of clothes available on the market. That might highlight to us actually where we've got issues where there aren't enough people working at storehouses. Like here, for example. Let's get another 2 families working at that one there. You all have pretty much everything you need. Everyone else looks pretty good. Well, you guys are struggling. Ah, that's because you now have an additional need, don't you? Because you're level 3. What is it you require? Footwear. Well, we've been making leather, haven't we? What are we up to? Hello, leather. Crafting material. 813 of the stuff. And we've been doing that over here with this tannery. We have indeed. So it might make sense to make these last two burgages here bootmakers. That would require getting their local tavern up and running, which they don't have. There's one down there. Can we put one here temporarily? Or even permanently. We'll put a tannery here. Tannery? Oh no, there's one right. Oh my days. I'm blind. Let's get this up and running temporarily. And see if we can't get some ale up here. Get these upgraded to level 3 burgages, and then we can get them making some lovely shoes, which will be another string to our bow in terms of approval. They'll be up to 87% now. Good to see. Fuel is at 9 months, so at some point we're going to have to expand the charcoal industry as well. Although we do at least appear to be keeping on top of the forestry situation. Work on that spot there. And you can do this spot here. And what were you doing? We'll move you back over to this spot so we get decent coverage. And you're doing a large spot there. I think that's fine. Set you up here. Good. Lovely. And those burgages are ready for upgrading, so we'll get this level 3. I suppose we could also do the same with our weavers here to give additional families in them to continue making clothes. No point in upgrading those to level 3 just yet. We have got these additional burgages here, haven't we? Let's get some no-nonsense chickens in there, just so something is being created. And we don't really need any more influence, so we can go ahead to the wooden church. No, we can't. Is it the man? I still go over to the church to do the tithe. Tax at 1% seems to be doing us just fine, so I think we'll leave it there so we don't have to hurt our approval rating. Get these built nice and quickly. Probably ought to start thinking about a few more ox as well as we continue to expand. And we'll start with just the 2 here making boots, and hopefully that's enough. If not, we can always get a few more constructed. There's space in here for a few more burgages, isn't there? It would be a while until anyone moves into them. Okay. Your boots, and there's space in those for 2 families as well. Make sure you're making those from yarn. Grand. So that'll be essentially doubling the amount of workers we have working on our textiles, just because they're going to have a greater population density. We'll get that down to 1 family working at the tavern, because that should be plenty enough. Maybe worth getting a few more families at the granaries, etc. over here, though, to go with the extra population. And we're away making shoes. Yet another commodity making its way onto the market. We appear to pretty much... No, we're still going through our barley and malt actually from last year. Potentially we could do with a few more malt house workers, which seems ridiculous. Are you off getting malt from far? It should really be being brought to you. We need to get a few extra families working at these granaries. What are you all doing? You're all transporting? You are all transporting. I fear a lot of this efficiency is being wasted. That's 78% productive. That's pretty good. But how much of that is spent walking? Well, for the minute, let's just get a few extra workers in them. We could always... Can we set them a working area? No, we can't. We can't fix things that way either. Right, hopefully you're local. You are? Lovely, it's because of the level 3 burgages down here. And speaking of level 3 burgages, how are we doing up here? Many more people moved in. Let's do a quick run around of the burgages here. Checking for unassigned families. And assign them to a combination of the granary storehouse here. Now we've got a larger population. And also to the farms. 2 unassigned in that one. So we'll send... Actually, these are all going to go and work at the farms. That's 1, 2, and 3. And you're all farmers. We just did you. You two. You're a miller. Oh, local. Yes, and a warehouse worker. But what are you doing all the way over there? You're a miller. Granary workers. Are the millers delivering the flour? Is that what's happening? Transporting. Or are they going... These shouldn't be storing grain. Down here. No. Strange. I would have thought they would produce flour and then it would just go to the local storehouses here. And they, between the storehouses, the granaries, they'd store it there and take it over there between them, but apparently not. Well, we've got 29 burgages with which we need people to be moving into. It's going to take a little while to accommodate those, especially as our approval doesn't seem to be getting that much higher at the moment. And 86 may be, near the limit of where we can get to with level 2 burgages, who knows. But I think what we'll do is we'll basically wait for all of these burgages to fill up. We'll make sure that our farms are operational, that we've still got enough food and fuel to get by. And then we'll look to do a little bit more expansion in the direction of some vegetable plots over here. And as for Ironhome, we'll just keep on top of it. Make sure that they've got what they need to survive. They're a little shy on food, actually, as we go into the winter. But there's not much we can do about that. They should be able to harvest their beets and come the spring. And we'll keep expanding over here until the point at which we're exporting some iron over to the Mega Rundling. And then we'll revisit things when it's time to do a bit more construction. Toodle pip. So we've had a whole bunch of people move in. I also took the liberty of importing enough materials to make ourselves a lovely stone church. I'm just going to actually get a person working in there so we can make sure we keep maintaining the church, otherwise they do have a tendency to fall down. Got one available living space left for someone to move in, and population is up to 694. Money's looking good, food and fuel are looking good. I think the bread coming into our, 400 bread, look at that, but we definitely could do with some more fruits and vegetables, something we'll need to ever expand. So I'm pretty happy with the agricultural quarter we've had over here. I'm definitely going to want more barley in the future, but we've got perhaps this part of the Mega Rundling set up to accommodate that later down the line. So with all that in mind, I think it's time we start expanding in this direction here, filling out the Mega Rundling to the points that we already have done, with more burgages, more space for people to live, and generally start growing the town. We're at 91% approval, so it's tantalizingly close, isn't it, to getting to that 95% and +3 monthly migration, so we'll just have to see if we can actually get there or not. What do we want to put in here then? Probably the first priority for me is going to be getting some more vegetables. So we'll fill up these couple here. I don't know if we've gone over and done the road at this level, so just to make sure, we'll go around and do it again. Always safe to do something again if you're not sure that you've done it the first time. What we don't want to do is accidentally delete the ring all the way around. And there we have it, someone moving into that last available burgage spot. Of course, something else we're going to want to do is get even more metal imported, or rather start importing metal from our new region, Ironhome, so that we have the resources we need to keep the Mega Rundling up and running. Whoop. Lovely, and last couple of rings around here. There. No point in doing that one, because it's one we want to delete. Okay. Now, we'll still got the King's Road coming through this section anyway. Let's block that off there and get ourselves down a granary and a storehouse. So maybe we'll put down the granaries on this side. We'll turn off snapping, make sure we get a good efficient placement. So one granary there, and can we fit another one below it? Not quite, so what we might do is put another one here. Build a road across there. And then get a storehouse in this gap here. Oh, maybe we won't. Never mind. Oh, I do like that bell sound. Well, let's get one here then. And one here as well. And then we'll get down some market stall, which I think we can just fill out this area basically. Do a better job than that surely, can't we? Maybe not. Oh yes. We'll like it, and we'll fill in this space here as well. Fantastic, and then accommodation-wise, we'll fill out this section here. with the vegetable plots, what we're going to do is we're going to take just, I think we'll start with trying 2, because we know that 4 is just far too big, based on the amount of farming space we're not getting done for one family. So we'll come across here, we'll get 2 burgages there, and then we'll put around our road. Bit of an odd shape, this one, but that's fine. Get down our next road here, and then put in our burgage. Ooh, maybe make that a little bit wider, just so we're not quite so squished at the front there. And we'll get that one in just like that. Fantastic. And then we'll mimic the road here. Hopefully it's just enough space to get 2 burgages in. Let's have a look. It is indeed. Put our road up here. A little bit thinner. And get our farm down. Yeah, too thin. Ever so slightly. We'll do that. Get the burgage in here. Fab. And then we reverse it here. We fit. It might just be a double burgage in here. And then a farm here. Great, so it's a lovely little expansion there. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to work my way around. We'll get even more of these filled up, and you'll just watch a little time lapse of me starting to fill out the Mega Rundling with a few more burgages. Enjoy! Well everyone, welcome back. It has been a minute and I have been a busy typical T. So, we're nearly up to 3/4, wow, look at that, of the Rundling occupied. Worked on a bit of stuff up here with the fields, etc. as well, got those active. So, we've got a couple of fields actually inside of the Mega Rundling, because I thought, you know, add a little bit of diversity, something a little bit different. So, I've set up a little farming quarter here, and a bunch of fields that I hope we can use to make some barley. And that is where we have some strong barley fertility, and if you remember, that's the area we sort of set aside earlier to say, you know what, we could grow some barley there. So we've got those in there. We've got an expansion of the sheep quarter as well, over there too, as well from just over here. We then moved across with a combination of our usual 2 burgages and a vegetable burgage, 2 burgages, vegetable burgage, 3 burgages, orchard. And we've expanded that basically all the way around here, making sure we've got plenty of space to put in granaries and storehouses. I put an additional foresters over here so we can highly forest this area, and then also put in some additional fuel production, because I was finding we were starting to run a little bit short on fuel, given that everything was basically being produced over here and then being quite quickly used up. So we've got that over there. We've got even more sheep space over here with another expansion ready to go come the time when it's necessary, and we've got a whole bunch of burgages in here, 19 spots for people to move into. Plenty more to upgrade as well as people have been moving in. Market stall supply is looking okay, although we will need to keep on top of it and probably do a mastery assigning at some point, which is going to take an absolute age. We've got tons of regional wealth, tons of resources. And down here in the centre as well, got a beautiful little arrangement. So I moved the manor back a little bit so it kind of matched where the church was. I've got 3 people working in the stone church because it's already collapsed once. And what I don't want to do is for it to collapse once the actual castle is built around it, because then we won't be able to build it again. So to best try and offset that, or give us the best chance of it not collapsing, I've got 3 families working there. I've got a couple of burgages in here as well. I quite like the idea of the central keep having a few buildings in it. I think sometimes it can look a little bit bare. So we've got a couple of burgages in there. It's also got a storehouse and a granary, and then it's also got a bloomery and a smithy. The idea being there should always be some tools and stone on hand to repair the church, so that they're not waiting absolutely ages for resources to get there, which I think is when it's collapsing. So you'll see at the storehouse we've got 500 rubble stone, which is going to be used to repair the church. We've also got 14 tools, and there are tools and iron being produced locally, so that hopefully we don't run out. I'm actually going to get a couple of families working there and get them a fuel stockpile as well, because we have more iron than we do tools. So I want to make sure we keep on top of that. Now, as well as the general expansion in here, I did do a little bit of work as well on good old Ironhome. So you can see it's quite a lot larger than the last time we saw it. Added a lot of burgages down here. That's to fuel the pack station trade, which is exchanging iron for clothes. And you can see quite a lot of clothes here. So people here are pretty happy as a result, but we don't need to expand this any further. They've got everything they need to service our main Mega Rundling with enough iron to keep them all going. And how much iron do we have these days? 61. So not a drastic amount, but if we go over to one of our trading posts, we're also having to constantly rebuild these since the update, but there we are. Where can I find a trading post, please, sir? There's one down here somewhere, I'm sure. There you are. Trade. And if we go to, not fuel, crafting materials. We're not actually importing iron. So all of that iron we've had is being brought in from the Pack Station Trade Network. So obviously plenty of space for people to move in. We're just going to basically keep moving into this quarter, as we already have started to do with the sheep area, with more burgages. I don't think we're going to put in any more fields within the Mega Rundling itself, although we could do a bit of barley over here, I suppose, but I think the one farming quarter is enough. It takes up a lot of space. We're up to a fantastical 1,400 people living within the Mega Rundling and its satellite settlements. So I'm very keen to keep pushing the boat out on that to see what we can do. We've also got a small population over in Ironhome, of course, as well, which is sitting steady at 183. So, you know, we may or may not count that figure into the end population count. I guess there'll be a save game population count, and there will be a Mega Rundling population count. Two separate figures to track there. So, what am I thinking as I take a glorious sip of tea? One moment, please. Yes, that's absolutely hit the spot. So, I'm starting to think that eventually we're going to want to build something in the centre here, and that something is going to be a castle. And that castle requires something called stone, specifically dress stone, which we do not have a large access to. So, we claimed Blissholes earlier on, so we're going to come over here now and start to set up a settlement ready to extract the stone. Now, rather irritatingly, the food supply for Blitshole is here, and the deposit we want to mine is here. Which is annoying, because that's a long way to be coming for stone or going for food. So I wonder if we can set up with the strong starting supplies without actually having to get the wild animals or berries at all. Possibly, especially if we send some food aid from the Mega Rundling. In fact, what we might do, in anticipation of settling over there, is over here, build ourselves a couple of pack stations. Realistically, what's the quickest way to get to Blitzols? We settle down there. It's about even. It's probably closer this way, but there's less people on this side of the Rungling. Everyone's moved in over here. So I think we'll set up over here, and we'll get down a handful of pack stations. And we'll go to the livestock trading post and make sure we're ordering in a couple of mules to service them. Of course, we can't have them outside of the Rundling. Oh, perfect. Perfect little location here. So we'll turn on snapping, and we'll get down 1, 2, and can we squeeze in a couple more here? 3, 4, and 5. Indeed we can. So we'll get those constructed, and then we'll visit one of our livestock trading posts. Oh, the game's definitely getting a little slower as the population gets larger. Livestock trading post. Hello there. Trade. I would like to import. How many did we put over there? 2, 4, 6, 8 mules, please. As soon as you possibly can. And then I'm going to come over to Blitzols, and let's get ourselves down a fresh little settlement, why don't we? So, administration, settlers camp, and I guess we might as well settle right near the stone, hadn't we? Just in here. And, oh, actually, tell you what, we'll go a little bit further away from the edge, so we've got a space all around to expand. We'll go for plentiful. Pause the game, and we'll just do our little bit of starting administration and setup. And what do we do for a layout? Obviously, we were very straight with our Roman road here and the Ironhome setup. All circles in the Mega Rundling district. We could do a little circle over here, couldn't we? I'm thinking we do a little circle just around the settlers' tents here, kind of half on this road. Then that gives us opportunities to do things on either side. Something like that there. Okay. And then we'll get ourselves a granary and a storehouse prompt right opposite where we started. So granary and storehouse on the King's Road. I was hoping to fit that just in there. Are those supplies in the way? Oh no, no, we can do it. Right, we'll get the storehouse there. Of course, we'll need our additional pack station. And I might build a little road off here, headed for the outside of the circle. Let's make that a little curve here. Who doesn't love a curve? Sounded creepy, I do apologise. And we'll get a hitching post there. And then we'll order ourselves another ox and relocate this hitching post over here as well, so that they're both over there. We'll get this going because actually they can get on with building those buildings there of the highest priority of anything else anyway. And while they're doing that, let's see about getting ourselves down a logging camp, which we'll put just out the back here. Don't mind being outside of this circle. It's not the Mega Rundling after all. We'll get ourselves a little... actually, put a road in here. And that can extend off towards the forest. And we'll have some of the forestry sector running off of that road. So that means having a lovely little woodcutting boy, who we'll put just here. And a lovely little charcoal boy, who we'll put just opposite here. Oh yes. What else stuff and things does one need in a starting settlement? Well, we can get on with building the granary and storehouse, that's for surezies. I suppose we could set up a couple of burgages with all the excess we have. I can hear you all screaming at me. I need water, typical. I need water, what are you doing? So there's the water. Thank you for your lovely meditations in the back of my head. Burgage-wise, I'd like to fill out some of the space behind these two for a couple of initial burgages to be utilised as crop locations, otherwise known as vegetable gardens. Let's quickly get some goods stored away inside of the granary and the storehouse, and we'll look to set up a modest market stall. What's happening over here? Literally things are happening. I do hope we're not finding the limit of the beta update already, because we've not even got to where we've been before yet. And I was promised we'd get more people. I suppose it would make sense to have the market stall opposite, wouldn't it? Maybe we just need to get these supplies moved out of the way before I put it down. That's fair enough. Okay, so we've got the hitching post set up. Let's get a couple of families working at the logging camp to start bringing in some material. Not that we don't have a fair amount to start with already, in all fairness. And burgages are the name of the game then. So, kind of want... We've got so many resources, it's such a pain. I'm so irritated that we have so many resources. They're right in the way. For goodness sake. So ungrateful, aren't I? Okay, well we can get a couple of burgages in here, I suppose, or maybe in here. Don't need to have massive rear extensions, but we do want enough space to get some veggies in a reasonable time frame. Could go along this way, actually. I guess you know what? We'll start with a couple of smaller burgages then. Although, it kind of fills out the space I want to use there. If we're going to start with a couple of smaller ones then, let's do that on this side. So, just large enough for a rear extension. Oh, come on, there you are. Okay, so we'll get 3 in there. Hopefully that'll move most of these logs out of the way and enable us to build our larger burgage behind there. We're going to need to get ourselves a trading post, of course, as well. So we can start that initial economy going. And we'll just plonk that down just on the outside on the main road, perhaps? Maybe we could put it in here. Yeah, we'll put it there. Splendid. Is that all the goods moved inside? It looks like it, so let's unassign these workers for the time being. And they can go and help with construction instead. Let's go and check in with the Mega Rundling. 16 spots for people to move into, that's fine, we don't need to address that just yet. But we have had all of the lovely pack stations built. 2, 4, 6, 8, oh, we need 10 mules, not 8. Silly typical. Alright, over here. Let's up this to 10. We've got 6 already. So it's enough to get 3 of these mule stations fully operational. So let's pause again quickly and assign some fama-lama lambs and some livestock to these pack stations. And what are they going to trade? Well, they're going to barter with... Ooh, we need to rename the region. It's not Blissholz. It is, Quarry? Quarry Muck Quarry? Quarry... Quarry Epia? Quarry... Ah. Quarry Boy. Excellent. So we need to get that trade route established with Quarry Boy. I'm going to regret calling it that, aren't I? So, let's go to Advanced Quarry Boy. And we're going to be sending... What are we going to send? Food, I imagine. Well, what is it that we have a total excess of? Oh, look at that. We've got 200 sausages. I've upped sausage production. That's gone quite nicely. We probably want to get even more Porky Boys out there, actually. Because one thing I did notice, you can see what 89% approval, is that by having sausages and pork, and we can get plenty of pork. I've never had a problem producing enough pork in these playthroughs. But with salt, we can make sausages, which actually counts as a different type of meat. So you get the two meat types absolutely tucked under, and everyone's very happy with their pork and their sausages. So I was fascinated, and I can't believe I haven't done it before, so we're right on with it. Got plenty of bread. Cabbages, it looks like, and what we have plenty of. So we shall send them some cabbages. Where are the cabbages? There they are. So, we're going to send cabbages to Quarry Boy. And Quarry Boy isn't going to be producing a very lot to start with. I suppose we could have them send us charcoal, mainly because that's the only thing they can export at the moment. Although, if we got them getting stone instead of working on fuel straight away, what's the 1.3 times? So, we're getting a 1.3 stone for every cabbage we send, is that right? Or is it the other way around? I don't know, what would be the equivalent of charcoal? So charcoal's much cheaper than those. So if I put it as shoes, 0.6. So we're getting 0.6 of a shoe for every cabbage, 1.3 stone for every cabbage, 4 charcoal. Yeah, so rough stone. I take it then be lower again if it were dressed stone. Yes, right. We'll go for rough stone then, I think, to start with. And we're going to mimic that at all of the other bartering pack stations as well. So you'll set up the Quarry Boy. You shall be Quarry Boy, sending the cabbages and receiving the rough stone. Lovely. I imagine your trip there is going to be much easier than your trip back. You know, taking cabbages with you and then lugging rough stone back with you. You're going to be cursing the day you become a pack station worker. So that's those 3 operational there. So we'll let them get on with it. And that means over here we need to get down a quarry as soon as we possibly can. So we'll go over to the lovely gathering and we shall gather some quarried stone. I need planks. Quick. Activate the planky boy. Please activate the planky boy where I initially wanted him, not where I misclicked. Thank you. Right, so let's get on with Planky Boy. They want people. They want people. They want somewhere to live. Have I ever said that I find the people in this game quite demanding? I don't think I have. I think that might be the first time I've said that. Okay. How are we doing this? How are we doing this? I think we are doing this the wrong way. How do I do this? Ah, yes. Oh, no. Oh dear. It doesn't want to work nicely, so we shall not do it nicely. We'll do it like that there. And then we'll do it here. Stretch that round the outside. Round the outside. Round the outside. No. What if we just fill the space? Not sure I like that. What do we put? Little road up here. And we just very quickly need to come over here and get someone to make some planks for us. I would like 50 planks. Thank you. Actually, it's probably quite high. I would like 25 planks. Thank you. Doesn't seem to like the outside of the circle here, does it? That snaps better. You know what? We'll just do that. Just need some burgages. Goodness sakes. And behind here? Oh yes, perfect. Lovely. Well, I should get everyone out of the settler's tents and then we can do some more shenanigan expanding into that area there. And also get down a market stall. Okay, that should have netted us a couple of planks, so let's see if we can't get that quarry down. And we'll arrange these as I normally would with the 5-star, but we'll start with this one, the one closest, as we get to small village in Quarry Boy. Always nice to see. And we'll connect this road up like that. Very good. And that gives us a lovely little spot in here to get ourselves some market stalls. Now, I've never quite been sure who the pack stations deal with. So, are the pack stations just going to bring stuff to the trading post? I assume so. That's always been my assumption. They don't just, drop them off directly at someone's house, do they? But you don't need pack stations in both regions. Right, so, I suppose we should have improved stonemasons. That would make sense to me here. So we shall get it. Now, we have 4 months of food remaining, and anything else is reliant on us getting this quarry built. So, let's reduce the number of workers at the logging camp. And at the saw pit. So we've got 5 people available for construction. Let's also put an expansion on the dwellings that we can. So we've got spaces for a few extra people to move in, without having too many that we have to just support more mouths to feed. And then as soon as this is constructed, we're going to get 4 families working there pretty much straight away. With that in mind, we should probably upgrade the storehouse, because without an upgraded storehouse, we're going to struggle to store all of that rough stone. And we are really counting here on the ability for us to send some goody resources from the Mega Rundling, which you can see all the way over there on the far shore, or at least the surrounding settlements. Oh no, that is the Mega Rundling. These are the surrounding settlements. If we had a boat, this would be much easier. Oh, that'd be so cool. Imagine if we had a ferry trading post here. We could see it taking barges of dressed stone over to the main construction. That would be awesome. I'm sad that isn't a thing now. Well, let's just be content with what we do have. Right. How are we doing? You built this yet? That's a higher priority than the storehouse. What are you doing? Go back over there and work. For goodness sake. Don't you know that your livelihood hinges on the construction of this? You probably don't. No one told you. Okay. 4 families are going to work there. And we're probably going to need some iron as well, aren't we? Tell you what, there's a solution for that. If we pop on over to Quarry Boy, and we temporarily, or permanently, let's reroute one of our stations here. So you're instead going to you're going to trade for starters with Quarry Boy, and you're going to be receiving, I guess it is going to be rough stone for you, isn't it? Or cabbages. No, they're going to need all their cabbages. Tell you what, we won't change that for the time being. Keep trading with the Mega Rundling. What we'll probably do is just get them to buy tools off of the market when they start selling a bit of their dressed stone. It seems a better idea. So hopefully, we're going to be getting plenty of rough stone. 12 already, good. And if we go to the trading post, let's see if we can't get an initial trade set up on rubble stone, because we're going to have plenty of that. Don't really want to be trading away our rubble stone, because obviously we're using that for other means. So we'll hold on to that for a minute, and we will just instead try and trade away our excess. Where's it gone? Hello? Construction materials. Excess rubble stone. We want probably a surplus of 100 in all fairness. We'll buy a trade route for that. We ought to get some of our own food in the ground, so let's make sure we build a couple of these garden plots out the back, because we've got enough money, given that we started with a strong start, as it were. And now we're very reliant. We just need to see that lovely, lovely, lovely cabbage start landing in our granaries. Or granary, as the case may be. Let's get some beets planted as soon as we possibly can. Need to get another family working back at the, whoop, oh dear. Terribly sorry, sir. Clicked the wrong button. Need to get a few families working back at the saw pit as well, so we have enough plank boys. Don't have quite enough to buy that out yet, because I'd like to get the granary upgraded to large as well. It would be good to get families working at the large storehouse and the granary, but, needs must, and they're needed. Getting up some of that rough stone. Of which we now have, how much? 31? There is hope. What else do we need? Well, we need fuel at some point as well. We've got 7 months, so we will need to start. I guess we could start turning our firewood into charcoal would be a good start. Let's reassign the logging camp worker to the charcoal kiln and get a bit of that constructed. as Quarry Boy starts to run out of food. Are you a pack station worker? You're just a trader. Just a trader. Or were you? You didn't bring any cabbages. Oh, who's this? Mules! They do go to the trading post. Okay. And they have left us with 21 cabbages. 29 cabbages. 38 cabbages. Look at them all coming. Oh my goodness, what a success. 63 cabbages. Well, Quarry Boy has indeed been supplied by their good friends over at the Mega Rundling. Food has been given, and we've traded for it all of our rough stone. So it's a good thing we got the quarry operational when we did. Fantastical! Well, that couldn't have gone better, really, could it? Hopefully we're turning that firewood into charcoal to make it last longer. We will need to get the next family that moves in. They're probably working at the woodcutter's lodge. And we're going to need a few more families moving in as well. So let's see if we can't build a few more burgages now that we have the food to supply them. So why don't we get a couple in just here. Again, don't want these to take up more space than they need to. So we'll do something a little like this here. Come on, where's that last rear extension? Let's maybe make it a bit shorter then and have 4 tightly packed spaces as opposed to 5 that have been squeezed in. Yep, like that there. Build those, and that leaves us with 2 timber. That extra family's moved in. We'll send you to work on the woodcutter's lodge. So that's 7 months of food. Hopefully we'll have some of our own beets coming up before winter and in next year as well, so that'll help supplement it. But for the time being, we can just leave those pack horses, mules rather, to just bring us all of that lovely cabbage. And as we get these burgages up, a few more people move in, we'll get the fuel industry properly set up, and we'll get people working at the granary and the storehouse, and we'll get more of these quarries active and look to start dressing some stone. Oh, what a wonderful starting, Quarry Boy. Right, back at the Mega Rundling. Lots of storage is full. I imagine it's mostly logging camps. 60 unassigned families, 9 families that can still move in. Granaries that are looking okay, 98 and 95% availability is very nice indeed. So, as you can see, when I built all of these, I put all the extensions on as well. It's a combination of goats and pigs. There are still a few that haven't actually been assigned. Get you a pig. And what we need to do now is go through and make sure that we're actually upgrading all of these. So let's go on a little upgrading spree and get as many of these up to plot level 2 as we can, because that's going to help with our overall approval. Because as we know, the higher the plot level, the higher the approval cap. You have to actually supply them with goods to get their approval up. But the approval cap goes up though. Gosh, it's definitely a little laggier over in the Mega Rundling compared to elsewhere, isn't it? What population are we up to now? 1,439. We're closing in on that 1,500 people at the Mega Rundling. Very exciting indeed. I do hope that we can actually finish building the Mega Rundling before the number of people we have completely crashes the game. that would be a nice thing to happen. It'd be a shame if we completed the Mega Rundling with, you know, 1/8 of the wedge yet unbuilt or occupied. I'd also like to upgrade a fair bit of the burgage to level 3 and maybe even to level 4. Which is going to obviously massively increase population density, which will bring with it its own problems, I'm sure. Whoa. Zoom going a little bit crazy there. Wow, it looks so cool, doesn't it? I love the map view on of the Mega Rundlings. So, you'd have thought we have enough people now to work at the local farmhouses. So, let's make sure they are assigned livestock, and they've got people working at them. I've only put 2 farmhouses down. I wonder if that's going to be enough. I've got plenty of unassigned families, so why don't we get full cohort at both of these? Obviously, they can only plough 4 at a time because they've got 4 oxen between. But at least that'll mean there's more available for sowing and harvesting, etc. So, with that in mind, let's start getting some crop rotations down. So this usually goes better at lower speed. So we'll do our usual barley and wheat, I think. I don't think there's any point in us doing any rye. Barley, wheat, and then fallow. Barley, wheat, fallow. Oh dear, this is a rather laborious task, isn't it? Barley, wheat, and fallow. Let me know in the comments. Would you rather I skipped over things like this? Would you know, I know you like a long play, but would you rather a long play without me doing crop rotations? That's what I'm saying. Although I do tend to waffle, don't I? So it depends whether or not you like a bit of waffle. So the barley wheat fallow, what was that? So that's barley on first, this will be barley on second. And these will be planted a bit late, or very late, so you'll just start planting them probably. But at least then we know it's done and will be operational properly next season. Maybe that brings us in that additional bit of barley we need to up our ale production. We're at 138, but we're not distributing it everywhere at the moment. Clothes are looking fantastic, shoes are looking pretty good as well. We've got plenty of more. Actually, we've got 500 barley sat around. There must be quite the harvests going on with those new fields up here. I forgot to haven't really been checking in with them, I've got to be honest. So that to me tells me we need more brewers and we need more malt houses. Let's just pop over here and fix what inevitably will be a bunch of collapsed salt mines. There we are. And, well, you know what? Perhaps that's something to do in our next quarter, because we've got only 6 burgages left available for people to be moving into. So why don't we plan out our next little expansion? So how about down here, we get ourselves, as I have been doing elsewhere, a couple of storehouses and a couple of granaries. So put down 2 storehouses here. And we'll put down a couple of granaries, can't quite fit behind. I'm thinking about maybe having some burgages in here, signed largely for making us some ale. So how do they look if I squeeze them in there? I don't like how that finishes there. So let's come back from there and do this. Fabulous. I think that looks good. So we'll build those there. And then we'll get in a couple of granaries here as well. Thing is, I want these storehouses potentially. Storehouses? Do we need storehouses for this? Right, let's check where everything is stored. So, because it used to be storehouses held malt at one stage. And if I'm getting that wrong, let me know. Am I just imagining that? Granaries. So, yeah, your bread and ale and everything. So, we'll need a couple of granaries here to supply them with their goods. So let's put a little road here. And a little road here. And on said roads, we'll put down granaries. And granaries here. And some of these granaries are going to be for market store, which we're going to put in here to supply the local area. And some of them are going to be for, 2 of them, are going to be for dedicated storage of all things ale. Then what I'll want is a bunch of boys making malt. And we'll put these opposite those, more or less opposite those roads that lead to the granaries. We start with the one in the centre, and then we do one to each side. A little something like that there. And then put a road either side of those. And then we can have some more burgages in here, who will be dedicated to working at the malt houses, most likely. So basically make ourselves another brewery quarter. It'll take a little while till these are upgraded to the appropriate level to start brewing for us, but at least it's on the way if we do that. Make sure all these wells I see are upgraded to stone wells, because there isn't a great supply of water over here. This whole section here is sort of without. And I was hoping they are getting water access from the stone wells we have positioned a little bit further away at least. Right, so these are under construction. Malt houses are going up as well. It might also be that we're making our way through the barley and malt a lot more in the winter, because we've harvested it just before winter. So that's when we'll have the most, in all fairness. Look at that, 108 rough stone already from this trade. It would make sense to start dressing it over in the other region as well, so we don't have to bother doing that here. So we'll probably look to do that. Although, would you dress it here? If we're being a bit more realistic, I suppose you would dress the stone here, wouldn't you? As opposed to do it back where it was coming from. You'd quarry it out the ground at the quarry, and you'd send it to the construction site, and then you would dress it in situ, the final dressing. So rough stone from the quarry, dress stone here. I like that idea. So we'll need to set up a stone dressing camp as well. That might go here. That might be something quite cool to have just outside the walls, as if we've just finished construction working on it here. And that way, we can have all of our storehouses here with the stone storage as well. Which makes me wonder, where is all the stone being stored here? Is that something we let our normal storehouses have? It isn't, is it? But you are allowed it here. You're nearly full, aren't you? Food for thought. Something we'll have to work on shortly, no doubt. Let's just go and quickly check on at Quarry Boy. Make sure he's got enough resources. He has. That's good to see. 30 months of food, fuel, 10 months of food. I've had a few more people move in. Let's get a family working at the trading post. One at the granary and one at the storehouse. Lovely. And a couple of these extensions as well. Let's get some animal pens built on the rear of these. Ready to buy ourselves some goats when they become available. And hopefully exporting some of that rubblestone will help get us to the money we need to buy in the other goods that we will require. We are trading away all of the rough stone, so more quarries are going to be needed as well. Splendid. So I think we're probably pretty much starting to move into these already, or will be shortly at the very least, which probably means there's a few more over here. Yep, which need, 3 more to move into, then we will be. A few more of these that need upgrading to level 2, so we will of course oblige. And I imagine the issue then for upgrading the rest of these is that they need some lovely beverages, which it is, in anticipation of when we do start supplying the liquid goods to this area. Let's make sure that the local taverns I've installed are upgraded to large taverns, so that they're ready come the time. We don't need to worry about doing that then. Fantastic. 90% approval. You know, I'm starting to believe we can actually get to the 95% we need for the +3 monthly migration. Once we're properly distributing all of the ale as well, and we've got grains, and we've got multiple types of meat by having even more pork reduced to make more sausages. Look at that, we've got 162 chevron now as well. I did set up a butcher's. That's something I did do as well. A little earlier on. It's somewhere over here, I believe. Shout if you see it. Anyway, regardless of where it is, somewhere in this Mega Rundling, there is a butcher's, right? Are you making sausage? You're making sausage. I assume I've got one somewhere making sheep. Actually, no, that would be what we're talking about. That would be mutton. They've got 172 chevron just from all of our goats. Fantastic. We've actually got a fairly decent supply. 595 eggs. Oh my goodness. So many resources. I mean, far more than we need. But usually I'm running out of things like meats and extra produce by now. So it's nice to actually have enough for once. Let's set up the limits for these granaries. So, you're going to be a regular granary. You are not. So you are going to be here for bread. And for malt. And barley. And alcohol. And that's it. Do you need bread? You don't need bread. Malt, barley, and alcohol. That is your entire purpose in life. Malt, barley, alcohol. Upgrade those and remove their right to a market stall. And then we'll upgrade the ones on the flanks as well. Fantastic. And we'll put the usual limitations on our storehouses here. Okay, you as well, sir. So tools, planks, clothing, and charcoal. Good, so we'll get those upgraded. I'm not going to bother with extensions on these burgage pots just yet, because they are, like I say, going to be for our new breweries. These ones here, though, are going to be working largely at the malt houses and potentially at the granaries and storehouses opposite as well. So why don't we get ourselves a whole bunch of pigs in here, since we found a new revived use for our lovely pork, turning it into some delicious salted sausages. So we'll get those built there. Grand. So that's another 16 burgages people to be moving into. We'll start then moving around the new sheep quarter as well, once we get there. And let's upgrade all these lovely hitching posts to stables to allow for future expansion of our ox fleet. Upgrade that well to a stone well as well, for the same reasons that we talked about earlier. It's tempting to start distributing the ale that we have. We've got nearly 200 of stuff, and just to see, I don't think it's going to get us 5% approval though. Now, I do have more than one church, so partly that's to stop approval dropping too far if the stone church collapses, and partly that's because I think in a city, realistically, this size, you would have more than one church. There's a church positioned all the way over here on the outskirts, but I would like at least one. There's one there. There's kind of one there, so 1, 2. I could do one over here somewhere. And is that a bit close to this one? Ideally, it would have gone here, I suppose, next to the charcoal quarter. We may have to delete a building over here or something later on if we decide that that does become necessary. just for aesthetical balance. But I think in future, in these mega cities, will allow for a couple of different districts and quarters, so that we've got more than one source of holy worship, just like we do with our other religious building, the taverns. So, I suppose we should probably check in on Ironhome. Keep wanting to call it Ironheart, is what we've called our iron regions in the past. You look like you're absolutely fine. So, in Quarry Boy, we've got a bit of money coming in, and we've got a few families that have moved in, but we've got no space for anyone else to move in, and we've not got any timber being produced. So let's get a family working at the logging camp so that we can work on expansions. It's because we turned it all into planks, no doubt. Let's set ourselves up a timber limit of 6 so we can always build something. And look how much smoother the camera is over here in Quarry Boy compared to the Mega Rundling. It is to be expected, I suppose. As we get those timber in, we'll be able to build more quarries, but that's not going to be right now. With the money we brought in, let's probably immediately set up a trade to bring in... It's so expensive bringing in tools, isn't it? I wonder if we do something different and we just trade charcoal. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. We do produce tools over here, we must do. Because we need them to maintain the iron mines, which haven't collapsed, by the way, unlike the salt mines, which is interesting. I've not had any problems, I don't think, with these collapsing, whereas the salt mines just always collapse. So maybe it's just a problem with the salt mines at the moment, who knows? So where is our bloomery down here? Not doing anything, actually. Got one bloomery there producing some iron. How much iron do you actually have? 1.2k. Yeah, we've got plenty of iron here. And where's your smithy? Can we put that somewhere around here? Smithy. Right. What's your limit set to? 50. Let's set that to 300 instead. And what we're going to do is we are going to reassign one of these stations here, as we briefly discussed earlier. So you're going to go to Quarry Boy, and you're going to receive charcoal in return for the iron, not for iron ore, but for tools. I know you're not short on charcoal. In fact, you have far too much, and you should probably start selling it. Let's go to trading post. We've got 4 horses, did you? Trade. We're actually exporting tools. For a large amount of money, we should probably start taxing you here at some point. Because our taxes from the king are getting pretty high. And we're not really taxing the Mega Rundling. Other than the 1% that doesn't affect approval, allegedly. What was I doing? Can anyone remember? Export charcoal. I already am. I am exporting charcoal. Just not enough. I think we should maybe turn down charcoal production. So, how much fire would we be bringing in? Loads. Is it just one lad working? I know we've got 2 there. Right. Let's take 2 people off woodcutters, and we'll reduce our charcoal boy to 1, just so we're not producing quite so much material that's not needed. And back over at Quarry Boy, who subsists almost exclusively on cabbages, apart from a few beetroots that we're now growing ourselves. So let's get some carrots planted there. Seems we have a little bit of money, and hopefully they start receiving, as we start sending some of our charcoal their way, a few lovely tools to help maintain our quarries, which we are definitely going to need sooner rather than later. Up to 6 timber that we set ourselves a limit for, so why don't we get ourselves another street of burgages. Let's go a little bit further, turn off snapping. Let's see, what's the biggest straight stretch I can get in here? Number of logs available is the issue, isn't it? Right, let's just get 3 then, that we can build with our 6. Make that slightly smaller. This will be Quarry Road, I suppose. Probably get a little tighter in there again. Yep, pretty good. Come on. Maybe a little bit further out. Just like that. Just place the... Oh, saving. Just place the burgage, just typical, come on. On with it, lad. Okay. Nope, just need a bit further there. Sorry everybody. I'm being a little bit panicky. Build those 3 there. Timber's coming. Right, well let's get maybe 1 more burgage plopped on the end here. thusly. You know what I haven't said in a while? Ensconced. We'll ensconce that property there. And with these additional families, we'll be able to get more quarry set up. In fact, talking of quarries, as we get a few timber in, let's get ourselves down a few additional boys. So, we've got our first one there. Then our next will be here. Then we'll have a gap, overlap the roads. Oh, not enough goods. I thought for a moment I'd put myself in the wrong place with my quarries, but I hadn't. It's okay. No need to panic. Let's bring these round to a central point here. That was quite good. Rather than what we normally do. Seeing as, oh dear. Oh dear. It'll misclick. Seeing as they're all headed this way, I think that works. And that's our extra timber. So let's get ourselves another quarry. Oh, we've actually got space for a road in between them here. Not this side, but that's fine. So then we'll continue this road all the way up here. Not quite how I normally do it there. And then we'll get this in here. Make that back there. All looks mighty fine, doesn't it? And finally, our last quarry will go just here. And we'll also curve that one in somewhat similarly to what we've done with this one here. In fact, maybe I prefer what I've done here. A bit more of a curve. A bit too much of a curve. There we go. No. I want this to be straighter coming out of here. Sure, that'll do. Don't get too distracted. And connect these up at the back here as well. Okay, so that's all of those connected. And now we're just waiting for a few people to move in at these burgages. And we should probably get a few more burgages kind of filling the remaining space here as well. Can we get one around here? Oh yeah. Oh yes. I like that. It's typical, very happy. And for some reason I put on that weird voice when I get very happy. Squeeze a few more in there. Not enough goods. Right. Well, that's enough expansion, I think, for the moment in Quarry Boy. Are we starting to bring in any more tools? Looks like we are, because we had a few less than that previously. We've got a little bit of money, so why don't we buy ourselves in a couple of goatee boys. Get an animal pen on that there. And then we'll also get ourselves some piggy boys. Oh, absolutely fantastic. Maybe put some pack stations over there at some point. Right, 60 unassigned families, 9 burgers left to move into. Whoa. People have been moving in down here. So, let's get these upgraded. And then what we'll need to do is get a local watering hole near these chaps. I wonder if this tavern's close enough. You'd have thought so. To get these upgraded to the next level. What I'm actually going to do is, although we may activate that one as well, we'll get another tavern down. Perhaps just here. To help upgrade them all to level 3. Which is what they will need to be. So that we can produce the goods in those locations. Got a lot of empty stables, so let's go on over to our livestock trading post and see about ordering in some more oxen. Got 80, wow. Get up to 100. 100 oxen to complement our 1,485 peoples. Yes. Requirements not met. What do you mean? There are people living here. Why haven't you done your stuffs and things? With that in mind, let's get a couple of families working at one of these granaries and storehouses. Oh, not you. I will need people working there, though. In fact, you can probably start bringing some of those goods here. So we will get both of you active with one person. And then we'll upgrade you because you decided you're happy. Get that tavern built. It's all rather headed in the right direction, isn't it? What am I talking about? I can do breweries at level 2. Walking out of my bottom. I do apologise. Oh dear. Rather clicked the wrong thing there. Let's get a bunch of breweries set up over here. all of these level 2 burgages, so that we've got expansion for the future. And we've pretty much gone through all of our barley, actually. So, obviously, it's the expansions over here with all this additional barley. How much barley are we getting out of that? 120 barleys? Oh, yes. And I do like the idea of importing some barley from somewhere as well. We'll have to wait and see if that pans out. Because we've just set up our lovely Quarry Boy. And I'm wondering about Barley Boy. Now, what other region has barley fertility? Is it you? It was. To get the barley field set up over here. And then, what will they trade? What do we have plenty of at Mega Rundling? Well, food, as it stands, is probably our major export, to be honest. As well as possibly charcoal, as is a staple. Clothing, as well, is something that we make a lot of, and will continue to do so. In fact, if we have a look at the old sheep situation, crafting materials, yep, we've got 1,000 wool and 1,700 yarn, so we need to get another tailor's district set up, actually, and that would make sense, I think, to have over here, which is actually one of the things I've done with these sheep. So we've got these weavers' workshops ready to go. So burgages we build here will all have to largely be dedicated towards tailoring, and then we can perhaps trade clothes away like we are with Iron Home. Iron Home, to what will be Barley Boy, I suppose. It should probably be Iron Boy, shouldn't it? If I was going for that naming scheme. Oh well. What an unused granaries and storehouses over here. I'm sure a great reassigning is coming, but to be honest, so long as it's telling me we've got above 95% supply for everyone, both, I'm really fussed. Seems to be doing the job. Alright, get you upgraded, and you're going to be another lovely brewery. You're a brewery as well. Sorry, I got the wrong extension on you. That's silly of me. We'll upgrade that all the same. And let's get actually 3 families at each of the supply granaries, so that they can start to hold lovely grain. And we should probably also get the malt houses here active. How far away do these people live? Wow. You're fairly close, but the other one's quite far away. So yeah, that'll be there'll be a massive efficiency boost when we do a bunch of reassigning, that's for sure. Now, it occurs to me that we have all of our windmilling activity over here. How are we doing for grain versus flour? So, 204 wheat grain. I think we might need to up the number of workers at our windmills. Or indeed get a few windmills operational in the Mega Rundling itself. I think that's probably a good idea. But I didn't put any over here, did I, in the farming quarter? Did not. Sheep are in the way there. All of these original vegetable plots are converted over to orchards, and you can see they're thriving as orchards. Oh, look, a little spot in here. Not terribly efficient, but also not awful. Oh, there's 90% there. Sure, we'll get one there, because we've got a little bit of space. And then I guess we could do a few here, and then we could also have a couple of bakers in this area. So let's get down 1, 2, 3. It's not too far away from this area here. And then we'll connect each of these up to the road. At least pretend to. And then we'll set up a bunch of burgages. So we have clothing will have to be on the outskirts now. That's fine. Make sure we get ourselves another storehouse and granary. So storehouse there, granary there, and then a granary, a storehouse this end. Turn off snapping, get that sat in there where we want it. And put a little road down next to each of those, allowing a bit of space in there for us to get a handful of market stalls. Fantastic. And we'll pop those there. It's definitely a handful, isn't it? Let's go out a little bit further. Need a few more market stalls than that. Need 6 at the minimum. Right. Stop for a bit of saving. Click the boot on. Get 2 rows in here. That's enough. Oh, I do love the scaffolding view of the larger buildings like the windmills being constructed. Very pretty. And then we'll get another, down to 4 burgage spots of living space already. Let's get down a bunch of burgages. In fact, let's continue. We'll just put a road in here. Actually, it would make sense to have it just off of there, wouldn't it? Okay. Turn snapping on again. And get some burgages in here and in here. Lovely. And we will have to get back to the arrangement we'll be using elsewhere eventually, and that's probably going to be for this kind of last sector over here, because a lot of this is turning out to be a kind of industrial and agricultural sector. Right, a few of these have been moved into. Let's get ourselves some pigs ordered up for these burgages, and then get them their upgrades, so they're not left lacking behind. You're going to be a brewery. Plenty of breweries. Probably not going to need to build any more other than that, one would hope. And ready for when people move in here. Let's get ourselves some pigs there too. Ooh, upgrade ready over there. Fantastic, so that's going to be an expansion to our agricultural quarter for our production of our lovely bread, because we have an excess of wheat grain. And with all 3 of these windmills fully operational, I think that should cater nicely for that problem. A couple of these in here will be full bakeries, and the others will help supply the workforce for the windmills, and potentially for the start of the weavers' workshops, etc. as well, because we want the families who own these burgages we're about to build to be focused on making some lovely, lovely clothes. Right, I'm just going to pop a save and then delete a road or 2. Fantastic. So what I want to do is continue this road here, although maybe straighten out a little bit towards the end there, and then delete that. Good, and that just deletes it in that quarter. I did quite a lot earlier, again, of going over the roads. I actually managed to fix like the outside curve here and a few things to make it even more circular on our Mega Rundling. And then I also went over a load of roads so I can delete some and not have the whole circle disappear, because over here, like we say, we want to get some larger burgages. So in the back here, first things first, as always, plenty of granaries and storehouses will be required. So put those there. Can we fit the storehouses behind both? Might be a tight squeeze up here. Not quite, so this one here will go like that, and we'll put down the market store behind. Like so. And then we'll get one in here. Oh, a bit close to the road. Go a little further than that, make better use of the space. Want 2 rows ideally. Do you feel the market stores could be a bit more efficiently placed in these? Right. Come on. Where's my 2 rows at the bottom? I have to have 3 apparently. Okay, right. Well, we'll do that. We just will get a road in here. And then maybe one more granary and storehouse over here. So we'll put one down there. We'll put the storehouse here. Fab. Little road here. Well, actually, no. Little road here. So we can get in our market stall. Grand. And then a bunch more burgages here. Some of whom are going to be tailors. And we'll also fill out back here. Odd thing to happen at the end there. Doesn't affect it too much though, so we'll get those in. And look at that. A mass expansion, another 21 burgages that will be available. A couple more upgrades down here. And let's go and check in at Barley Boy. Still subsisting, largely, on cabbages. But that seems to be going okay. 6 families that have moved in and as yet unassigned. Fuel is looking okay. I'm going to get an additional woodcutter and charcoal boy. And I also want to build a forester to make sure we're keeping on top of reforesting this area that we are currently lopping down. Because they are trading charcoal for tools, of which they hopefully have a reasonable number. 31, yeah, so we're keeping on top of that. Brand new storehouse, I imagine, a very stretched year, especially the storehouse. So let's get a couple of extra families at the storehouse. And might as well go for another one at the granary. 2 burgages still for people to be moving into. You're going to have a orchard. Why not? Get you an orchard. And we'll get you a goat. Get you an extra space for someone to live. And then we will do the same for this one here. So we've got another 3 spots being built for people to move into. And then a bunch of animal pens and chicken coops along here. Okay. And then... yeah, stock's damage in the field. It's raining while they're harvesting. Maybe bringing in lots of barley. Yes, 870. Fantastic. Keep up the good work. And all that. Oh, taxes. Blech. Over here, then. Let's get ourselves down even more burgages. So I'm going to put down a granary and a storehouse in here. Lovely. To service them, to make sure we've got plenty of production for all of our lovely people. And then let's build some burgages. If I build another road curved around here, and then we get down some burgages, that works. And I'll do the same on this side, just eyeballing it. Probably do that from higher up, shouldn't I? Very different to how I'd normally do a circle burgage area, but you know, just a production area. How's that look? Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. And get a road in here, roughly aligned with where the radius would be. And have we got the resources for some more burgages? Not enough, so we've got to let a few more people gather us in some logs. Let's get a second family at the logging camp. So I'd really like to expand the amount of stone we're producing. And how much of stone do we have here now? 502, looking pretty good. So again, with all this expansion over here, we need to start thinking about getting our stone being dressed fairly soon. Right, let's let a few people move in. And let's start to think as well about a region set up purely for barley. As winter settles in then, we ought to get our approval up a little bit in Quarry Boy to make sure we have a decent amount of migration. And the thing we're missing at the moment is a church, so let's go ahead and get one of those built. So we'll go to residential, religious buildings, wooden church, and we'll pop this just on the outskirts over there. Fantastic, and we've got a couple of unassigned families. Oh, we've got this plot down here that needs to have something installed. Good, and we've got all those as well. Why don't we fish on the old money for it? You know what we never did, and probably should have saved our money for, is getting ourselves a horse or two. So, with that in mind, let's upgrade our hitching posts to stables. And maybe get a few more popped down as well. That last one's a little bit off the road, so let's just pop that one back down again. Yes, saving game, jolly good. Put that there. Let's get a family working at the forester's hut. Usual forest just there, sir. In a nice, efficient, small zone. And we've got the planks, so we'll get some animal pens installed on these burgages over here. And we've got plenty of space for people to be moving in. Food and fuel is looking absolutely fine. Just really want to up that population count so we can get more people in the quarries. Let's put a little property extension in here. Oh, why is that not stepping to the outside? There we go. Put those in there. And some more in here. Perfect. A little road in there. May need an additional granary and storehouse in here as well. Extra storehouses to be used for stone storage actually wouldn't be a bad idea. So we'll get one of those down there. Maybe a few more as well that we'll dedicate towards the storage of rough stone. And we'll just wait for that 60 regional wealth to come in so we can buy ourselves a lovely horsey. So then, in the Mega Rundling, 29 burgages left for people to be moving into. But they have started to move into a fair few of them already. And actually these here were primarily going to be, what were they going to be for? Bakeries. So let's just upgrade them without putting on extensions for the time being. Probably just this sleuth here will be used for bakeries. I don't think we necessarily need to put bakeries over here as well. But we do have the option, should we need to. 48 unemployed workers. I do just wonder if we get a few of these windmills active, so we can start to get through some of that grain backlog that we have. And what we don't have, and that we do need to get, which will pop down just here, is a couple of storehouses. Ooh, can we fit 2 in here? That'd be ideal. If not, we'll have to arrange them slightly differently. But a couple of storehouses set up to... What storehouses? What we're talking about? Granaries. Set up for the storage of everything bread related. So, yeah, we can get 2. So 1 there. And 1 there. Lovely. So we'll start making our way through some of that grain. How is the overall market supply looking? 98 and 93%. Let's set some of these new buildings up with the various limits that are required of them. And upgrade them to large once we have done so. Good. Have we done these back here? I have not. So we'll do these as well. Grand stuff. Ooh. Come on. Going to be a large one as well. And not all of the buildings around here require maintenance with tools, but I tend to like to have a good storage of them all around. Now, I'm just realizing these here actually were probably meant for the weavers' workshops. We'll have to reassign those what they are and aren't allowed, but these over here are for domestic, so we'll set them up accordingly. Fabulous. Granaries are much easier because we can just disallow the whole crafting materials sector. Storehouses are a little bit more nuanced. Okay. And they just as well all be upgraded to large versions of themselves as well. And we probably want families to move in here before we activate the new sheep sector. And over here, people continue to move in. You do have to be level 3 to be a bakery. So, we are going to want to activate this tavern. And we might as well do it now, actually. We should have 472 ale. Let's get 3 families working here and set a decent overstock of 20 to the large tavern. And wait to see a couple of these upgrades pop into readiness. And as they do so, we'll get them built. And that's going to give us the additional bread production for all this additional wheat flour we're going to be producing from the stockpile of wheat grain that we have. Doing pretty well for bread, yeah, nearly 1,000 bread. It's become quite the staple, actually. We could still definitely do with more fruits. We do seem to work through them pretty quickly. Vegetables we seem to be absolutely fine on, at least for the time being. So I imagine it'll be a minute until we see the alcohol starting to be stocked. How are the specific granaries doing? Pretty good. Filled up with alcohol at least, even if not with lots of malt for the time being. And over here, we want you to stock bread and wheat and grain. And what you're allowed. I think that's everything you're going to need here, isn't it? I do believe so. Grand stuff. And don't get a market stall. Let's just quickly, though, raid you and deny you that ability. And you're ready for level 2. Hopefully your compatriots are ready for level 3. Do want to be going on and doing other things, but I'm quite keen that we don't miss these level 3 burgage upgrades. We'll keep an eye on it. 90% approval. So, you know, still hovering around that 89-90%. While we keep an eye on those, let's start to get some animal pens popped in over here. Having said that, those are probably our tailors, aren't they? Yes. Let's put the animal pens on the back here instead. Completely forgetting. Oh no, good grief, I've teleported. A few additional workers here. I suppose we should probably send them while I'm here. Let's get this set up for stone storage, basically. Okay. And upgrade it, and then we'll set the other one to not allowed to have that. And we'll get a family working there, and we'll do the same for the granary here as well. Make sure we're keeping on top of things, and then I'm going to get a couple more quarry workers with the spares that we have. Right, back over from that distraction of the church being completed and misclicking. Oh look, finally. We're ready for these level 3 upgrades. Let's quickly get these going. Everyone that is ready and allowing us to do so. So all the way across here. Grand, and not going to worry about these for the minute, because that's just going to add population density where we don't necessarily want it yet. And get back to installing plenty of animal pens over here. It is March, so once I've done this, I'm going to head over and we're going to have a look at establishing Barley Boy. It sounds like a kind of holiday infestation. Right, so we get all those upgraded, and then we will decrease the lager being distributed. I don't think it goes off ale. Let me know in the comments below, does ale go off? I'd love to know. Are those... We're starting to make our way through the wheat grain? Maybe a little bit. It's going to take a while for everything to be transported over here. With that in mind, let's get this granary set up with 3 workers to help get everything over here that we need. And oh, it's tempting to upgrade those, isn't it? I must resist. Must resist. Maybe another granary being active wouldn't be a bad idea. Down there. And you just set your limits up. Get you some workers and upgrade you. Getting pretty quick at this whole reassigning what you are and aren't allowed, aren't I? I do say so myself. Right. While March is still young, let's go over to Hergestad, which is actually Barley Boy. Oh dear. Cannot type. Barley Boy. I'd like to claim that I'm better at typing when I'm not on camera, but that would be a lie. So let's check where barley is strong fertility. So all into the forest here. Green there. Basically I want to make sure we're not settling where it's high. So iron, stone, clay. We want to settle somewhere near the strong berries, I suppose. Ooh, look, some fishes as well. Isn't that lovely? Well, I think it would make sense then to settle in this area here. So if I get down our lovely little settlers camp, a bit just here, keep it plentiful because we rich in it. Terribly sorry for my horrendous use of slang language. Right, set that to barley fertility. I'd love to have barley fertility up while I'm building roads. That'd be really useful. Okay, so it kind of comes along here. Like that. And then curves back around here. Just get a rough outline for a minute. And then we can beautify it up. Okay, it's pretty spot on. And then from there, basically to the road. Yep, and around here. Right, so using this road as a guide, I'm going to build slightly on the outside of it. And we'll just gently curve it round. Let's make sure, though, quickly that we're not going to be building over any berry bushes. We should be fine, so we're right up against the edge of this one. So let's gently take this round here. Bring it round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. There's someone there somewhere. And I think we might as well connect up to the road here. Or curving back around. But that'll have to wait until we've placed this one. So curve sat so it looks nice, like that. And then come along. Probably should be a bit closer to this. And then we'll just bring that road down to connect over here. Let's get rid of this one so it's out of the way. Make sure we connect to the right one. Right, where's the end of this road? Here. Okay. And delete the inner road. How does that look? Ooh, and that one there. Okay. This is our organic little shape we've got in there. And check fertility. Fantastic. So, we'll settle inside of here as we have done already. And straight away, we'll get a little road coming inbound here. Thusly. And on it, we shall ensconce a granary. Actually, you know what? we're going to start this time. Hey, I'm not putting the granary down first. Who am I? What am I doing? Put down the forester's hut here. And then we'll put the granary down next to it. Ooh, lovely stuff. And the storehouse will have to go somewhere. Okay. Can we squeeze this road out here? Oh, we can. In which case, let's do that. And get our storehouse just there. Fantastic. Water supply over here. And of course the usual hitching posts. And it's all going to need deforesting, so it doesn't really matter where we put these. I'm just going to get that down there. Order another ox. Move this over here. Set the priority of those two high, because we want them built ready for when that ox arrives. And do the same for the granary and storehouse. And we don't need that to be a high priority, actually. Get time going. Goodness, it's already raining. Wasn't a good idea, was it? Barley Boy is already struggling with resources out in the rain. I really should have thought of that before I got going. Right, we'll have to make sure we get things moved inside the granary and storehouse right away. One rainstorm shouldn't destroy our goods, as I believe it. Not in the standard game mode. And it's stopped there, so hopefully we've got a little reprieve to get everything inside. Get a family moving everything inside there. I do need to get these built. They're very important to not lose our starting. I don't usually start inside a little forest. It's quite fun. Haven't done that before. I may have done it before, but I've not done it recently. Oh, good, yes. Get that. Lovely. So there's all our resources being moved inside. And we'll get a family pretty early on, working on bringing some berries in, I think. Lovely. And on to production. We'll get ourselves a logging camp in here, tucked as tight as we can get it, I think. In fact, if we put it here, that leaves space for a few other buildings, potentially. So put that in there. And then we can get a woodcutter's lodge. Yep, just in here. And a saw pit here. Oh, yeah. I like that a lot. Lovely, so we're already bringing in food, because the berry patches are literally right next to the forager's hut, which is literally right next to the granary. So that is fantastic, a really good start there. So then we're on to thinking about burgages, although also we should get down our charcoal boy from industry. And we'll pop you just here, and connect you up to the road there. Good, and then for burgages, I guess we'll get our first burgages opposite this way. Let's just quickly leave the granary going to bring all those resources from the forester's hut, but we'll get rid of the worker there for the time being to free him up. Let's get ourselves a market stall, which we can pop in here. Let's turn off snapping. Get that placed nice and efficiently, so that's plenty of space. And then we'll build some burgages in here. Let's do our arrangement, shall we? So, we'll get a couple of small ones in here. Our arrangement, as if no one else has ever thought of this. We want 2 burgages, not 3. As to not waste farming space. Gardening space? Farming space? So it's a garden extension, isn't it? But you know, they are farming their garden extension. Build those there. And then put in our vegetable burgage behind. Little something like that. Fab. And then we'll get another couple in. Enough resources to get these next 2 in. Let's turn off snapping, get that brought out the right amount. That's pretty good. Snip that in a bit at the top. And then that gives us space to put one more here once we have the lumber. So let's get someone working at the logging camp. And also someone working at the saw pit would be a good idea. And we just want 25 planks, as we normally aspire to initially, with a basic allowance for 6 timber. But the berry should see us through, to be honest, with the number of families that we're going to have moving in here initially. But we'll just see how we get on. Right, with Barley Boy underway, Let's check back in on Mega Rundling. It's got 27 plots still available for people to move into. And down here, let's start getting some bakeries installed. These are all going to be bakeries. We've got plenty of unassigned families, so I don't see any harm in getting most of these assigned. Oh, there's Barley Boy receives his upgrade. Right, so we've got all of those done. Get those up to level 2. And we'll order in some pigs for the rear here. All the way along this row, I think. Fantastic. And what population? Are we crossed 1500 yet? We have 1559 for the Mega Rundling. Awesome. I'm going to hold off on these because those, like I said earlier, they should be used for loathing production. We needed to get back in here, didn't we, and reset the limits for these. So they're allowed clothes. Don't need fuel. And yarn, hides. We could do some tanning over here, couldn't we? Yarn, hides, and wool are going to be your responsibility. We should probably let them have leather, actually, if we're letting them have hides. Fab. And wool. Good. Not too fussed about making gambesons, to be honest. So, maybe let's get a couple of families starting to deal with some of those resources. We're still okay for sheep space. How many sheeps do we have? 1,200 sheeps. My giddy aunt. Basically filled that up there. I suppose we have... Are there sheep moving into here? The hell pens, as I should probably call them. Not just yet. So I'm sure they will be eventually, in which case we'll need to get these sheep farms active at such a time as that. Okay, and are we making our way through that grain backlog? It looks like we are now, which is good. And all the flour is immediately being turned into bread. Let's make sure we're turning it into the right kind of bread, because we've not got any rye production at all. There's no point in making rye bread, because they shall just be forever waiting. I'd rather they baked us some lovely wheat bread. Grand. I've just got to make sure you're assigned to the correct thing as well. Not neglecting those upgrades. How is the ale front? We used a lot of it in activating this tavern. It just goes to show how much we're going to need if we're going to satisfy the demands of many of our peoples. I assume they're just waiting on a timber delivery or something. Hopefully most of those oxen we've ordered have arrived, although there's still a lot of empty stables over here, so we may need to order even more still. Lovely gulp of tea. Fuel me for the continued Mega Rundling expansion. Come along. Come along now. I suppose, yes, there's going to be a lot of families moving into these bakeries because they're level 3 as well. And when you do an upgrade to a burgage plot, for some reason, the game would rather someone moved into the upgraded burgage, the spare third person you get in there, than they would moving into an unoccupied burgage. I don't know why that is, and actually it's quite annoying. I'd much rather they moved into burgages that aren't currently being used, because they, quite often represent a production gap. An extra person moving into the level 3 burgage isn't necessarily going to massively increase my production of food, for example, although they will bake more bread, or do more of whatever that burgage does. But it might be that I want to get an expansion on pigs, for example, in which case I would want people moving in over here and not here. It'd be nice if you could actually set that up as a game rule. Expansion, people to move into new burgage plots rather than into old. Church hasn't collapsed in a while. Very happy about that. That bodes well for when eventually we have the manor constructed. Let's check this storehouse. What I'm tempted to do, because you're actually full, is I'm actually going to build another storehouse. Can we squeeze this in here somewhere? I don't want to be too close to the manor. Get a road in that gap. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, well, let's take a road down here. And we will put down another storehouse just here. I think it should just about be far enough away from that wall. Don't mind it being a little bit busier in here. Like I said, I think that looks quite nice. Which is why we've got the little orchard planted out the back here and a little vegetable garden. Just, food for the manor person himself, the Manor Lord. That's me. What am I talking about? But anyway, this storehouse here I'm going to set up to exclusively store tools in the hope that we always have enough nearby the church, lest the other storehouse runs out of capacity. Right, Barley Boy. What is your speciality going to be? Well, efficient farming at elevation, cheaper animal imports, and increased mining labour. We don't need mining labour. And we're not particularly at an elevation here, are we? Although I have found sometimes what the game thinks is an elevation is quite surprising. No, it's basically at water level of the lake, so I can't imagine that's going to be an issue. Small holdings could do. I don't see it's over necessary. Hunting hound, increased export. Forage good deposit would be nice actually for our berries. Don't really need anything from you. La 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 la. I wish there was just a flat, this here, the hinterlands. Hinterlanders. I do like that it gives efficiency farming elevation, but why didn't it just give efficiency on farming? There's not one of these perks here that just gives an increased efficiency for farming. But my complaint of the minute, I would say day, but I'm sure I've made more than one complaint this day. In that case, we might as well get an increased capacity for foraged good deposits. And actually, we do also have fish here as well, so that's going to increase that as well. Or is it not? Well, maybe it doesn't. Any hoozles. How are we doing over here? Well, we've got everyone out of the starter tents, but we could do with a few more spots for people to be moving into. So, for starters though, let's get a vegetable plot put on you. And then let's build another burgage behind this one for a second vegetable expansion. Let's just bring that down a little bit there. And in a bit at the top. A little bit taller. We'll get there, don't worry. Okay, that's fine. And then we should probably have a road running alongside that. Okay, if we come across the top here. Oops, still just wants to go that way, right. Build that there. And build one here. And segment. Let's build this road going up past. Connect into it. Let's delete this and bring that down. Good. Get a nice clean corner over there. We're going to need more than one burgage though, so let's continue what we've been doing and get a few small burgages in here. Yeah, that could work. And we're going to need lots of people here for farming, aren't we? So that's going to mean having lots of people in potentially double stacked accommodation. Let's just continue this road over here. A little bit like that there. And see if we can't get this burgage popped in this space. Yep, that looks good. That's probably the limit of the size you would want. And yeah, we'll get a little popped in the end there as well. Fantastic, and then we might need to use some of this space for burgaging, but also we are going to need space as well for the farms. Now, there is other areas we can put those in. So here, for example, in fact, why don't we start tracing this out now? See if I can do this from memory. So, something a little bit like that. How close am I? Ooh, a bit too far on this side, but not bad. So using that as a guide, see if we can't get a slightly more gently curved one. That comes in a little bit like this here. And yep, that looks good. How's that? Yeah, that's perfect, I think. And might as well do the same on this side. In fact, it's just going to be a continuation of these. So, road a little bit like that there. Ooh, way too far. Right. Is it more like that there? Again, I really wish I could have this on at the same time. Right, that one there. Yep, and then this one here. A little bit like that. Fab, and then we'll just connect these two up. Because why not? But at least we'll do it, semi-tidally at the very least. A little love path in there. Okay. Right, so that potentially is an area for us to get some farming done, in which case we should probably connect it up to the main settlement here. A little bit like that. Grand. It's a bit odd, that, doesn't it? Yeah, well, we're going for best farming, not best looks. The best looks is definitely the Mega Rundling. We're ready to upgrade, and we might as well put some chicken coops over here. I feel like we've not built any chicken coops in a little while, so we get some of those down. May eventually become bakeries, but I'm not sure we're ever going to need more capacity than we've already set up here. As we're getting people moving into the area, though, I wouldn't mind getting a few extra windmill workers to make sure we're keeping on top of that grain. Look at all that. We've got more chevron now than we do pork. We were making so many sausages, but hopefully this will address that problem. Did we set the limits up for these? We did not. Let's quickly do that now, because I think it would be good to get this one activated, because people are moving in over here. Lovely, and then the same for this one. Right. So at 99, 96% supply, so still pretty good all things considered. 19 spots for people to be moving into, so progress is being made. Probably time to go and rebuild some salt mines, isn't it? We've got plenty of salt, though, so we seem to be able to put up with this. One mine collapsed there. Interestingly, one did survive. Is that because there were less around it? Don't know. It seems to change by region. Over in Quarry Boy, look at that. 7 people moved in. How are we on the supply? Well, absolutely fine. That's nice, isn't it? I mean, plenty more space for people to be moving in. We've got the money, haven't we, to order in that lovely horse. We've not been here in a while, so let's order that horse up. And make sure we've got some stables here. We should probably redress the limit for planks, probably up to more like 100 or something. And with some of these additional workers then, let's get this storehouse upgraded. And we're going to open up this storehouse here to help with the various supply needs, or storage needs, of all the rough stone we're producing. And let's get a couple of extra families working at the quarries. Oh, we could do a little bit of upgrading, I suppose, couldn't we? It wouldn't hurt anyone. Would hinder our supplies, but that's good. And then as we get a bit more money, and as well horses come in, which indeed it has just done, we might as well go ahead and get a few more things purchased, and get some there as well. Cool, right. Quarry Boy taken care of. How much stone have we imported? 987. Okay. So, let's turn our attention then, briefly, before we go back to farming in Barley Boy. Those Quarry Boy upgrades, that's lovely. To the production or a stone camp. So, let's get down a couple of storehouses initially to store all these goods we're going to be producing. So, we'll get 1, 2, and 3. And then we'll need some stonemasons stations. Can we fit those in here? Oh, come on. Oh, so very nearly. So very nearly. Right, we'll just put these on the same road. And we'll get 1, 2, 3. It's probably going to be enough, isn't it? Right? Maybe a few more. We'll see how we get on with 3 as a starter, perhaps. So we'll get those built there. What else do we need? Don't really need anything other than that, do we? The stonemason station and storage for them. Probably some burgages to supply us some workers. So we get down a granary and a storehouse just here. So granary there. Storehouse here. Following the usual pattern that we have been doing elsewhere. With a market stall in this little glade here. And some burgages. Oh, come on. Where's the burgage button? Anyone who's taking a drink every time I say burgage, I'm sorry, and you should see a doctor. Build those there. Okay. Right, and that's the stone production quarter, I suppose. Where do these trees come from? I'm sure I cleared out all of these trees. Be gone. Thank you. Don't mind a few around the church here, actually. Survivors of a bygone era. Because one of the things I did do, again, in that break I had a little while ago, for drink tea and let population move in, was clear out the rest of the rundling using that technique of just putting down some pastures to delete trees. Look at that. Absolutely fantastic. What are we at population-wise? 1,589, and I'm actually fairly confident that we could actually beat our previous record, which was, I don't remember how many people it was. Was it 2,000? Somebody let me know. Pop it down in the comments below. How many people have I got up to before? I can't remember, and I am too lazy to go and check. Thank you. You're ready for level 4? Our first level 4, boys? Oh, it's hard to say no. I wonder if there are other people ready for level 4. So it's not the only tavern we have active. Yes. Text. Oh yeah. A whole bunch of people ready for level 4. Are we short on resources? Tiles. We're going to need to get some roof tiles from somewhere. Which means importing clay. Does anybody have a strong clay deposit? Yes, Ironhome does. We might need to start exploiting and exporting that. So let's get a road. Here. And good, it's a continuation of the Roman road we built. Big improvement on the King's Road, I'd say. I'm not claiming we're Romans, although I suppose I sort of am. Okay, good. Come on. Lovely. And we'll get down. Probably don't need our usual mass mining over here, but we'll set it up in that way just in case we do. So maybe we'll start with 3. And connect these as we usually would. Actually, just go all the way down the sides. It's fine. I don't think we're going to need more than 3 active. And then connect them to Central Road here. And connect these like so. A little bit like we did earlier with the stone quarries. Okay. So we'll get those under construction. And then over here, we'll need a number of storehouses to store all the goods that are coming out. In fact, 3 is definitely going to be enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build some storehouses along the side here. Like that. And then I'm going to build some tiley boys alongside those. 2 of those should be sufficient. Okay, and then in this little corner just here, we'll get a few more pack stations. Like so. And we'll connect those up to the road. A little bit like that there. Okay. And then we'll get a road in across here. Connect in like that. And get an expansion over here for our people. So we'll get a granary and a storehouse. Yeah, we'll put it around. And then actually we'll build a little road here. Get it to snap nicely, a little bit like that. And then we'll build a market stall in here. Sure, that's fine. Then another road coming up. And then some burgages in this space here. I suppose we might as well carry this on. What are all those nasty noises I'm hearing? Stocks damaged, deep mine. I wonder if that's our salt mines collapsing once again. There might be an excess of iron in here in Ironhome. I should say which region. It was Ironhome, where we are indeed at present. So let's get some burgages in here. I wonder if we even bother having rear extensions. You know what? I'm not going to. Very, very rarely do I do that. But these chaps are here and only here to work on the production and export of clay roof tiles. So that's being built over there. You can basically leave that to it, I think, for the time being. Back over to the moat. Oh, we should probably check how we're doing for food. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How long has it been like that for? Oh, no. Uh-oh. I've been neglecting Barley Boy. Well, you know what that means. Ew, pack stations. Let's get a couple of the extra ones here active. And I'm going to reassign you to Barley Boy. And you're going to get... I don't have anything to trade. I've not set them up. Oh, what have I done? Hope we don't lose anyone. It's definitely going to delay us, though. Right. 2 of you are going to be rerouted to Barley Boy. We'll have to keep an eye on how Quarry Boy is doing by doing that. Wrong way around. We want you to send cabbages. I think cabbages are still plentiful. Yes, they are. And we want you to receive the charcoals. Hello, charcoals. Where are you? What's so distracted doing other things? Right, so we'll get that going. Over here, it's imperative. We don't have any firewood either. Oh, we've got food. Oh, thank goodness, it's firewood we don't have. Oh, that's an easy fix. Oof. I was worried for a second there. In fact, what we should probably do then is quickly undo what we just did. Because we definitely don't want them taking the charcoal that they've now got to survive with. So, Quarry Boy, and you're back to stone, please. And you as well. Oh, it looks like the mushrooms are going to keep us alive there. No, not wool. Stone. Very close one indeed. That's why no one's died yet. If we managed to get away with the fact that we have a shortage of fuel. Right, that shouldn't take very long to fix at all. While that is being fixed, let's get a couple of extensions popped on in the form of gardens. And we'll get some cabbages planted at the one we've already built. Okay. Moving into that new area in Quarry Boy. Or continuing to move in over here, I should say. How are we doing for... Oh, we've got plenty of rough stone at this point, haven't we? Let's get a third family there. And that's definitely there. The way that storage is filling up, I think we're going to need a few more storehouses. So, let's put a few more in. Storehouse row. Go on. No harm in having more of those. Could do a few upgrades, I suppose. Wouldn't hurt. Not that I think we're going to do much more expansion over here. It's doing its job. It's getting plenty of food from the capital. The Mega Rundling itself. Mega Rundling is still looking absolutely fine for all of its supplies and resources. And quite a few. Just only one family off getting up to the large town, or medium town settlement level, rather. Okay, people over here have been moving in. Let's get them upgraded, and then we can get them potentially working on clothing production. Have we started to see any sheep move in over here? Doesn't look like it. Have I just got that much sheep storage elsewhere, or am I slaughtering sheep after a certain point? All those are full. Oh no, yeah, we're still not quite filled up on sheep. There we are, the medium town levels we reached, which seems ironic given that this place is absolutely, absolutely humongous, with a population of 1,600 souls. Right, well, anticipation of the sheep spreading. Let's get some families working at sheep farms here. And then maybe get a few weavers' workshops active. And also, we've already got the specialist storehouses active. Let's get as well, because we've got a lot of hidage here. Maybe get a few leather shops in place as well. Doesn't fit quite as nicely there as I'd hoped. Still, going to have to put it up here, I think. Right. What if I tuck this right in up here? Can I get another one here? It's close, but no cigar, I believe. That's fine. We'll just get one there then for the time being. We started to make a bit of fuel over in Barley Boy. Hopefully. Yes. Fuel is now absolutely fine. So, let's reassign some of those workers, because there's a ridiculous number of people working there for what we're doing. Let's get a family at the storehouse and allow you to have a market stall. We can allow the granaries to have a market stall as well. And we need to get a trading post up and running. So we'll go over trading post. Guess we'll pop that up here. Nearish where we have the King's Road. Put a little love path in there. And we'll save that money we've got left over, 78, to buy us a horse, I believe. Let's upgrade these hitching posts to stables while we're on the subject of transport. And apart from just gathering some resources, we get an additional family at the logging camp. But actually, I've got a lot of logs. Let's up the limit of planks we can create in that case. And down the saw pit to something. Okay. And pretty soon we can start thinking about getting on with a little bit of farming, which is very exciting indeed. Because over here, we could always do with more barley to turn into malt to make lovely ale for the city's citizens. I'm going to refrain from that level 4 for the time being. And with these upgraded, we can get a few of them now set up as tails. I'm aware that we are running low on unassigned families, which seems funny to say, given we've actually got 22 of them. It's all relative, I suppose. Oh dear. Oh, I've done a misclick. I'm so sorry. We'll have to revise that later on. Okay, well we can start to get this clothing sector up and running, and hopefully we'll have some sheep here before too long. I'm tempted to build a butcher's, just to make sure we have got a proper limit set on how much mutton we can make. Although, it doesn't look like we're making any mutton, so I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. If this never grows, we'll have to address it. I mean, there may be a limit on how many sheep the game lets you have. 1,274 plus 55 lambs. Quite a lot of sheep. Got 100 oxen. What does the 66 next to it mean? Is that how many spaces I've got for additional oxen? Don't know. Don't know. There's certainly enough space over here, isn't there? Empty stables. Righty ho then. Right, so once those are built, we'll need to make sure that obviously they're making from yarn and not from anything else. Other than that, plenty of space for people to moving in. 17 burgages. Let's go and rebuild our salt mines once again. I do believe it's the sausages that letting us keep up with this high percentage. So whoever it was in the comments of my previous videos who says, why don't you make sausages? Thank you. You've been very helpful. Quick check in on Quarry Boy. And set up some storage for you here. Okay. Upgrade you. Lovely stuff. And over in the new expansion of Ironhome, how are we doing over here? Got a few people moving in. I'm going to set those initially to work at the local storehouse and at the local granary. 1, 2, 3. So one more family I can assign to work at a granary. Great. So that's going to make sure we're keeping on top of that. And I think we'll probably need even more accommodation than we've got set up here to keep an eye on that. I don't think we're going to struggle for food, though. I don't think we need to necessarily expand food production. We are really getting all over the place here. We've got the Mega Rundling down here. We've got a farming district we're starting to set up here in Barley Boy. We've got Ironhome, which is on the main Roman road out, one of the original extra settlements, producing us iron and soon to be producing us roof tiles as well. And Quarry Boy, which is producing us all the lovely rough stone we're going to need to refine in our capital to build ourselves a lovely castle. I do feel we should probably rename Ironhome to match the other names we have going. Iron Boy. Lovely. Now I'm wondering whether some of these should be called something girl. Valley Girl. I'm going to avoid that particular trap. Okay. Did we build these lovely thingamabobs down here? We did. Even this ridiculous vegetable garden, which we shall rebuild. And let's get these set up for production with yarn. Fantastic. And this one here as well. And get that one upgraded, but we'll leave those two unassigned for the moment. So I don't necessarily need them right away. I think I've set everyone to woolen clothes here, apart from the one that's not yet completed. 69% complete. Very nice. Sips tea. Hey, yeah, something like a lukewarm cup of tea. Oh, look. Pig's Row has started to move it. Someone can finally tend to all these pigs we have out the back. Great stuff. Come on, Taylor Shop. Get done. Get done. I've got things to do. Farming regions to set up. Very nearly there in that one. Then we need to think, probably, once Pig's Row's filled up, about further expansion over here. Probably some additional, largely fruit production, I think, as we've discussed. Maybe a little bit of veg, though, as well. 94, 96. And there we go. Set that up to woolen clothes production, of which we are still not short. Maybe a few extra... Actually, we did set up over here, didn't we? So we've got a tannery, and we do have an excess of hides we need to turn into leather. And then with that lovely leather, we can perhaps get a few additional people over here making shoes. So, what do we have? So it'll need to be level 3. We'll worry about that later, but it's a possibility we have over here for expansion. Right, I think it's time to go and pay some proper attention to Barley Boy. Alrighty then, so, what are we looking at in Barley Boy? It's April. Time is speeding on. How are we doing for resources? Not got loads of timber, but that's because we're producing lots and lots of planks. So it might be worth us just quickly redressing that balance once more and saying that we don't really need to have any more than, say, 150 planks at any given time at this stage in the game. And alongside that, we should probably get another ox ordered up, shouldn't we? Because we just got the 2 starting oxen for the moment. So we'll get one of those ordered. And I'm very much aware we should probably have ordered in a horse, but you know, there's still time for that. So we'll get a little hitching post over there by the trading post ready. And we'll wait on buying anything else. We will, though, put a couple of expansions on so we can get a few additional families to help work the new farms that we're going to be setting up. Simply wonderful. And then let's build... Where are we going to build our first farms then? So we could do it here, or we could do it back here. I think maybe we want to have a bit of farming and a bit of accommodation in each of these lower fertility areas rather than concentrating everything in one place. So I think we'll probably aim to construct our farms over here. Goodness, we're using all of our timber on those expansions, aren't we? Let's quickly hop in here again and set this limit to 12. We'll let people work on bringing in some more logs for a moment, but while they're doing that, there's nothing to say that we can get on and lay out some fields. So, with barley as our main goal, I guess maybe to leave this to be deforested, we'll start on this little bit of high fertility here. Now, what do we want these farms to look like? I think we just want them to fill the space and be a little bit random. I don't think we want anything looking too uniform, but I do want to use up all the space to the edge of the map, ideally. Can we get any closer out to the edge than that? Yep, let's build out as far as there. So maybe let's put a little wedge, I say a little wedge. A Morgan wedge. A Morgan-sized wedge up here. And then we'll get a second Morganish sized wedge here. And then we'll do a third. Fantastic. And then we'll bring in some other shapes. So, having said that, do we just continue that? Oh yeah, I think that's okay. Let's maybe extend that a little bit so that's a little straighter. That's that road. Okay. And then we'll fill in this space here. Again, making sure we're utilising that space to the edge of the map. Grand. And... oh yeah. A bit too big. But maybe we'll just bring it back this way a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. Across here. Great. And then fill in this space here. Oh, yes. That's a pretty good start, isn't it? I suppose we might as well finish filling out this space here. Just into approximately one Morgan chunks. Don't particularly care if they all look the same or if they're a little bit different. From where I am, in my part of the world, they're all sort of randomly shaped, cut up over many hundreds of years of farming. Okay. I think that's a good start. Not sure I like these, actually. I'm going to delete these, and I don't feel like they match the kind of rest of the aesthetic we've gone for over here in terms of a kind of a random layout. So let's get a few different ones here. Maybe one like that. And one like this. Yeah. Yeah, I think that looks better. Right, and we've got a few planks now. So logs rather. So let's get a few farms set up. And how are we going to lay these out? Let's put one down, and we'll turn off snapping. And we'll just come in this way a little bit. Like that. Pull the road off in that direction. Like so. Bit of a hill there, is there? No, not too bad. Gosh, it lags when you look towards the Mega Rundling itself, doesn't it? Okay, and then get a couple of farms in along this road. We'll need a couple of hitching posts to service them. And maybe we'll get these along the main road here. Okay, is that enough? Do we maybe get one more? Thing is, do we want to process it here, or do we just want to export the barley? We've got a lot of processing over there, haven't we? So I think we will just literally collect it as barley, and then we'll send it over as barley. I think that's what we'll do. We'll get another one here though, anyway. And that still leaves some additional space for expansion in terms of burgaging. Just going to bring this road down here, and then maybe see, because we've got one space left for people to move into, about doing a little expansion here with properties. Yep, just need to bring in a few more logs for us to do that, but that's fine. We are going to probably need to get a source of income sooner rather than later, because we do need to buy in lots of oxen. So what is it we're going to export? Is it just going to continue to be lovely charcoal? The thing is, we're exporting that elsewhere, and it's using up a lot of the market availability in terms of how much we can get for it. We'd probably want to export our wheat, etc., as well, our grains, to the Mega Rundling. Tell you what we could do is we could set up a sale of clothing, even though it is down a little bit in market value. So a desired surplus of 50 or something, and that'll be what we trade primarily from the Mega Rundling to over here, as a ways of bartering all of the crops that we'll be getting from here. So with that in mind, let's go back to the Mega Rundling. And we've got those two new pack stations we set up that weren't actually operational. If I can find them. There they are, tucked in on the side. So I do believe that you're not doing anything. You're not. So you're going to go and trade with Barley Boy. And you're going to send clothes. We should have enough, yep. Quite the export material clothes for us down here. So send clothes, and we will receive in return some lovely barley. So whether or not, I don't know if we can export enough clothes to do it. We're going to have to keep an eye on this. It's going to need a lot larger quantity compared to what we're getting in terms of iron from Iron Boy. So we'll set up 2 of them to do it. Barley, and you're going to be sending clothes and receiving grain. Okay, so we've got 2 of those set up. So start at least, and we may just have to do a little bit of farming without some oxen to start with. That might just be the way that it is. So we've got a few people moving in. We've got plenty of fuel. Food is still a little bit scarce. Let's get a second family working at the forager's hut, because there are plenty of berries that we need to be taking advantage of here. And we'll leave those extensions for the minute, because we can't put anything in them anyway. Okay. Well, let's get 2 families. Actually, how many are we doing for timber? Let's get these burgages in here. I think maybe it's not going to be this year necessarily that we get the farms operational. Right. So we'll build these in here. And we'll optimize them for low-level burgage occupation by having that +1 expanded living space on those, and pop them in there. And then we could also probably do some expansion this way. Do a similar thing. I mean, so that is, what, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 families. That's the additional one for level... Yes, there's 3 actually, isn't it? Because there's 2... Is it 2 in a level 2 burgage plot? I'm tripping. I'm tripping. It's 1, isn't it? Right, so... It's level 3 where it goes up. This would give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 families. And this would give us 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So that would give us more. So we'll get that in there. And then we'll build a little road along the back. Thusly. Hello, game. Thank you, game. It would be good to get a ploughing station at least one of these. I'm going to let those families do that construction first, and then we'll come back and set up a little bit of... Well, I suppose we can do field rotation now, actually. Because we haven't got anyone working at farms. So it's all about the barley again. Barley and wheat. Barley and wheat as per our usual farming rotation. Not too fussed about doing any rye, because when you've got high wheat fertility anyway, there's not much point, because you get twice as much out of wheat than you do compared to barley. We'll set up 2 more. So we've got 6 fields in rotation. Barley and wheat, and same with this one here. Fantastic. Great stuff. Right, Barley Boy is indeed coming along nicely. Ooh, down to 6 available burgage spaces in the Mega Rundling. Population count, 1647. Look at all this upgrade stuff here. How are we doing for, I imagine there's a fair bit of pork coming in now. Yep, nearly up to 100 on spare pork. We've dropped to 89% approval, but I'd imagine it's because we've got a bunch of level 1 burgage plots. So once we get these up to level 2, hopefully they'll bounce back. Marker stall. General goods supply has dropped a little bit, so it might be worth activating another storehouse over here. We've got 30 unassigned workers, so hopefully enough people to work at those. Are we getting through the backlog of wool? We are indeed getting through the backlog of wool. So all of our new tailors up here are doing a splendid job. Actually, no, there's 1.8 yarn. They're falling behind. We need more tailors. But we are definitely turning more wool into yarn. Now we have a couple of additional weavers' workshops. And how's the storehouse doing here? Could probably do with getting this tannery active. So we're going to get 3 families working there. And I'm very tempted to get one of those set up for shoe manufacturing, but we don't have the appropriate burgage level to do so. Could do down here. He's not terribly far away from the supply. Change one of the bakers over, but I don't really want to do that. Although we are definitely keeping on top of the flour situation and also on top of the grain situation now with our additional windmills down here as well. So we need to think about our next expansion. The nice thing is once these burgages moved into, which are the next 5 to be moved into actually, we'll be able to get our dressed stone started to be manufactured. It's very exciting. We've got 1.3k rough stone, so that's going to be the start of producing the material we need to build a fantastic little castle in the centre of our Mega Rundling. So, burgage expansion. I think we need more fruits, because those are the thing. If you look at this chart here, we've got plenty of sausages, we've got plenty of pork, we've got plenty of chevron. We have an ample supply of vegetables, although we'll maybe get a few more. We've got not that many fruits in comparison, and lots of bread. Plenty of animal produce as well, in terms of milk and eggs. So, to me, that means getting ourselves some lovely, lovely, lovely orchards. Now, what I am going to do, actually, quickly, before we do that, is get down a mining pit, and I just want to extract all of this clay, so that we don't constantly have a clay marker there throughout the rest of the game, as if I were to just build over it. And let's just pop a quick save to make sure that I haven't in fact got all of these roads ready, because I think I'm going to delete a few so we can get a few more larger burgages in. Great, so I think we'll delete this one here. That's fine. So, and we'll delete. Did we delete this one? Let's leave that for a few more dense ones, or we could do this. Could do that here. Balance is what we need. So large here, large here. I think we'll go large down here as well. Okay, that's fine. Just need to rebuild this bit of road here. And go on then. Might as well do the same here. Hello. There we go. There were 2 rows there for some reason. And, okay, looks like we've got away with deleting those without completely breaking the Mega Rundling at least. Which is wonderful. Stocks damaged. Mega Rundling. Oh, good grief. Harvest quicker. You need more farmers? I can't give you more farmers. Those are all the farmers you have. Just, if you could make sure it doesn't rain during harvest season, that'd be fantastic. Okay. Let's do this one here as well. Build that road in there. And then next thing to do will be making shoring. Oh, splendid English, typical. Making sure we have ample supply in terms of granaries and storehouses. Now we have some here, which could be expanded, I believe. Probably some here would be a good idea. So we'll get ourselves down, shall we say, 2 granaries. And 2 storehouses. Come on. Pick the right thing, typical. Come on. 2 storehouses either side here as well. Do we go even more than that? Have it centralized? I think we do. So then maybe let's go for 4 storehouses. In fact, we start by doing the granaries at the bottom here. I wonder if we'll have space for a road in between them all. So granary, granary, and storehouse plus road? Yeah, ooh, maybe. I have to make sure it's nice and tight in here. Like so. Oh, didn't mean to place that. And the same with this one here. Come on. Road, please. Oh, it's so close. It's just the rear of this one here. Can I get that placed any tighter? Come on. One thing I don't like with the building in this game is sometimes when you let go of click from carefully placing something, it automatically builds it. I'm not sure we're going to be able to get the road in there as I'd hoped. No. Oh well. People might still walk through that gap, I suppose. And then we'll get 2 roads either side of this. Like that. Let's quickly get some people working in there to empty that out. And then we'll put market stalls on either side. Got local water sources, I do believe. So in here. It's far more than we need. They are sometimes a bit funny, the placement of these, aren't they? Sure. Do that there. And we'll put some on this side as well. Not sure we need quite as many, though. 1 row will do here. It's more like it. Okay, and then some more roads. As taxes continue to go up, just 2 spaces left for people to move into. Let's quickly just pop on down here and... we need more people to work in this sector, actually. I don't think we've got enough people locally. Perhaps we should reinstate this road, having just deleted it, and have some denser burgages here in 2 ranks. Okay, and I'm just going to go ahead and splat this in. Great. A whole bunch of extra workers for that industry. And then up here, we'll do our usual of a couple of burgages. I suppose these are mostly going to be for our orchards, so we could probably get away with having 3 burgages. Now, elsewhere, I've always done this little road. We didn't do just now when we settled over in the Barley region, so I'm just going to see what happens if I don't do it here. So if we just do this. It does work just as well. You do end up with a few less roads connecting everyone, but I suppose you could put a road here instead, which might be slightly better use of space. So, do that there. And we'll put a connecting road in, even if it doesn't completely align with the Mega Rundling. And then a couple more burgages in here. Let's go a little bit further on the front there, just so they're not quite so crammed in. Like so. And then one on the end here. Great. And put the road down. Repeat the same again. Extensions are probably a bit bigger than they needed to be on that one there. That's okay. Dominant accommodation. Definitely don't need that for a orchard. And then we'll just fill a few in here. Okay, and then fill this space out. No. No. We can make better use of space of that space. Come on. Come on, typical. Don't be ridiculous, man. I'm all the way over to here, probably. It's a bit odd if we snap that there, doesn't it? What if I come across from there a little bit? And do this. Yeah, that's better. And then we'll just fill in this space here. Whoop, save game incoming. There we go. Okay. Right, so there's a whole bunch of construction going on there. And as for these people down here, let's get some upgrades on these burgages to get them all to level 2. Them who have moved in and such. And we need to set up some limits here. So what are you? You're going to be for dress stone, basically. That's going to be your role in life. How are we going to get all that clay over here? Something to think about. We also need someone to produce it too. Something else to think about. Anyway, for a minute, let's worry about this. So, dress stone and rough stone. That is your purpose. And that is the same for all of you. Dress stone and rough stone. Okay. Grand. And then we'll upgrade these and remove their market stall ability. Fabulous. And I'm going to start assigning you minor. Oh, temporarily helping get a play out. I suppose, you know, it does need to be done. Right, I'm going to assign a few of you to work at the storehouses there. And then I'm going to assign your neighbours to start work at the stonemason station, so we can indeed start getting a little bit of dress stone under production. Let's get some chickens for you to care for. Something nice and low maintenance while you're busy doing all of your stone masonry. Okay, still on market stall availability. And you can go and work at stonemason station and have some chickens for your trouble. Same with you. Some chickens for your trouble. And just wait for this last one to be completed so we can also assign him to a role. A nice sip of tea while he does that, actually. So many cups of tea already. What a wonderful world we live in. Cups of tea readily available for any man or woman. Ignore all the massive other problems that are going on. There's tea. I'm sure tea has never caused any problems. Has it? No. Can't see why it would have done. Yes. Right, can you tell my nationality? Okay. Moving swiftly on. You, sir, are going to be a chicken, sir. Ooh. A couple of level 2 upgrades left to do up here. Get those on the road. Sheep starting to move in over here? Yeah, they are indeed. How are we doing for availability of ale? 301, so it picked up a little bit from where we previously were. People are starting to move in over here. And work at that stonemason station. And let's get an additional family working there. Let's give you all some animal pens for your rear extensions. Maybe even more pigs. I do like having a good amount of piggage available on the market. Either in sausage form or in slab form. What a weird way of putting it. Okay. Fab. And up here we need to set these up for orchards out the back. Lovely. And what do we think? Some more goats. We are putting in a lot of piggies at the moment, so I think maybe we'll put in a few goats up here. On these. 26 available burgages for people to move into, so that seems like it's going well. We need to pop back over to Iron Boy and also to Barley Boy to see how they're getting on as well. So over in the much less laggy Quarry Boy, how are we doing here? Resources are fine. We've got plenty of people here who could have jobs. Oh dear, you're not meant to have market stalls. No one wants to buy stone from you. Let's upgrade this one as well. Okay, so we've got plenty of storage. I suppose we might as well upgrade these so that they're ready. And maybe get another family working at the... Whoop, let's zoom a bit too far in. At the forester's hut. That's great. What are we trading away? Oh yes, rubble stone. That's fine. I don't know if we need any more diggers. Quarrymen, actually. 870 rough stone. I think it's pretty fine as it is. Swinging on over to Iron Boy then. And resources are still looking good. We've got plenty of people over here who moved in and are ready for upgrades. Let's start by getting 3 families working at both of these establishments to make sure they're well supplied. And then let's go ahead and upgrade everyone to level 2 as well. I was about to say, did we put water over here? But if everyone's ready for a level 2 upgrade, then yes we did. Right, that's all of those on the way. Oh, and the last 2 on the end there, as soon as you're ready now. Let's set up these chaps here. And are we going to make just clay or... No, I think we will export the tile. Since we've got this little production area I've already set up here. So we'll set them to have tiles, clay, and fuels. And same for this one here. Tile, clay, and fuel. And then we'll upgrade them and remove their market stall ability. Oh, just a bit shy on logs there all of a sudden. Oh, we did do lots of upgrading, I suppose. And 12 families unassigned, so we've got some space then to start extracting some of this clay. So we'll get 3 families on that, and we'll extract the surface deposit of just over 1,000 first before we get into the deep mines, which are hardest to maintain. And I suppose we might also get a couple of people working at the first clay furnace as well. Grand stuff. I do think we'll need maybe a little bit more accommodation here, but we'll have to wait and see. Now, the main thing that we are receiving over here... Actually, yeah, we built a whole bunch of pack stations here and never used them, did we? Some of you are trading with Quarry Boy. Yeah, because we ended up using the Mega Rundling to do this instead. Oh, some of them are doing it. Is it just the end one we haven't got set up? So we've got one working on Mega Rundling trade for iron. 2... And then one working on Quarry Boy. Go and check at the Mega Rundling how we're doing for iron. 79. We seem to have enough. 3.6k iron slabs. Good grief, yes, we have enough. for our needs, at least. So, what we'll do then is the first 2 pack stations up here. These are also going to be for the Mega Rundling. And we're going to send roof tiles. Where are you? Did I miss you at the top? Hello? Roof tiles. And we're going to receive... What are we going to receive? We do make a lot of sausages. How does the trade work on that? 0.6. It's not quite so good. What else do we produce a lot of? Pork. Vegetables, potentially. Could do cabbages. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll stick with clothes for the time being until we have clothing problems. I mean, we are planning on massively increasing our clothing production as we get even more tailors set up and also more sheep breeding. So Mega Rundling, once again, you're sending roof tiles and receiving clothes. And we'll just go and check at the Mega Rundling how we're getting on with our clothes supply as well, to make sure that we're not going to run ourselves dry. I've completely lost it again. Hello, clothes. There you are. Thanking you. Alright, so that's 2 of those set up. We're working on construction here, and I imagine we're starting to make some roof tiles already. Indeed we are. Grand. Moving on then to Barley Boy. So we'll just quickly check this clothing level. 8.6k clothes. I think that is trending up. If we look at our records, resources, and we go to commodities, clothes, and past 12 months. Yeah, we're going up overall. So I think we should be fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. So can we do any farming then at Barley Boy? People have moved in. We've got unassigned people ready for jobs. A little bit short on food. But we need to start making some crops, don't we? If we are to sort that problem out. So we've got something to export. So let's get some families assigned to some farmhouses. Maybe one extra. We will give them some plows, but not until we've got more oxen to work them. So we'll just assign the one for the minute. Okay. Did we ever plant anything? We just got one with beets, have we? Yeah, looks like it. That's fine. We could always sell charcoal if we really had to, because we have got 67 months of fuel. Since we had that little panic and started deforesting the whole world. So it's March and they're at least working on some manual ploughing, etc. So we should have some crop that we can send over to the Mega Rundling this year. And we've already got a couple of the pack stations set up in the Mega Rundling to do that trade with Barley Boy. For clothes for wheat grain, so that's good, and for barley as well. In terms of barley, we have none, no malt. Definitely need more. We need more barley. Well, it's coming, don't worry. 21 burgages people to be moving into, and indeed people are moving in at a fair rate of knots. Let's order in some animals for these here. So we will go for more pigs down here, I think. So many piggies. More pigs than people in this Mega Rundling, and there's a fair number of people. I would not like to imagine as to the smell in the Mega Rundling. Although, if we look at this, smell. It's all fine. I know it's work in progress. I think it probably wouldn't be fine in reality once they get on top of that. So we've got, let's get another family working at this storehouse. How are we doing for dress stone? We're 51. Great. Now, all of our rough stone should ideally be being stored here as well. Let's get this up to 2 families per each one of these, and maybe even a 3rd family at each of these. Probably need to think about market supply as well. Still okay. Might as well go ahead and get these upgrades done then. Now, what we might need to do, which is going to be very laborious unfortunately, is go around and make sure none of the other storehouses are allowed to have rough stone. Now, this is where filtering out for a storehouse would be very useful. Because I'm going to have to manually try and find them all. I bet most of them shouldn't be allowed to store rough stone. So, I mean, how much we've got? A fairly ridiculous amount, am I not right? 1.5k of the stuff. Where is it all? Maybe we just click around until we find it. Because most of them should have limits set up like this. So, we may expose a few that don't. Oh, is it over here? Oh, time to rebuild some salt. So not all of these had limits. Like, you're full of salt, understandably. We should probably actually get your neighbour, whom was originally intended to also store salt, set up. Upgrade that. Turn off. Allow market store. That's fine. And what other storehouses do we have here? So it looks like these two have got the right setup. And it's granaries. So it's the original storehouse in here. Yes, it's all here. So let's set up some proper limits over here as well. For what they aren't allowed to have. Okay, so it all goes to the correct storehouses. There are storehouses to store all of those things. Okay. So there's no. Is there any other storehouses in our starting area? Hopefully, it's going to take a while to move all of that, isn't it? But hopefully they do start to do so. But I think actually that's all of the rough stone, bar what we've got over in the being produced. So it might be that that was actually the only storehouse that didn't have that set up. Okay, well hopefully all of the stone starts to make its way over here to these storehouses. These ones, where are we? Getting lost in my own Mega Rundling. pin these here. And I'm sure we'll soon enough see if that starts to happen. And that should make the production of dressed stone much, much faster, because they won't have to go nearly so far to go and get all of the materials they need to dress it up. Now, we built this storehouse ages ago with the intention of setting it up specifically for the housing of tools. So I'm going to do that, and we're going to upgrade it, and we'll get someone working there, and I'm actually going to get a second family. Where's the smithy? Yeah. Oh, there is two people working at the smithy. But they are off gathering resources. We have plenty of charcoal here, though. I wonder if they're off... What are they off doing? Finding somewhere to put their tools, maybe? Well, soon enough, they'll have a local area that they can do that in. Sliding back on to Barley Boy. How are we doing getting these fields planted up? So they're undergoing... Oh, some are planted, some are being sown. Oh, 87 barley, that would be lovely to get exported. And like I said before, I just don't know as it pops up out of the ground right in front of our very eyes. I just don't know how much we're going to be able to get exported via the pack station network. Now, you are meant to be able to use the trading posts. And you can turn off allow foreign trade, which should mean that when I check, trade will occur between your region, occupied regions, provided they have set the appropriate trade rule. Desired surplus will have the required regional wealth. And that's fine. We had to have the regional wealth, but I'm just not sure it works. So maybe it's something we could try. Maybe it's something we can try. If we find we're having problems with the pack stations not doing enough, so we do have plenty of money in the Mega Rundling, 96,000, so it would be good to try. Tell you what, let's try it. So if we go over to our pack stations, we have set up 2 pack stations to trade for the goods. I'm actually going to pause both of them, so they should stop doing that trading and come home. And we'll come over to... We've got a trading post there, but we probably want to get a trading post over here next to where the actual industry is. So let's build a new one. So we'll get a trading post, pop down just here, with a couple of stables behind it. Let's go to the livestock trading post quickly and order in some more horses. Look at that, I remembered where it was. Import another 4. Actually, another 8. Okay. And then over here, once this is completed, which we will up the priority of, ooh, 1,700 people. Usually we're approaching the game-breaking numbers, especially as actually 1,700 here. And we've got 70 in Barley Boy. And 123 in Quarry Boy, so that's 200. Another 2, so 4. So we're actually at 2,100 in terms of total map population, and that normally would break the game. So that is a plus point. Yeah, it's a sign that we might actually be able to complete the Mega Rundling. Getting rid of the last of that clay, that's good. Let's get these upgraded to hitching posts. Lovely, and then we'll set up some trade reasons. Some trade up here, which is quite the city, quite the frame lag when we look across it like that, isn't it? I can't wait to do a little tour of this Mega Rundling once it's complete. Don't worry, at the end of the video we'll do a in-person walk through some of the streets, and we'll do a little bit of a flyover as well to make sure we can get a good look at what we've created. And I say we, because this never would have been born if it wasn't for all you lovely people watching. The last circle settlement we did, people enjoyed, so I'm back here with another one. I'm just here to please. Okay, enough soppiness. Let's go down here, and trade-wise, we want to set up a new trade. And that trade is going to be an import of barley and wheat. What am I doing? Food? Is it under food, or is it under it's crafting materials, isn't it? So we want to import wheat grain, but only from our occupied regions. So we'll uncheck it. And we want to have a desired surplus of as much as we possibly can, please. Buy a trade route for it. I'm not sure if we need to do that when we're trading with our own merchants, own regions, but I'm going to do it anyway. And then we also want to import barley. Import. We're not going to allow foreign trade, and we want to have a surplus of lots of that as well. Okay. In fact, we might as well pop both these up, because it might be after our own harvest we have that much of that. 2,000, not 200, thank you. Right. And then we'll go on over to Barley Boy. And we'll need to set up a similar thing in that trade post. So we are going to go to crafting materials. Save game, save game. And we're going to export wheat grain, but only to our neighbors. And we're going to export barley, but only to our neighbors. Okay, and we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. Get a couple of people working there. Food 8 months, so not too shabby at the moment. What we could always do is send some cabbages here by pack station if we absolutely had to as well. In the meantime, maybe we should do a little bit of export on charcoal. Actually, no, we won't, because once this harvest is done, we'll be able to see. Because if we make any money at all, we'll be able to see it in the trade window, presumably, that we're exporting to our Mega Rundling. Very exciting indeed, and that will bring us in the money we need to buy various things, because the Mega Rundling makes a lot in taxation. Fantastic, very excited actually to see if that works, because it's something, like I said, in the past I've not been able to get it to work properly, so it might be that it does work now. Is that what you guys do? If you've had any success with that, let me know in the comments. So kind. With that stacks of cash we have, we should probably buy some lovely goats and orchards. Still got 13 spaces for people to be moving into, but that's not to say we can't continue expansion a little bit. Have we started bringing in any roof tiles? We're up to 61, so it'd be interesting to see how that continues to increase as they come in, not from Quarry Boy, but from Iron Boy. Iron and Clay Boy, I suppose, as it should be called. The one storehouse we've got working is the one with smallest capacity. So, what are we limited on? Mining or tile production? It looks like probably on mining. We've got 60 tiles here, ready for export. And we've got more pack stations set up ready. So let's order in a mule, and you're going to be trading with Mega Rundling. You're going to send these lovely roof tiles. You can also help since you're up here, as was the original plan, and you will receive clothing. Maybe in the future that we do this via trade posts. We'll have to wait and see how our little experiment goes. Get someone working there, that would be a help, wouldn't it? And we'll get a few extra families working in the pits themselves. Lovely. Barley Boy, how are we doing? Okay, harvest isn't far off. Well, in that case, back home, let's start thinking about even more expansion. So, I think we'll mimic what we've done up here. And we'll put in some burgages down the bottom. Maybe even, I was going to say wider, but it's getting weird. So 3 in there. And then we'll put 1 across here. Actually going to build that road first, because I think we can avoid some of the weird shapes if we do that. Because I can just snap up to this corner. That's great. And then burgages in here. Build a road there. Put in this burgage. Lovely. And continue that along here. Maybe make this one a bit bigger again. Could I do something mad like this here? Ooh. Ooh, weird. I don't want to do that. That's too weird. There's some space in there for a granary or something, isn't there, if I do that? And then we'll just put this one in here. Oh, come on. Yep. It's a little bit weird. I have crosses on the corner there, but I think it'll be fine. granary and a storehouse, question mark? No. Oh, we've got space in here, look. Storehouse there, and a little market stall in here. We can get that to snap. Okay. And there's already a local well, etc. Okay, so that's going to provide us with another 14 burgages. Upgrading of these up here. In September, we should be into the harvest season. Let's go and see how we're getting along in Barley Boy. Harvest is coming in. And we've got wheat sheaves and we've got barley. So now it's just to be seen whether we do any trade. What are the traders doing? Well, they're stocking barley at the very least. So that's a good sign. So now we just need to see if the money goes up. We won't really be able to see that it's coming in over here. Although actually it will appear even here on imports. Because we've never imported barley or wheat grain before. Because we've always produced it locally. So we will see on the imports. We did buy in some roof tiles early on. Oh, I hear transactions. I hear transactions. I think we'll just keep an eye on it via Barley Boy. It's going to be nice and easy to see an export in here, isn't it? We could do with a few extra dwelling spots, but I don't really want to push it too far while we don't have any more food production. We could make our own bit of bread, I suppose, but we want to export all of this lovely grain. So, 37 barley. Come on. Export it. Export it now. I suppose we could start putting on some animal pens with our spare planks. That would be something productive we can have the 2 unassigned families doing while we await the much anticipated trade to begin happening. As the fields rotate. And people continue to move in to the absolute revolution, which is the Mega Rundling. Oh, good, we've got all that extra space over here actually as well for additional families to move into, which is splendid. So we are a little bit space conscious over here because it's not the biggest region and we want to use as much of it for barley production as we possibly can. Although the export of that is in proof of concept, as we have discussed. Oh, plus 84. Plus 84. Ah! Plus minus 28. We made money and we sold barley. Did it arrive in Mega Rundling? Ah! Look at that. We have imported 28 barley. Oh, fantastic. It works, everyone. It works. Oh, makes you wonder why pack stations are still a thing. Right, okay, so I think it's a leftover from a bygone time, isn't it? Let's buy ourselves a horse. Et voila. And so, oh, yes. I don't know if you can tell. I'm rather happy that that works. It's rather exciting. It's giving us all sorts of monies. So with that, why don't we continue to wait because we don't have the money still. But that's fine. It's proof of concept, and we should then continue to export that barley as it comes in. And of course, as we do the stuffs and things in the fields, we've got 21 wheat sheaves which we can turn into grain as well. Look at that, I've got 152 barleys to export. Where is it all? Is it still in the farms? No, it's not in the farms. It's not all of the trading posts. There's 83 there. Some of it gone to this granary. It has. We should probably upgrade that, actually. And on that, we should probably, if we have enough stone, we do, set up a couple of dedicated granaries over here for the storage of grain and barley that comes out of these fields to then be exported readily at the local trading post. And we'll probably get a couple of trading posts across the region as we expand Barley Boy to be a farming empire and farming machine to supply the Mega Rundling. Look at that, 147. A whole bunch more of it. Yeah, we've sold 83 now. Wonderful. Right. Tempted to wait for us to be able to buy in another horse, to be honest. Although we do also need... I tell you what, we should get ourselves a livestock trading post because we're going to need quite a lot of oxen for this region. So it would make sense to be able to buy them in without having to come back here every month and remember every time. So we'll get that in here with a little road connection in there. Oh, so much money. Now, very well we're spending that from our other region, but We can afford to. Is the headline, really? It's saying 80, still only 83. Oh, is it that month? Yeah, 100 total. Oh, excuse me. Got a little bit of a cough at the moment, so I'm rather hoping I don't lose my voice. Quite important for the old YouTube channel, the old voices. Splendid. So, they're getting on with all that. Once they're done planting, we'll be able to start turning those sheaves into grain as well. And we basically exported all of our barley for this year. Just 44 left. Good stuff. Let's spend some of this money then on buying ourselves some seeds. So we'll have some of those, we'll have some of those. That's used it all. We'll get a couple of, one coat in as well. And we'll just keep pushing. Right, so Barley Boy is going well. 22 burgage spots available. Mega Rundling. We need to do some assigning here, actually. Let's upgrade these burgages. So much to be done. And these ones in here. So, what are we thinking then? So, got loads of sausages, got loads of pork. Why don't we do a couple of chicken? Because we don't do loads of chicken usually. So, we'll get in maybe half of them will be chicken. And maybe the other half split between goats and pigs. Maybe. Oh, and let's make sure as well we get these set up as orchards so we don't accidentally put a pig in this massive space that we've allocated for fruit production. Okay, and then we'll get in a row of goats or pigs here at this large row. Okay. Splendid. How are we doing? 592 dressed stone. The stone is coming. And how are we doing? Is the rough stone being stored over here now? It is, yeah, 300 in there. 450 in there. Fantastic. Right, I imagine has massively sped up the rate of production of dressed stone for us here as well. Supply still looking absolutely fine for the Mega Rundling. Clothes just growing as well. How are we doing over here in Quarry Boy? Resources still absolutely fine. They do mostly subsist on cabbages still, but that's fine. A couple of apples there to treat themselves to. I suppose we should probably, we've got a fair bit of money here, get a few more animal pens, etc. So, we'll get a couple of chickens as well. Try and balance it out a little bit. And then we'll put some more animal pens in. And try to remember to come back and buy the animals for them. Not very often we visit Quarry Boy. He's doing his job, and we're just leaving him to it, really. Splendid. Good. That's that dealt with. Over in Iron Boy, let's check up how we're doing on this front. Still plenty of clay in the ground. Got 124 roof tiles. So it's a rate of export here that potentially is the problem. Got a fair bit of clay. Maybe another worker at a clay furnace wouldn't be a bad shout. And if we just swing back over onto the Mega Rundling itself, another one. You're drinking to every time I say Mega Rundling. Sorry. And check how we're doing here. 145, so we are definitely getting a decent import. Splendid. Right, so materials are looking good. Plenty of people are moving in. Got 89% approval still. Market stall supply is still looking okay, although I do think once we've basically filled everything up and start to do the level 3 and 4 upgrades, what we'll probably do is do a mass reassigning of all the granaries and storehouses and all the jobs to make sure everyone's working at a project local to themselves. But for now, I think it's going quite well. Next thing is probably further expansion in Barley Boy as we get our food sorted from our own burgages and buy in a few of our own pigs and other goodies. Right, splendid, right. I keep saying right. I'm going to make myself a lovely cup of tea. And we'll come back once we've had a little bit of migration and time has passed, so we can crack on with further expansion across all our beautiful Mega Rundling regions. Toodlepip. Alrighty, so a fair few people have moved in. We are down to 5 available burgage spaces, so that means we need to do some additional building. Just executing the last couple of upgrades over here now. So I think it lends itself here to having a more concentrated accommodation space. So let's start by getting down our usual granaries and storehouses with which we shall service it. Down like so, and then we'll get down with market stalls around them. Alright. Actually, let's do that one again. It should probably at least vaguely match the line of the storehouse here. So do that there. Okay. No wells in this area? No. Okay, and then we're just going to build some basic burgaging in here. We'll turn around the other way because why not? Bit of a change. Fantastic. So that's in there. And we've also got the space here for concentrated burgaging. But I also want to leave space for other buildings. Where's our nearest tavern? One here. One there. Oh no, there isn't one there. Might be worth getting a tavern in here somewhere. I think maybe that spot there is a good place for one. There is one nearby here, so I don't necessarily need one there. But more granaries and storehouses were never a bad idea. So, we'll get down a granary and a storehouse here. Market stall below. Road in here. And then a little bit of burgaging in this space here. Let's do these the other way around as well. Plenty of accommodation, plus 24. But I think while we're here, we might as well plan out the rest of the rundling, although I'm not sure we have enough timber for that. I did start making a lot of planks in anticipation of needing to do a a few bits and bobs down at the castle. So, we'll leave the space for we don't know what we might need. And let's see if we can't get a couple of burgages in here. Oh, that's odd, isn't it? That's very strange. I don't dislike it. So we'll put that there. And then we'll have a larger burgage go behind it. So. And then a couple small ones here. Maybe filling mostly up to this edge here. Like that. And squeeze one in here. Probably a double burgage, that one. But that's fine. Put that down there. And then basically fill it out to the edge of the map. We've got plenty of granaries and storehouses here, which I think we'll be able to supply the top here. And if not, we've got a little bit of space here we could put some in as well. So I think we should be pretty good. So I think, again, these are mostly going to be for orchards. So they can afford to be a little bit larger than we perhaps would have for our vegetable plots. So pop that there. And then we'll pop this down here. Put a road in to mark out where it's going to go. Expand that out that way. So it's a little bit quicker than what we were doing previously, isn't it? I don't dislike it this way though. Just, you know, get a few more roads with the other way. Up there. And we'll snap this in. Fantastic, it's a nice big one. A bit of a smaller one here. This might be one we use for vegetables. Okay, we're running pretty low on timber. Haven't built those. So before we fill in the last couple of spaces, we'll leave them to it over here, basically. That regional wealth of over 100,000 now. So much money. They're doing so well for themselves. I'm so happy for you all. How many of you are there? My goodness, nearly 1,800 souls. Fantastic. And we should probably set up some extensions, shouldn't we? But it can wait, right. What I am thinking about is Barley Boy. So, there's a bit of a food situation, or there was. So I'd quite like, as soon as we get some more money in from selling this harvest to the Mega Rundling, we'll be able to get some more vegetables planted in these burgages that I've placed back here. I've also brought in a few oxen, so we do have 4 now. 2 of whom are assigned to a farmhouse to hopefully do a little bit of ploughing and speed things up a little bit, which will enable us to get a few more fields active, hopefully. And then as the money comes in, once we've bought some vegetables for here, we'll buy in some more oxen as well. We do now have 2 horses as well. Oh no, what am I talking about? Yeah, 2 horses working down at the trading post. So with all that in mind, I think it would be good to start working out some more fields. So barley wise, we've got a bit more fertility up sort of this way. So I think what we might do is not bother with a road up there, but we'll go straight to the field tool. And let's see about getting a couple of fields popped in here. How are we going to do this? Might have to have a little small one here. And And then a larger one out here. One in here. Yep. And I know these aren't the most efficient sizes, but that's fine. I kind of want it just to look a little bit odd. Is that too odd? Maybe that's too odd. Let's finish this one up to there instead. So, where am I going? What am I doing? In life or just in game? Because not sure I can answer either. Yes. How did I do this? I've forgotten the thing I did. You know what? That'll do. Not the highest fertility field, but not every field can be. So we'll build those there. And where else? So this is going to be farms, farm as in buildings, and some more accommodation as well. We're still deforesting this area, so we'll leave that alone. It might be we reforest this area and move into this area. Do something a little bit like that. So why don't we continue this road along the edge of the map, actually. The edge of our region, rather. Down to there. Put a little love path in, as is our style. And then there'll be a little area in here that we don't want to be building in. Or rather, we want to be building in and don't want to be putting down our barley fields in. Which leaves the space here. So in that space, let's get down a few more kind of squarish fields, I think. Maybe split this mostly into 4. I think would look good. Maybe with a little one at the top there. Like that. And this one here. Good. And this one here. Fabulous. Do we expand around here at the same time? Well, yeah, we've got a field to put in across here, haven't we? When I say field, I mean a road. Getting my terminology all mixed up. Not quite right, is it? So, how's that? That's fine. Let's just put a little return in there, though. And one here. Like that. Yep. And yeah, we'll hold it there for a minute and we'll just fill up this space with a couple of fields. Maybe do some longer, thinner ones in here, maybe. A bit more uniform. And maybe split them out as we come past here. Like that. There. Fantastic. Got some pretty big fields here out of these. Grand. Right. I think that's enough of an expansion in field space for the time being. And so, how are we doing for food? Not too bad. And we've been making a few sales, so that's fantastic. Let's go in here and get ourselves some carrots and some beets planted up to help with our own food supply problems. You should not have a market store. You're just supplying grain and barley, or storing it rather, ready for export. Fab. Okay, and I imagine we've still got a little bit more that we can be exporting. Yeah, 83 barley still, and we're making a bit of wheat grain. I have a bit more wheat grain to sell than we did last time, actually, so that's good. And we've been doing a good job of planting these up by those things with our new oxen that we have managed to get at our farms and with a couple of additional workers. Let's get a few animal pens built in here at these burgages in between where we have our new gardens. Great. And still just going to prioritize money on buying in oxen for the time being. I don't want to necessarily put the automatic trade of the livestock post on at the moment just because I kind of want to be a bit more picky with how we spend our money in the short term here in this region to make sure that we have enough for everything we want to do, basically. How are we doing for timber? We've got 49. Why don't we think a little bit about how we're going to farm this next area? So Maybe some farms along the central road would be pretty cool, actually. They could service both sides. So why don't we turn off snapping and basically get as many of these tucked in along this edge here as we possibly can. A little bit like this here. Fantastic. That's exactly what I was envisioning. And we might need some on the other side as well. We'll put some down here, perhaps. And then let's get a road that roughly mimics that of the first one behind. Great. And on the opposite side of the road to where we have these farms, we want to get a load of hitching posts. We'll have one for each farm, or one stable for each farm. And we'll get a granary down to store the goods from these farms. Just there. What else do we want over here? A bit of water in this corner. If we can, that'd be good. Come on. No, not quite. Okay. Well, I guess we're going to have to put you over here next to that hitching post, soon to be stable then, which I think is fine, to be honest. What else could we do? We're going to need some accommodation, so it's how we set that up. Do we just put a road in here? It kind of snakes its way back to the edge over there. And have a granary and storehouse supply. So, granary, where do we put this? Tell you what we do. We put a granary storehouse down in here. What we do actually, what we do. Typical's making up his mind here. Come on, make your mind up. Is we're going to use some course bits. Yes, because it's been a little while since we've used them, and we'll use that to approximately map out a matching road on this side in terms of shape, just approximately like that. Great. Then we'll get rid of those. Continue the game, and we'll get down a little connecting road in here, and we'll put down some granaries and storehouses. So one. Can we get a second one in here? Not enough goods. Are we out of rubble stone? We are indeed. That is something we're going to have to set as an import, actually. So, having said that, is there a small deposit here we can use? There is. Perfect. In that case, abandon that. Let's get ourselves a stone gathering camp and gather in some of that stone. So we'll pop just down in here for the time being. It's a temporary building anyway. Oh dear. Didn't mean to press that button. But we can still get ourselves a storehouse. We do not need the same material for those. I'll get 2 of those down. If we at all can. Just a bit too tight. So hard to see in the winter, isn't it? If I come back a little bit. So that's as close as I'm going to get. So build that there. And then we'll put in a market stall behind them. Like so. And then burgages. So we'll continue this road, I think, to the edge here. And we'll see how many burgages we can fit into this space here. So if we get... Okay, we want some of these to be creating vegetables to support the local food economy, as well as the exports. The workers for the fields. So we got those in there. And then we'll put a road up a little bit like this here. And in between that road, we'll just do what we've done over at the Mega Rundling and fill that in with a burgage here. Great, probably not going to extract this clay. We might come back to it later, we'll have to wait and see. We don't need it for anything in this region. And then a couple more small burgages. Like that. Fill the space. Cool. And then we'll do something similar on this side. We'll come a little bit further and do 3 of these. Yep. Road in here. Maybe not quite that angle there. Like that. Burgage in here. And follow this along. One big one in here, maybe? Maybe it would be a bit too big. Get this set to the right size. Good. And then might just have space to do a little individual one here. And then have this next to it. We do. Perfect. Right, so it's a nice little expansion over here, and we've also got some space in here for some denser populated burgages if we wanted to. No, we are going to be putting a another granary in there. Now, I keep getting cold people. The Mega Rundling? Oh, it is over here. Stock sandwich in the sheep farm over there. That's no good, is it? Well, there's plenty of fuel available. How's market supply over here? Wow. I did not realise we still only had one family working at each. We've got 4 spare people. Let's get 2 at the storehouse and 2 at the granary. Hopefully that alleviates some of the problems we've been having. No wonder they were getting cold. Goes to show sometimes you shouldn't ignore the little pop-ups that come up, should we? We've got 10 months of food still. And we've got a little bit of money, so we'll be able to plant up the veggie plots over here once they're installed and people have moved in. Let's also upgrade these to plows. And also the hitching posts to stables. Ready for the great farming expansion. And we'll get in another ox. Just because it doesn't cost the world. Before we go back to the Mega Rundling, let's just check in on the other regions. So, Iron Boy, you're doing just fine. Plenty of resources, and it's all going well over here. Although, actually, probably time to dig some deep mining pits with those 3 there. Quarry Boy, still largely propped up food-wise by the Mega Rundling. Long term, it might need to become a bit more self-sufficient, but it's not causing us any problems thus far. Let's get some level 2 upgrades while we're here, because it would seem senseless to leave them unupgraded when we have the option to upgrade them. That's grand. So you're doing your job nicely. Which brings us back over to the Mega Rundling. 35 plots of people to be moving into, which is fantastic. And 1,800, over 1,800 population now. Really getting towards some big milestones. A little bit of coldness over here. Do we need to... Yeah, I think it's probably time we activated some of these local facilities. So, get 3 families at this one. And we'll get 3 families at the granary too, to help with supply for the new area. There's still 99-95% supply for these places, so it's obviously not that bad. Just complaining about nothing, aren't they? Yeah. Alright, well, we've got 50 unassigned families, so... it's not like we don't have the resources, though, to start manning these granaries and storehouses we've built in these new areas. So, let's see any reason to hold back. We'll get them upgraded and manned. Even these ones here, actually. And just here, market stalls being built left, right, and centre. Come on, save game. Don't get in my way. You're very useful. I don't want to lose all my stuffs and things, but still. How am I doing for roots? 5.2k. We seem fine. Ale doesn't feel like it's picked up massively, to be honest, since we started importing barley, though I suppose we're only importing 100 or so, 160 barley per rotation at the moment, which is our first 2 years worth of trade, so there's plenty more to come. We're on top of wool and yarn, so more sheep are more welcome. And it is, you know, they're still breeding at a steady rate over into this space here. I've been led to believe that sheep do not breed at an exponential rate. So there's that. How are we doing for leather? We've got 1.2k, so we could definitely do with a couple of extra boot boys. That's for sure. But we're not going to focus on that just yet. So, talking of focusing on things, we've got a whole bunch of burgages over here that need rear extensions and a few upgrades as well. Look at that, 2k dressed stone. Wow, really getting there. I mean, that is enough for us to start construction on the manor itself, but we'll hold off for a minute until we're done, mostly done with the Mega Rundling, I think. Might do some things in parallel, we'll see. So, okay, well actually, back on that point, what we'll probably do is we will look to build this, and then, but we won't do it until we've got loads and loads of spots available for people to move in. Because then while it's being built, which will take, I'm sure, an absolute age, we'll at least be able to get people moving into burgages, making good use of the time. And I am very time limited. So, let us return to the point at hand, which was, I was originally going to look at how much stuffs and things we have. So, nearly 500 sausages, nearly 200, 140-ish chevron. We've got 3.4k carrots, 1.8k beets, 3.3k cabbages, a spattering of fruits, but we're upgrading that with all our new orchards we're planting up here. Plenty of wheat, plenty of eggs and milk, not loads of chicken. I think pork is the most important meat because we can turn it into sausages, especially in this region with our salt supply. So more pig is more good, I'm going to say. But I would also like to get some more chickens because the eggs are a nice animal produce supply. So I'm just going to swing over here. So I imagine a few of these collapsed. Yep, they have. Let's get those rebuilt. I wonder if having more locally available tools would help. If we get a dedicated storehouse in here, not built in this area for ages, have we? If we get this here, and we set it to store a couple of hundred tools, I wonder if that would help with how often those pits are collapsing. Because since having a ridiculous local store of tools, although it doesn't look that ridiculous, does it? We have 1,000 in total, spread out across the region. The stone church hasn't collapsed, so having a ridiculous number of tools would seem to be the solution, potentially. Anyway, getting distracted. So, let's start from the left and work our way over. So, these burgages here, why don't we make all of these into chickens, and then everything else we do will be for mostly pigs, and then maybe a couple of goats. So, we'll install these, and that should produce a more than decent number of eggs for us to consume. Oh, I don't know how I do that. It looks so deliberate as well, but it's not, I promise. Okay, so animal pens across here. I've done it again, haven't I? We're definitely going to have to review this this building spree I've done. I don't think I've done it very well. So, carry on across here. And then how many more banks need us to assign things to? These ones over here. So we've got maybe some vegetables in that one, and some fruits in that one there. More animal pens in here. Great stuff. Some upgrades to execute as well, so we might as well go through and do those. And these here as well, although I need to fix you. Should have an animal pen. And we'll order some pigs for these as we upgrade them. Okay. Pretty cool. Ooh, another mistake there. The advantage of having 45 people unassigned is construction happens nice and quickly. We haven't added any oxen in a while, but we have 100 of the blighters, so I don't necessarily know that we need many more. Ah, yes, we've got all these up here to do as well, haven't we? You can be for carrots, you can be for pigs. So up here, it's going to be vegetables, and the other two are going to be fruits. The fruit burgers do take up a lot of space, but they are worth it. We do need fruit produce, obviously. So let's carry on with getting in our animal pens at the top. Moving into May, it'd be worth going and seeing how we're getting on in Barley Boy shortly. So we'll just finish this here. It's a bit dangerous doing these, if it's ready, giving it a pig and upgrading it, because I'm liable to forget later where all the things that need pigging are. It's a pigging? That's an odd way of saying it, isn't it? Need to have pigs purchased for them. Would quite like it instead of building an animal pen if you could just choose to build a pig pen or a goat pen. That'd be easier. Wouldn't have to remember to come back. But they weren't planning on typical T and his failing memory playing their game, were they? No, they weren't. How about that? They didn't specifically plan around me. Very, very unhappy to hear it. Let's leave that to it. They've got plenty of space people to be moving in anyway. We'll keep an eye on the food situation as well. And over here, we have people moving in. Food supply looks okay, actually. But we can afford to get some more veggies planted. So we need to make sure those extensions are actually built on the rear, for starters, before we can buy anything. And 11 people, so it's only +1 month of migration, so much slower growth over here in any case. We've got plenty of planks. We needed to get a few people, didn't we, working on the stone gathering camp so we can build more granaries. And let's get someone working here. And we'll also get the storehouse active as well. And leave everyone else, by everyone else I mean one person, to construction, and we'll give them plenty to do by demanding a whole bunch of animal pets are built in these extra burgages. Do those, do these. Lovely. Right, that gives them something to be getting on with, doesn't it? I would like to activate a few more fields. We've got enough money. Let's order in another ox, and I'm going to activate another 3 fields. So barley, wheat, barley, wheat, and barley, wheat. Okay. As we get ready to expand over here, and we'll get some carrots in that burgage there. It's actually up the priority on getting these completed so I can get some stuff planted. Good. And rather unsurprisingly, storage is starting to get full. So once again, the salt storage here. Actually, we built this. Right, so your entire purpose in life is to gather tools. Okay. Give you 3 people to help you and upgrade you. Let's see if we can't get on top of this collapsing problem we've got. Back over here, let's see if we can't track down everyone that needs an animal purchasing for them. Any up here? Yep, all these up here. So buy in a whole bunch of swine for these burgages. Okay. And those are purchased. Those are purchased, those are purchased. Some level 2 upgrades in here. And everyone else purchased? Looks like it. I think we might have done it already. Which is good to see. Now, all these new burgages, they're going to need liquor. So we've got a tavern here, which we can upgrade in anticipation. Where's our nearest tavern up here? Perhaps we should get one over here as well. Bit of future planning. Not too far from the church, so you can go and have a drink after the Sunday morning service. Pop that just there. And with our timber situation mostly recovered, let's get the last... Is this the last little area? I mean, there are little spots here and there. That's cheap. Little spots here and there, but for the most part, this is going to be the last main section of the Mega Rundling that we're going to fill in. How exciting is that? Alright, let's do it. And I think these are all going to be for fruits. Okay, let's do it. So, we'll do 3 across. Oh, saving game. Twice. And then we'll do road. And burgage. 3 across. Road. And burgage. A well-oiled machine. Repeat the process until the area is full. Come on. Perfect. And space for one more in here, which might be 4 burgages across instead of 3. I put the road in first. There. Build out to that. Should, yep, get our 4 in. Like that. Delete that road. Get that upgraded to a large tavern. Put in the rear burgage. Great. Well, apart from a couple of little spots, that is the mainstay of the Mega Rundling. All under construction or complete. And look at the flipping size of it. I mean, it's too big for the render distance, let's be honest. I wish I could turn it up, but I can't. The really annoying thing is trees do pop in and out. But that aside, what a city. What a city. And it's only going to get better. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Typical's happy with what he's done. He's very proud of the thing he's created, and he can't wait to see it grow into the potential he knows it can have. And all that goodness. Wonderful. Well, we'll continue to keep an eye on the market stall situation, but to be honest, I think a complete reassigning of everyone would basically fix any problems we have with the market stalls, and all of a sudden there'll be good supply everywhere. At least, that's the wishful thinking that I'm definitely going to apply to myself. How have we got on over here? Have we constructed? Why have you got market stalls? Don't waste your time on that. Go and get tools. Find some tools. You probably don't live locally is the problem. Right. Aside from the Mega Rundling, how are we getting on in Barley Boy? 9 burgages for people to move into. Only 3 moved in. Kind of do with being with our 2 monthly migration here, but we're not really set up for that. I suppose if we built a church, that might help. And give people water. Oh my goodness. Really? Really typical. Not giving people water again. Honestly. The number of war crimes I've committed beggars belief. Alright, we'll get a church and we'll get some water for people. At least you have water, right? Right? You have water? You don't have water. You haven't moved in. That's why you don't have water. And let's continue to buy in seeds for these here burgages. That leaves us with just enough foliage to order in another ox, which is grand, because that now gives us 8 ox, so I can assign another 2 to a farmhouse to greater increase the speed of ploughing. Oh, and look at that. How pretty is that little valley? That's very satisfying. I do like a good farming region, good agricultural region. That's probably just because that's what I'm used to in the UK. You know, the agricultural, vast fields of concrete in and around London. Any hoozles. How much of a harvest are we going to have this year? Another 46 barley on top of what we normally have. So we're going to have nearly 200 this year. Fantastic. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to get this next area up and running, to be honest. 8 burgages for people to move into. Should be better once we get that well here. It's done. So it's water access for everyone. We'll get the church up. As we get closer to the lake as well, we'll be able to get the fish out of the lake as well and use that as another source of food and happiness. I do like the way that road runs through the centre of the valley, the King's Road. Very nice indeed. Quick stop check on the other regions to make sure they've got everything they need. Where am I going? Come on. Indeed they do. I think you are connected to the road and you're in fact fanciful. Those are all still here. Plenty of roof tiles. How are we doing for roof tiles in the capital Mega Rundling? 484, so pretty good actually. Great. Ooh, we're done with construction over here. So let's get our orchards ensconced in the rear extensions. Obviously it takes a few years for those to catch up with everything. But all in time. Time has passed and I've made a whole bunch of progress. Oh yes, cup of tea inside me and things have happened. So 15 available living spaces over here in Mega Rundling. Lots of place for people to be moving into. Let's get a couple of upgrades actioned over here. Very good. Up to level 2. 89% approval staying steady, so that's all good. Food and fuel is looking fine. Now, I did just clear this area here because I realised, oh, I've got the outside of the ring here that I've not actually used yet. So we've got that to use. And we've also got a little bit of space left in here. Not entirely sure what we're going to put there at the moment. It might just be more burgages. It might actually be some burgages slightly less efficiently laid out for some orchards. We'll have to wait and see. It might be that I do them sideways a little bit, like if I were to do this here. Just so we can get some additional orchards planted. But enough of that. Let's leave the Mega Rundling alone for a second, because we need to do some expansion over in Barley Boy. So we've got 0 spaces for people to move in, and I've employed a couple of people down here at the farmhouse. We've also got a fairly good harvest coming in, and got someone working at the livestock trading post, bringing in oxen, and indeed, we're up to 10. So let's assign a couple to one of our new farms over here. And as tempting as it is to get a few more people working at the farms, I want a few people available for construction. 71% approval. And what could people make Oh dear, I've lost the ability to speak. What could make people happier? Meats, fishes, animal produce. So maybe we should expand in the direction of the lake. But for the moment, let's get down some more burgages. How are we doing on marketplace? Fine for the moment, but we've got capacity to expand here. So let's add in some denser packed burgage plots in here. And maybe we'll face the road. King's Road, that is. Not King's Road, is it? No, just a well-trodden path down here. We'll fill the space in here as well, with a couple there. And we might expand out this way. I have popped down a little forestry boy. Where is he? Forestry boy! Forestry boy! You here? You're here. I'm going to get someone working there and get them to start foresting this area, because actually maybe no, don't do that, advanced. That might be a place we're going to get some firewood and from, etc., because I'm not using it for much else at the moment. We don't want to reforest area we're going to build on, and I might build in this space here. I've not decided yet. We might do some forestation here. Actually, let's do that. I've changed my mind. Let's get our forester boy and get him to forest a circle up here. And then, with that circle still in our head, let's build a little road round like that. Actually, let's not. Let's do this. Ooh, nearly. Just only want to have an area set out for forestation over here. That doesn't get too in the way. It's a bit too big. So let's bring the cursor back down a bit. Nope, zoom in a bit rather. That about right? Well, right or not, that's the space we're going to go for. And that's not far off at all. Perfect, right, we'll get that sat just in there for a space for forestation, and we might move in a bit of logging, etc. over here a little bit later on. For the time being though, we've got some burgages being built, space for people to move in, which of course is the main thing, so we can get more of these farms operational. And once we've got these built, actually, how are we doing for... I was going to put a granary there, wasn't I? Completely forgot when I was looking for a space to put that forester's hut. In fact, let's relocate the forester's hut next to the area they're foresting, because that'd be even better for them. And then we can get a granary now we've got a bit of stone popped in where it was meant to be. In the meantime, we'll upgrade that granary to a large one, so it's got enough storage capacity. Wait for that log to be moved out of the way. We shouldn't be long with all the construction that's going on. We're doing pretty well for money because we've sold quite a few of our harvests at this point to the Mega Rundling. And yeah, we've got 260 barley and 115 wheat grain this time that we'll be able to sell to them, so lots of goods. And lots of people working in the fields to get them sown, which is fantastic. Do we get a couple of extra fields active? I think we do. Right, barley and wheat. Some big fields here as well. Barley and wheat, and this one will be 2, I think. So barley and wheat, and we'll do the same rotation on this one here. Fantastic. It's October, so I don't know how much of that planting will get done, but we'll at least get on the way. And you're going to be a specific granary, aren't you? So you're going to store wheat grain, barley, and the other goodies associated there within. Okay. We'll upgrade you, and we'll get down that additional granary here. Fantastic. Storehouse can be upgraded at some point as well. Market is looking okay. Let's get an order another ox, because it's always good to get another ox in, even though the livestock trader is on it to a degree. And why don't we put a little road connecting us against these fields here. Like that there. Down to the King's Road. And that can be one of our main links then to the area we want to set up over here. So where are we fertile? So we've got a space kind of around like this. Okay, just a bit further out in here. How's that one? Oh, wonderful. It's like I could see it. And we'll do the same here. How's that for a first try? A little bit off, but not terribly far. Okay, now try that one there. That's pretty good, and we'll worry about into there later. But what that gives us is our starting area, or where we can build along to the riverside here. Quite steep there, isn't it? No, not too bad though. In which we can build, and can actually build around here, but we'll try not to for the moment. We'll just put a straight road in there to remind us that there is two sides to this. But we'll do one of these little hourglass things that I've quite enjoyed doing recently. How are we getting on over here? Are we getting these new fields up and running? Yep, looks like we are, which is pretty nice. And there's some upgrades over here. I suspect some of those pigs and goats we put onto the market are starting to produce a little bit of meat. Indeed they are. And that's getting people ready for upgrades. Ooh, let's get some apples planted in there, shall we? And get you upgraded. Food situation here is now looking like it's taking care of itself, which is nice, especially with these additional burgages down here. And suppose let's build some extensions on these. Why don't we get some chickens? We haven't got any chickens yet. Chickens all the way along here. What's our population here now? Up to 146. And we'll get some animal pens on these two. And oh, we need to get someone back working at the forester's hut and reassign it its location. No, actually it stayed. So we moved the forester's hut. It lost its people, but it actually kept its working area. That's interesting. So, with this in mind, we want to get our next area set up over here. Why don't we get a road crossing the center here? A little bit like this. Maybe not like that. Kind of click in thirds and do an S. How's that look? Yeah, it's pretty much what I was going for. Even if it's a little thick in the middle there. And we'll get ourselves a granary down here. And opposite that we'll have a fisherman's hut. And we'll get a storehouse here as well. Panel snapping, so we can get this sat nicely next to our granary. Fab. And get down some market stalls in these little triangles. No space in there. Oh well, we'll get one opposite here instead. A little something like this here. Not great use of space, that is it? Let's take a road through the center here. Whoop, game saving. Problems occurring. Get that there. And that'll give us a space to build our market stalls up against. That looks better. Water, good. We can get some from over here. And then we'll build a couple of burgages in here as well. A couple of smaller ones to start with. I suppose we should probably stick to our mantra of a couple here and there, and some farm space behind. Though we don't have to. I'm so changeable of mind today. I do apologise, everyone. Let's get that to there. And come across Like that there. So that's an initial expansion space that we can work with. And I suppose we could always do it on this side of the path here as well, couldn't we? Just as a starting point. Oh, we're a bit shy on logs, actually. Right, well, that gives them something to be getting on with, doesn't it? So what are we looking at harvest-wise here this next season that comes through? So, some additional barley, but we didn't quite get it finished, in all fairness. So, that's telling me we need more oxen. And oh no. Things need servicing. With tools. Well, we're actually out of stone. So, I don't need you anyway. So we'll get rid of you. But we are going to need to go over to our axe stations. And we'll head over to... where are we? Will we? No, let's just buy it in. What we'll do then is we'll go to our trading post. Which is down here somewhere. And that is a farm. Go to our trading post. Order in a horse. And we're going to add to our trade network an import of tools up to 30 from our neighbours. And we'll head on over to Iron Boy. And we'll alter your trade terms. You've got plenty of money, so I'm going to start selling you to neighbours only. Lovely. Gosh, and Barley Boy is growing quite nicely, isn't it? It's definitely heading in the direction we want, and look at that. Plenty of upgrades are available. So let's go through and make those happen. Make sure we've got all these fields planted up. We have, that's fine. You've not got upgrades, but you have got space for some lovely animals, so we shall oblige to an extent. We want to keep a bit of money back, but it'd still be good to have them. Now we're short on materials, I'm guessing, here, aren't we? That's why we can't upgrade those. Yes, it is. Okay, that's fine. Right, we'll leave Barley Boy to it for a moment. How are we doing in terms of stocks over here? It's cold, apparently. Why are you cold? Go to the shop. Look, there's charcoal right here. 23 of it. 99.95, so it's still looking fine. So, we have lots of roof tiles, lots of tools, lots of dressed stone. We're doing okay for vegetables. We're doing okay, actually, for once, for fruits. That's going to start going up in future. Lots of bread, lots of eggs, a reasonable amount of milk, lots of sausages, lots of pork. Less chevron than we had before, but it's being picked up for by the sausages, I think. And we've got plenty of iron, iron ore. We're on top of the wool and yarn production. We could do with another producer of leather and also boots. And we've got plenty of barley to work our way through that's being bought in from Barley Boy. We're up to 371 ale, so maybe it's looking like we're starting to see a bit of an increase in the amount of surplus ale we have as a result of the growth of Barley Boy and its export market. So we're up to... oops, some more comes in there, or spent there. Is there anything left to export? 195 barley to export, and 80 wheat grain. So I guess it trades through the winter and into the new year, because there's still plenty to be sent over to the Mega Rundling. Where's that all being stored up? Is it in our specialist unit here? We've got 10. There's most of it at the trading post. Where is it all? It's not down here, is it? Oh. Right. Sorry, you're not meant to have crafting materials. That's the purview of this granary here. And... yes. I think getting another trading post might be prudent. They're all busy. Okay. Let's get ourselves another trading post over... oh dear. Code. There's plenty of fuel here. And at Iron Boy. Oh dear. What's going on? Pressing all the wrong buttons. I apologise. Logistics. Trading post. Yes. Did I already put one down? No. Yes? No. Yes? I have concluded I can't remember. So, have you got space for one in here somewhere? I guess we could just go on the edge here. So, we'll get a trading post. Oh, perfect. Just snapped in one of these gaps. So here, you're set up to store crafting materials that come in. Yeah, so we'll get a worker or two there to help bring them in. We'll get the trading post constructed, and then we'll need some more stable space over here. So let's see if we can't fit in a few of these gaps. A couple there. And we'll keep ordering in whenever the trader's around. It's looking pretty good. wait for some material to come in before we go too haywire on construction. It might be worth us having another choppy boy. And there's lots of forest to get rid of here, actually. So, we put one down here. Even if it's only a temporary deal. So that we can chop down some of the local forests rather than just deleting them with fields. And it looks like our oxen are quite busy with building over there at the moment, so it might take a little longer to get that trading post constructed. But as we come into the new year, we can go and check in on our other settlements. Lots going on here to support the Mega Rundling. Now, I think it's possible that even without all this, we would be able to sustain ourselves just solely within the Mega Rundling region. But this way we can have plentiful supplies for everyone. And hopefully that is going to allow us to grow even larger than we would if we were just surviving. Great stuff. We've only got 3 spaces left for people to be moving into, so while we've been away, a lot has been going on down here. So let's make sure to, first off, get some more animal pens popped in back here. As soon as we've seen the drop in Chevron, I think maybe we will get some additional goats purchased in. So we'll keep buying these along here. Fantastic. And then upgrade the orchards that have been planted up. Okay, is that pretty much on top of things? So supply, amazingly, is looking pretty good with 98 and 95%, ignoring how busy they are. We've got plenty of stone, so pretty soon we can start to look towards getting our lovely castle set up. Let's just see about getting rid of the last little bits of shrubbery that have been left in here. We'll just use a field, because we do have sheep here that could end up in this by accident if we're not careful. And just do this here. And around here as well. And we'll just use a little road to get rid of these trees. If we can. There we go. Yes, yes, we'll tax. Oh dear. Quite the zoom out. Right, so that area is nicely prepped now, and it is slightly higher than a lot of the city, although not all of it. And we're not even a large town yet. I think with a population of 1,978, we can safely say that's not the case. We are well on our way to having the largest population I've ever had in a game of Manor Lords, that's for sure. So, as much as I want to fill out the last little bit of the rundling here, I am afraid that we don't have enough fruit production, and we're out of large spaces to be putting them. But perhaps that means we just need to be a little bit more creative. So, what if we were to put a burgage in like this here, and then next to it have ourselves a large orchard. Yeah, that could be a decent use of the space, couldn't it? So it's not quite as wasteful as what we explored earlier with just building a straight burgage across, but like this. But it does still allow us to get some more orchards into the remaining space we have. And we'll do one last one here. Oh dear, a weird road. Let's replace that. Get ourselves down a small burgage in the corner. And then get ourselves down our last orchard. Okay, I think it's a last orchard anyway. I'm sure we'll see gaps as we go along. I mean, we've got all this space around here. We could potentially fill with one massive orchard, couldn't we? The church orchard. I don't like that it isn't snapping to the left there properly. If I came around this way. Ooh, I like that. We're doing it. Another big orchard, and that pretty much is the space. So, I think it's time we started thinking about the manor, you know. I keep teasing you, don't I, with manor construction? No. So, right. What we're actually going to do is, now we've got these last couple of burgages built, keep doing the upgrades that we need over here. We're going to order in, that's a pick, order in the goats we said we were going to order in. Get the upgrades going. And once we've done that, I think what we'll do, 90 unassigned families. As much as I would think we need to do the reassigning at some point. I mean, what we're probably going to end up doing is a couple of the burgages we built, inevitably I think we're going to have to demolish to make way for more granaries and storehouses as the population density goes up. So I've not left loads of gaps, so we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. But I think what we'll do now is area by area, starting at the centre and working our way out. We're going to activate our taverns and start upgrading to the next level of burgage, because they have everything they need except for alcohol. And then once we've got, you know, level 4s in and around the central area, and we've got, you know, maybe 60 spaces for people to be moving into, that is when we'll push the button on designing and getting the manor under construction. And we do still have, you know, unused storehouses and marketplaces, so it's potential that we could get on top of it, especially with people living closer to where they work. It might become more efficient as well. Now, we've been trying to push our ale production, and it is up to 396 surplus at the moment. That's going to go down as we start using it, but we'll continue in between here, going back over to Barley Boy and increasing the yield and output of those fields and sending everything back this way. Speaking of which, have we managed to export everything yet? We have. So we've got -1 barley and no wheat grain. It is May, so January, February, March, April, May. So by the middle of the year, everything has been exported to the Mega Rundling. Now, have we used it all? So barley is still being turned into malt, but it has pretty much all been used, and as the same is also true of the bread. Fantastic! Oh, it's going so well. I had no idea it would work so well. So we've got the new trading post here. Let's assign it some livestock and start buying in some horses. And we've got a fair bit of money from our exports to the Mega Rundling. At least a lot for this area. So why don't we go ahead and make sure our livestock trading post is also bringing in some more horses. Maybe up to 30 oxen, and I get a couple more people working there to make it happen even faster. Get these upgraded to stables, and how many oxen are we up to? 11. Okay, so it says up there 11, 5 is 5. They are assigned to jobs. So if I assign 2 more, yes, there are three spare actually, so 11 assigned. Fantastic. Right, well, we've got more oxen coming, and we've got quite a few working at the various farmhouses. Hopefully our crop will be even more increased in the coming year. With that end in mind, let's get some more crops in the ground. So barley, wheat fallow, barley, wheat fallow, and then one of these over here. Barley, wheat fallow. Just keep pushing up the amount we're able to produce and get a few more people employed at the farmhouses as well. Construction over here, definitely taking its time, but that's to be expected. It's fair ways away from the initial area that we've started in. The important thing is that we are making progress. We're not too worried about getting level 2 upgrades on the properties, because that's not actually going to advance us in terms of the amount of barley we're producing, and that is this region's only real purpose. Back in the Mega Rundling then, down to 4 available burgages, which I believe is some of these are built up here. So let's make sure we have our orchards being built in the rear gardens, and their neighbours can have chickens. Great, and also, what? Doesn't have a rear garden space? Start that one again. Got to rethink that one. My goodness. Terrible waste of space. We'll come back to that one. So then, tavern time. Why don't we start with this tavern here? Seeing as we've got the brewery production over here. So let's get that as an overstock of 20 and get 3 people working there. And we'll use the massive 90 strong unassigned population to work on construction. Any more inner circle taverns? Is this one here? We'll get those active as a start. I suspect we'll go through all of our ale pretty quickly with those activated, in all fairness. Then we'll have to look to activate some of the taverns over here later on as we bring in more. Although, what are we up to now? Yeah, rocking around 370. Approval might spike, or it might drop. I'm not sure, because the level 4 baggages obviously have even greater requirements than the level 3s. And we're mostly going to upgrade into level 3 to start with at any rate. In fact, let's go and look at our level 3s. So you want 2 kinds of grain. There's only 1 available. You want 3 kinds of fruit or animal produce. Bit of a stretch. 3 meats, yeah, again, bit of a stretch. Eventually could be provided by lamb or mutton, I suppose. Though we do have 3 meats in fairly large quantity available. The fruits and animal produce, we do struggle a bit with fruits, as we've said. That's over time going to helpfully be alleviated, but not necessarily fixed. Just don't know if we have enough space for it. I mean, we do have a little bit of space outside of the Mega Rundling. We could always put another circle rundling over here, purely dedicated to the production of apples and fruits, actually, couldn't we? Is that something we want to do? I'm torn. Very torn. You know what? It is. And let's do it before we get... Just started distributing all the ale, haven't I? Right. Cancel the ale. We're going to do one last expansion. And it is the fruit circle. So let's basically fit it into this space here. Move back a bit. We don't want to impinge on the firewood area too much. That's pretty good, but I want a bit bigger. Further out to the edge. So about here. It's more like what I was thinking. Okay, I'm pretty happy with how that circles out. Wonderful, so nearly as big as this one here. Maybe a space for a few smaller ones if we wanted to as well. Then let's connect that up to the rundling. Like so. I suppose we might as well connect it over here as well. Just so everything is nicely interconnected. Speaking of nicely interconnected, let's make sure this is at least straight with this section of road. Like that, and then maybe this one here should be one of these. Yeah, I prefer that. Now, how am I going to set up this particular circle? Could just have a couple of massive burgages. Something a little bit like that there. I mean, how far can I drag this round? To there. Then... Oh, look at that! That is ridiculous. They are massive. Will they even be able to work that kind of space? I mean, this... Something over here is atrociously gone wrong. Tell you what. Is this roughly in the centre of the circle? This line we have here. You bring this all the way down. Try and line up with that road there. That's a bit hard to see. Is that in the centre? Not quite. It wasn't even straight. How about that there? That's good enough, right. What if we were to repeat that process? Run a bit further. Just doesn't quite get that smooth edge at the top, does it, for some reason? Well, actually, if we put a little road in there, that could be a space for granaries, etc., couldn't it? So how many do we want? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we'll do that. So 5 of those there. And then we'll repeat the process on this side. Oh, that we can actually get that one to fill all the way around. Come a bit further around with the start. That's perfect. We'll go with a few more on this side, and then this can be a space we use over here for the supporting infrastructure, as you would. So, let's get down our granaries and storehouses. We'll do 2 granaries, and we'll do 2 storehouses. And then we'll get in a well somewhere. Don't want to be outside of the rundling, do we? Don't really want to delete that either. Or this is the first building we would have put outside of a circle. Can't do that, can I? Be crazy. What we're going to have to do is a tiny circle here for us to put a well inside. We'll call it the wellness circle. How about that? Is that even big enough? It's perfect. And then it can connect back up like that. Perfect, so a wellness circle there to support everyone with water. That's hilarious. Right, so we get that under construction, and we'll need a market stall over here as well. Should be plenty big enough. Okay, that should be it, shouldn't it, for what we actually need over here. Maybe we wouldn't have to have a couple of hitching posts. Bam! And that is going to hopefully massively help our orchard production, because there's probably maybe not as much space as the rest of the Rundling combined in there, but it's a significant portion, isn't it? Additional that we'll be able to produce. So they'll all be moved into nice and quickly as well, which is good. So right away, let's start getting the orchards placed in. I do like nice long orchards as well. I think they look really pretty. We'll get the expansion space on these as well to make sure we've got a couple of families to work on them, because I think being this large, they're probably likely to require more than one family to properly tend to them, should we say. Fantastic. And once all that's done, we'll get the expansions on. As people move in, we'll get a couple of people working at the granaries and storehouses. Let's upgrade that well, so it's a stone well, so we can actually reach everyone. And let's take a quick aside, see how we're getting on. Ooh, too far. In Barley Boy. Ooh, so everyone's moved in down here. Oh no, we've just not built the things yet. They're taking forever, aren't they? I think that's because of the number of oxen we have available. Let's make sure we keep buying more in, and hopefully our livestock traders are also doing the same. Yeah, looks like we are. Slowly. But everyone's busy with harvest at the moment, and we should be bringing in a fair amount of barley, hopefully. 6 unassigned families. I'm going to pop a couple of extra into the farmhouses just to make sure we're on top of that. And we definitely actually need a couple of families working at the granary and the storehouse, leaving just one to help with construction, which isn't ideal actually. So we are going to have to actually strip those families from the farms we just put in there. Again, going to avoid upgrades until we can get more construction done over here, basically. Hopefully that isn't quite so stretched as it was. Still stretched, but not ridiculous. Okay. Some progress being made. That's the deep well in the Mega Rundling. Good. Hopefully there's a hearty export from Barley Boy this year. But certainly no shortage of finances for us, so we should definitely go ahead and make sure that we have pigs, etc. ordered in over at these burgages. Because we have definitely overcome that initial financial constraint that we found ourselves with. Back over in the Mega Rundling. People moving in over here already? Indeed they are. Let's quickly go through and tell them what they're going to have. So I think mostly apples and quinces. Although variety is important here. So maybe we'll just do a straight rotation between them all. I imagine that was very expensive, but we've got the money. And as long as that is all of them, good, we'll go through then and put expansions on them all. And then we can revisit our plan to start upgrading the inner city. And inevitably, pretty much straight away, get to the large town settlement level. Which is a bit of a misnomer, because it's a city that contains over 2,000 people now. It's just insane. Let's take a moment to appreciate it here in the rain. 2,000 population city. And our save is probably more like 2,500, because we've got 2,000 here. Barley Boy is now home to 168 people. Quarry Boy is the balance. Oh, yeah, okay, so that's 168. That's about 300 between them. 3, 4, 5, yeah, it's about 500 from our other settlements. And then 2,000 immigrants. It's a 2,500 person save. That is definitely the biggest population I've ever had in Manor Lords, and I am loving how the Mega Rundling is turning out. It's taking an absolute age to put together. But my goodness, has it been worth it. I hope you're all enjoying this at home. If you love this, let me know in the comments below. If you want to see more videos like this, please let me know, because they are not easy to make. They take a very long time to do. So if you really want to see more, I need to know, because otherwise it's they're going to be very infrequent. Let's just say that, because of the time constraints of the human being that I am. Okay, lots of things are full, but I'm not just going to ignore that, basically. let's get these upgrades done, and then we can assign a few people to the granaries and the storehouses, though we can probably go in right away and set them up with their restrictions and their upgrades. So we'll do that now. Okay. I have started allowing roof tiles as my basic allowance in some of them, just because I'm sort of thinking that if the construction materials they need when they want to upgrade them potentially to level 4 are nearby, then it'll be done quicker. But that's been my only real thinking around that. So a couple of people have moved in already, so we'll get them working there shortly. Stunning. How are we doing for ale? 300. So we distributed a lot to those taverns that we then didn't open. Are they still in the taverns? No, they're just floating around. Maybe they did get out to people and we just missed it. But we've got nearly 600 barley because we've got our own harvest as well, obviously. 174 malt. How much more is to come in from Barley Boy? Most of it has been sold by this point of the year. I suppose we're well into planting season now, aren't we? Have we sold... Probably haven't made our grain yet, have we? No, so we've got 145 wheat sheaves to be turned into grain, which is only now starting to happen. And we're not quite getting there, I don't think, with sowing all of these fields. We definitely need more workers in the various farmhouses. So I do wonder whether we get some local construction efforts underway over here for some more dwellings, which, while it might delay, or will delay rather, our expansion down towards the lake, at least we will be able to fully utilize the farms that we already have, as well as our future expansions. We'll get a little bit of infrastructure in here to support a few more burgages. Okay. And then let's put a little road around like this and get some burgaging going on. So I want this to be fairly densely packed, to be honest. And maybe even some double burgages that don't have extensions. Or even just like that. Just to fit as many in as we can. Okay. Cool. So there's plenty of construction, a little bit nearer to where we have most of our oxen, and we're still ordering in a couple more oxen as well to help make life a little bit easier for those farms over there. Still got 16 burgages for people to move into down here, but let's start getting the storehouse and granaries active for those who have moved in, and we can also execute those upgrades. Lovely, and I think we'll wait for these 16 people to move in. When we're nearly done, we'll get back to upgrading or activating our various taverns and start getting some level 3 and 4 burgages. Let's go. Alrighty, so we've got everyone moved in to all of the available living spaces, and all the trees are being planted up, all up to at least level 2, or at least being upgraded there. So hopefully lots and lots of fruit on the way. So, let's get down here and open up this tavern. Now, I think we've gone down to 259 ale. I think it does go off eventually, because I've got no other reason really as to why it would have dropped from the 400 or so we had. So it would be good to start using it, because I do not want it to go to waste. So I've deactivated the tavern we had over here. We don't need to upgrade out there first, we want to upgrade in here. So we've activated this tavern. And where else should we activate? Because I quite like to get these burgages inside of where the manor is going to be upgraded as well if we can. And the next tavern on the inside ring. Do we have something over here? Maybe we should. Got a trading post there. Do we fit an extra tavern in anywhere? I don't know that we could. I don't want to put one inside of this ring. We'll have to wait and see. If we end up with gaps, then we'll need to get a few more taverns installed. But for the time being, we'll work on the one we have down here, which is you. So it was an overstock to 40, so hopefully before long, all of your neighbours will be upgrading to level 4 at a rate of knots. We can but hope. I've also been doing a little bit of work over in Barley Boy. Expanded accommodation here a little bit. This is nicely all treed up. And I've been upgrading to level 2 a little bit, and I've also set them to buy in at the rate we get from the Mega Rundling some clothing, in hopes that we can get up to 80% approval and that plus 2 monthly migration to help us get over that little problem we've got at the moment of labour, so we can get even more people working at the farms and hopefully get set up over here, which is taking an absolute age to complete because it's so far away from the rest of our buildings. We do have 11 people working on construction, so we don't know what they're doing at the moment. And hopefully they do get over there and start doing some building at some point sooner or later. If not, we'll have to address that. Let's get a few more livestock assigned because we have had a few more oxen arrive. What are we up to now? 17. So I did actually move the livestock trading post over here because I worried that the people who were working there didn't live close enough to it, and wasn't doing very efficiently. So got a few more here now. So that is oxen for all of these farms here now. Is that all our farms with oxen? Or is there's still some required over here, I think. Yes, there is. But hopefully that'll make a little bit of a difference. And let's also get an additional family at each of these farmhouses, up to 3 each. And leave the remainder for construction for the time being. Back over in Mega Rundling. Oh, expecting to see a whole people ready for upgrades. Don't tell me you need something other than beverages. You don't. I guess maybe at this scale it just takes people a little while to get home and to realise that the pub in fact is open. Spread the news, the pub is open. Look at those lovely curving streets and the way the infographics pop up. Isn't that wonderful? Come on then. Give me some ale. Game's been running a while. I might actually just pop a quick save to make sure that we've not got any little bugs going on, because look at that. 2,081 population just in the Mega Rundling itself. Oh my days, it was definitely a little buggy. Just loaded back in, and look at this! First of all, when it's not on full speed, look how smooth it is, even at this population. And look how many burgages need upgrading. My goodness, does that include these? Oh, come on. Surely you can reach some beverages in there. We may need to get a temporary tavern set up just in here. We'll pop it there for now and temporarily connect this road in. I do only want one way in. Maybe 3 would be cool. Did like the idea of just one way in, but actually having a couple of gates might make sense. So one there at the bottom, and these 2 at the top. Yeah, I think we'll go for 3 gates. And actually, if we're going to do that, then what we will do, at least temporarily, is get a tavern down on each of them to get everyone nearby. Oh, don't need one there. There's actually a tavern there. That's what I was looking for earlier. Get all of them, these local places, upgraded to level 3. But we ought to actually start doing it. Goodness. Right, this is going to add a significant number of people to the Mega Rundling. We're already at a population of just over nearly 2,100 before we've even started with the level 3 upgrades, let alone the level 4s. So, we'll wait and see. I'm hoping that basically as soon as these become level 3, they should be ready to upgrade to level 4. Because in theory, we've got everything that they need to do so. How quickly are we going to run out of materials? It's 1 and 4. You know, I did stockpile some resources for this. And we do bring in more when they're used up as well. Right, let's just keep clicking, hammering that upgrade button. I'm surprised they're ready to upgrade even as far out as here, actually. It's a good sign, though. It means we've got a decent reach on our taverns. I wonder if that's because of the overstock we've set on it. Interesting. Do we want to expand out this far? I suppose we could. My goodness, it's already 40 burgages for people to be moving into. Still got 1,000 planks, so that's okay. Although we may need to build up materials again before we can get on with construction of the manor itself. Let's also activate this tavern here. And watch the upgrades begin. A lot of percentage markers. Exciting stuff. Just quickly while that tavern gets underway with distribution, let's pop back over out of the city. Barley Boy. Now we're doing over here 2 + 6 for moving in. Now we've got additional oxen. I wonder if we can get a few more fields active, although we look like we're a little bit behind, if anything. Maybe not. Maybe because we reloaded in, though. I don't know why these are taking so long. We might have to demolish these and start again. Although, ooh, what's this? Ah, people are turning up to construct. Good. Oh, it's taken them long enough. I wonder if there was a little problem. I probably should have reloaded the save a bit sooner, actually. So I was thinking it was taking a little while for them to get built. It's not surprising we're running into problems at this stage of the game, because we're already past where, before this beta, the game would have ceased to function. Look, I haven't even complained about the fact there's no times 12 speed in ages. A changed man. Let's immediately, though, get these upgraded so they're larger. The things that they need to survive. We're at that. +2 monthly migration here now as well, which is great. Let's put some more burgages on this side here. So we have the materials. Good. And let's pop back over to the Mega Rundling. Any more upgrades to be had? See, now I'm dubious that they're not going to receive anything unless I reload the game. But having said that, they're currently not stocking any ale. Are we out of ale? No, 216 of the stuff. Whole bunch of level 3s. Are they ready for 4? What are they missing? Oh, they're missing a few things, actually. See, I would have thought that we pretty much had them all covered off. We've certainly got lots of food and resources. A few more level 2s up here ready for the level 3. I do worry that at some point during this upgrading process we will run into a massive shortage of something or other. And then we may be in a bit of trouble then, because I don't know how quickly we'll be able to compensate. I guess we may just have to send more food in from the other regions. Although I think bread will sustain us alone, really. Though down to 900. But as we grow the Mega Rundling, we are also growing Barley Boy with the hope of exporting even more barley and grain to the Mega Rundling to feed the city machine that we have grown ourselves. Oh, they are now receiving ale. So let's see if anyone does get ready for an upgrade. It is just ale that the locals need. Order an ox while I'm sat here. Come on. Give me that sweet, sweet green marker. And amazingly, they still haven't fixed when something needs to upgrade to level 4. So we will have to do the usual waiting for something to, an icon to drop to know whether or not someone's ready for a level 4. Like there, they're ready for level 4, look. Kind of would rather do the inner buildings to level 4 first, though. If we can. Terribly sorry to hear. It's 100 people working on construction, my goodness. Probably means we should at least get a couple more of these granaries and storehouses active that we have built. Because supply chains are only going to become more pressed. The great reassigning is definitely looming over us, isn't it? For sure. But I think it makes sense for allowing some more people to move in before we do that. With 50 burgage spots for people to move into. It's redonkulous. Alright, come on. Why aren't you going to the tavern? Do I have to reload every time? No. Oh, there we go. Look. Just ticked over, and all of a sudden, they were all there. I wonder, actually, if we're having problems like that, maybe we should slow down the game a little bit. Because if 12 times was causing them a problem, I wonder if sometimes these larger cities, 8 times speed, also causes them a few problems. By them, I mean the Manor Lords devs. Those wonderful people who have brought us the game we also enjoy so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so that's all of those. Just keep an eye out as well for those potential level 4s. Oh, there's one there, look. And let's come over here and get that upgraded to a large tavern, because that's probably the next place we're going to activate. Good shenanigans. Very exciting. Flitting over from the Mega Rundling to Barley Boy. Moving in down here, they are indeed. Let's get them working at the granary and at the storehouse. Let's make sure you've actually got some supplies to sustain yourselves. And we'll also then build some animal pens for you, so you can keep your own livestock. Lovely jubbly. And from there, still places people to be moving into, so that's okay for the time being. There are plenty of upgrades we could execute, but we're already at 80%, so I don't know if I'm that bothered, but I kind of want to focus construction over here with new burgages for the moment. I was about to say, did we put down a well? We did. I was missing a well, however, for a while over there, but we won't talk about that. Shh. No one needs to know. I didn't record it. Shh. Shh. Okay, so how are we doing for... We've exported pretty much all the grain and barley. And we're out over here, and we are running low on ale. It must be said. So we won't be able to sustain much more than these 3 breweries for long, but I'm not sure we're going to need to, because there are going to be so many people moving in down here that really it's going to be a while before we need anyone else moving in across the rest of the region. Plenty of baggages starting to get ready for the level 4 upgrades now as well. So we will oblige those as and when we see them in the inner couple of rings. Not sure we'll do them just yet. Just to retain resources for those who really do want to get up to level 4 sooner rather than later. That's complete. So we will get you active. And now we'll probably start to see the limit of our barley production, or our ale production, because I believe that is the last 35 ale that we have available to us until next year. We've certainly burned through it quickly, but with 74 available source people to move into and a population of, come on, 4 more people, and we click into that 2,100. It's probably just one more family, isn't it? Come on, one more family. We await your arrival. Great anticipation. Why do you have a log in your pantry? Yeah, you do have a log, but you don't have it. Weird. Strange. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Move in. I wonder if they move into the level 4s or the level 3s first. Who knows? Slow time down a little bit and maybe give the game a chance to catch up, shall we? Gosh, it feels like it's creeping along at this pace. It's certainly come together. I had this video in my head for a long time, and it's only with this latest beta that I thought, finally, can I do the Mega Rundling? Might see a Giga Rundling one day. That would require a very large update. How can you get bigger than that, typical? Well, you'll see. Okay. How are we doing at least over here, then? I want to check that there's no upgrades over here. No. Have we drained ourselves dry? Very nearly. Check for upgrades over here. Another level 4 there. It's difficult to tell them sometimes. Okay. There's definitely a whole slew over here, but I don't really want to upgrade them before I upgrade these guys. Oh, there's one there. Get you upgraded to level 4. Ooh, a couple, actually. Take care of those. You went level 3 for a very long way. Straight on and out. Some more of them popped in. You'll ring 3, otherwise I would get you up to level 4. Alrighty. We'll fly on over then quickly to Barleyland. Barley Boy. Where are you? Barley Boy! There you are. Right. But a few more people move in down here, maintain that 80% approval rating. Good, good. Still got a bit of money. Let's get down a few hitching posts over here as well. Got something like that there. Ooh. It's a weird squiggly path, but I quite like it actually. Connects up to there as well. Nice. Wasn't my intent. And we'll get ourselves some piggies ordered in for these burgages. And we'll get some chickens for these ones here. Lovely. Another couple of workers at the granary wouldn't go astray. And once again, we're just waiting for construction to catch up. It's been so long since we expanded the farms here. We'd really love to go a little bit further with them. Let's check in, but I think we're basically waiting the next harvest now. Right, well, I said what we would do next is focus on the manor. Like I said, I do just need... Do we want to get these up to a higher level? Or do we just keep them level 2? I suppose if they're level 2, they don't outshine the manor and the church, do they? Okay, that's fine. In that case, let's get rid of this. Let's reload the save and get ready to start planning the manor. Here we go then. So, open the castle planner. We'll start obviously by upgrading our manor to its proper size. Like so. That's how it will look in the end. I think that's a pretty nice little setup here. And then what I was thinking of, basically, was, oh my goodness, what was that? What is going on? I've not seen that before. What? Oh no. This is going to be harder than I'd hoped. Should we start over here? Weird. Right. So I was thinking of an inner wall that basically followed... Get it sat just right. That basically follows all the way around here. So if we take this and let's just carefully click our way all the way along the road, trying to be as even as possible. And I think this wall potentially would just be a wall. We don't need to have any ramparts on it. And then the outer wall will be the one that is ramparted. Or maybe the rampart should be on the inner wall and the outer wall isn't ramparted. And weird things. Just do that so it doesn't cry. Oh my days. What is that? I've never seen that happen before. Oh, if we get close enough to the road, it disappears. Okay. Let's just carry on. And hope for the best. Right, we definitely want to join these walls here. I think it's going to help us stop this bug. Oh, I really hope so. Don't want it to be ruined by an bug. That's where I really want it to be, but it's going to have to be there. Okay. That's fine. And then we'll carry on the wall around here. Trying to keep a nice smooth curve as far as we can. Oh dear. Uh-oh, everyone. Uh-oh. What is happening there? Has anyone seen this before? I would love to know. Is it just me? Oh my days. Let's not let this ruin what has been an absolutely epic playthrough. My goodness. Is it still going to be a problem when we upgrade to these stone walls, I wonder? Only time will tell. Right, let's connect this up. So far, so good. Let's stretch the wall out a little bit on these points here. Try and get as even a curve as we can, given all the gate problems we've just witnessed. Okay. We might have to have... It seems to not be an issue if I bring it out like that. So we might need to have it pop a little bit further out at the gates, which actually looks pretty cool. So if that's the solution, there will be worse things. Basically. It's not exactly the same, is it? not even getting the issue with this one. So that one's behaving normally. What about this one over here? That one's being weird as well. Well, I kind of want to do that on all of them now. Why can't I do this with this one? Come on. Where there's a will, there's usually a way. I have the will, I do not know the way. Oh no, did that just break the whole thing? Oh bother. 1 second. 1 second, everyone. Right, so as far as I can tell, gates are broken. So what I've had to do is basically, the solution is to not have a gate, but instead I've used some towers. The outer tower either side, which actually I think looks pretty cool. So it's going to be a little bit different. I might try the gates again on the outside, but I think certainly for this inner section, we're going to use these. So let's upgrade them all to some lovely stone. And we'll also give them a rampart as well. It does look like there should be something between them, doesn't it? But still, it's pretty cool. Quite happy with that. So, I mean, I have to be, because I don't have a lot of choice until they will fix that particular problem. But that's the whole thing, you know, I'm playing a beta version. So I'm going to have beta problems, I suppose. Right, let's keep upgrading. Make sure they're all the right way around as well. Pretty much they have been so far. You are not. Get you the right way around. Upgrade you. Upgrade you. How are we at for materials? Oh, good grief. What are we short on? I don't have enough mortar. That'll be an import problem. It's looking really cool. I actually really like that. Okay. I'm going to close that and hope it stays there. And quickly go over and change our imports. So, find me a trading post. You. I want mortar and I want hundreds of the stuff. Now. Right. They're on that. Let's take ourselves back to some planning. Oh good, it's still here. Lovely. In fact, I'm actually going to save this before I try the outer wall. Given how buggy I just experienced the walls being with the gates, I think you'd understand. I haven't been trying this for 5 minutes. Let's just put it that way. Right. With that little thing out of the way, let's start by seeing if we can get the walls gates to work. So, you're not obviously broken straight away. That one of the roads always works. I wonder if it's that one. Yeah. See, that doesn't want to work. Neither does this one here. What if I come right out close to the edge here? It just seems to want to bug out big time. Bug out big time. I don't think there's a way around that. No. I suppose one option is to go down to just having one gate, this one over here. Which is the one we originally planned, actually. I wonder if the issue's the road. If I delete that road, can I... if I build another one? Does that work? No. Still buggy as anything. It just becomes a wall if I move it past there. What if we go back down to having one entrance? And these can just be ways out into the surrounding area. In fact, if we get a little road that comes out here, and that can be a road that goes to an inner circle, maybe? We'll worry about that in a second. Let's get ourselves, to start with though, some outer towers, because I think these look really cool. So, we'll place these evenly around, starting at either side of here. Just because this gives us a fairly decent chance of connecting this up and it working. Don't know why this one gate works. Really weird. We'll upgrade this as well. There we go. So we do get to have one gate at least on the entrance. Extend these out a little bit further. See if we can make it a bit straighter. It's probably as good as it's going to get. It's fine. And then we'll go to outer towers. And we'll try and pop these down roughly evenly as we make our way around. Gonna be quite a few of these going down is the plan. So far, so good. Probably do want to even that up a little bit. I think those stacked logs aren't going to get in the way. That's from that tavern we deleted. Alright. How's that for consistency? Oh, it's not terrible, actually. Just need to move this one along here. A little bit. How's that? It's actually not terrible. Might take that. Okay. And then let's upgrade all of these to be stone towers. Ooh, camera follows it around quite nicely. Doesn't turn, but it follows it quite nicely. Okay. Lots of towers on this one. Good grief. Oh, definitely going to need all that mortar. Going to have to up the amount I'm importing, probably. And then, do we just connect these with straight walls? As opposed to curved? How does that look? Because the inner wall is curved. Whoop. What's happening? Oh, it's a save game. That's okay. I don't know. I quite like the not curved walls. What would it look like if we were to curve them? Maybe a bit better. Alright, we'll curve the walls. Just trying to be lazy, wasn't I? Alright, so in that case, we'll 2-point each of these walls, and that should give us a nice curve. Yeah, that is better, isn't it? Alright, I admit it. It's better with the curve. Alright. Really weird what's going on with those gates. I don't know why it works for one and not for the others. Very strange. Alright. Bring that round here. How far around are we? Come on, must be nearly there. Goodness, this is quite... I thought when I was doing this, I was like, oh, it's actually going to be quite a small manor build on this one. It won't take, 167 hours. Think again. Right. Let's upgrade all of these then and see where that lands us in terms of material requirements. Try not to move them too much as I upgrade them. It's that third upgrade stage where you have to pay for the wall, but there isn't a wall. Walkway, rather. Weird. Right. That there. I wonder if that's indicative there's a further stage coming. I mean, I'd like them to really make these usable first, although they have done... The combat has seen a big improvement, hasn't it? We've just not been seeing that in this particular playthrough, because it's not what we've been focusing on. Okay. Upgrade those. Fab. Right, so we do need more logs. And we've got plenty of planks. We need more logs and we need more mortar. Well, those are definitely things we can save up to get our really cool castle built in the center here. Now, let's not forget the manor needs to be upgraded as well. That would have been pretty sad if I'd done all that and forgotten to do that, wouldn't it? And do we give the manor its own gated wall? Can we get this to work in here? Very keen to not break it over this. No? Okay, what about if we do this then? And then just surround the manor with its own little walled area. I think it'd be quite cool. What I might do is kind of section this off a little bit like this here. Kind of respecting this road. To give the manor its own privately walled garden is basically what I'm thinking. I suppose you don't necessarily need a gate for that, do you? Didn't actually mean to do that. Let's delete that little bit of wall there. Uh-oh. Where's my upgrade button? This is a problem I encountered earlier. Oh, no, there we go. Right. Okay. Bring that there. Up there. Does that need to be a stone wall? Looks a bit strange if it's the same height as the other one. Oh, actually, if we don't put a turret on the top, just have it as a stone wall. That might be quite nice. And do we have wooden gatehouses, or do we go for the full towers? I think maybe we have wood ones. Yeah. I think that's basically what I want to do. So the manor has its own walled garden, and it has its own gatehouses here. Do we move it around a little bit in here? I know at the moment it kind of matches the church, but I don't know if it needs to. What if we were to put this a little further back? Do we even separate these within the manor grounds? The tower over there and have the manor over here? Could do. Could even put this in the corner. Like that. Ooh, dear. No, it can be part of the wall, can it? Ooh, I know. Why don't we? Ooh. That's very buggy territory. Let's quickly delete that wall. What if we have the outside of the manor? On the outside of its courtyard wall. Like that there. Then the latrine is emptying outside of the manor's personal grounds. Do we just have a wooden wall for the manor? Yeah, I think we do that. I think that's less visually confusing. And we'll do the same with the gatehouse then. Not the gatehouse. The tower. Over here. And we'll have that intersecting on its own as well. Okay. Am I happy with that? I think it makes one more visually interesting central area. You've got the manor's private grounds here, although there's not much in them. There's not much you can put in them. What I am going to do, though, is get a road. It's very laggy at placing roads in the manor. Not sure about that. This is scary. I wanted a perimeter road in here to kind of give us a reason for having... Oh, it's because it wants to make gates if I go through there. Oh, I wonder if that's a way to make the gates work. So I'm going to build this road. I'm going to save the game, and then we'll find out. Let's very gently and very carefully place this road for a minute. So we've just done a whole lot of lovely building. It'd be a shame if it were to all break. Okay, round to there. And then around here as well. The game's like, what are you doing with that road? Don't punch it through a wall. I'm trying not to, game, don't worry. So that kind of leaves us with a multi-layered fortification. Are those resources going to get in the way? Blast. Okay, that's as far as we can go for a second. Right, So we need to get stone and timber anyway. Okay, let's pop a quick reload. No, let's not actually. Let's go straight back in. No, save that. And see if we can punch a road out in a way that works. So there's going to be one there, and obviously in line with these as well. So if I punch that through there. Did it work? Oh, it's made a mess here. I thought for a second that might have worked, but I'm not sure. Can we get this to join here properly? Has that worked? It's not saying it's broken. Ooh. Ooh. The same here? Oh my days. I think that might have worked. Cool. Alright, found a little way around that as well. So we do get to have proper gates on our walls. Right, well, let's save these resources up. We need a lot more logs and we need a lot more mortar. But that is all coming in. So let's speed time along and get those resources brought in. Hopefully we start to see some ale return to the market as well. I mean, it's this time of year we should have April. Now, it's a little while till we get any more barley coming in all fairness. Pop over to this region. So, how are we getting on in Barley Boy? 11 workers. 6 burgages left to move into. So, we are moving in over here at a fair rate. Let's get some upgrades. And then we'll get a few more burgages as well down here. And start to think about perhaps getting some farms set up over here, and also getting the fish out of the lake would be a good one as well. Order an ox while we're at it and get those stables. Get one person starting in the fisherman's hut. We'll extend this road across here. And we'll get down a burgage here, which we will use as a snap point there. Actually, just make our own, can't we? What am I doing? Get a road there. And see if we can't fit in a veggie plot. Yep, one there, and then burgage across here. Just a couple across. Put a road in here, and just do that same old thing that we've been doing for a little while now. Splendid, I say. Very good. Maybe just 2 in here, and then we'll go around those as well. Wonderful. Is that enough space there we've left? Find out sure enough. Soon enough. We have, but it's too steep to build. Never mind. That's a fair bit more construction we've got underway anyway. And then we'll need to think about our farms. So we'll get down a number of these on perhaps this side to start with. In fact, what we'll do is we'll turn off snapping and we'll get them in sideways, each with their little road leading out. Sounds like a good idea. Splendid, so that's 2. We'll get down at least 4 as a beginning. Try and get that lined up nicely. Spin it round. And go up a little bit for this one. Get some roads in between them. Grand. How are we doing with upgrades over here? 74 burgages for people to move into. It's nice to see some tiled roofs appearing upon the city's tops. Population of 2,111 people now. A stupendous number, you might say. Stupendous. How are we doing for fruits? We've still got some in May, but these the large fruit farm we've installed over here. It's going to take a little while till we see the real benefits of that coming through, I think. Really, really want to get these fields active, but we are just literally waiting on having enough people to man everything. Well, there's certainly lots of construction to be going on at the moment anyway to take up their time. We'll just keep ordering in those oxen, and as and when there are some free, we'll start assigning them permanently to the remaining farms that don't have them. Lovely, that just leaves 3, I believe. Yes, I don't want to assign any more than that. Livestock trading. Taking their time, aren't they? I'm not convinced they're actually doing anything. No, they're all waiting and going home. And maybe the first signs of the early warning signs of bugginess are occurring, I think. How many sheep do we have over here now? 1,700. My goodness, how close are we to filling this space up? Not very, because we can fit a ridiculous number in this little stack here. How are we doing for wool? So, on the wool front, we're still going through it all, actually. We should probably set another one of these level 4 burgages, actually. It might have to be you there. Up to be a booty boy. No, I can't change your purpose, can I? I keep forgetting that. Is there anyone level 4 that hasn't been assigned a specific role? You. You're a bit far away. Nah, it's alright. We've got plenty of shoes for the time being. 7,300. I don't think we're in any rush to necessarily produce that many more, to be fair. Any of that mortar come in yet? 338? Maybe. 104 timber. Can we store much more than 104 timber? Might get a few additional logging camps down to cater for all that additional loggage we need to store. Where are we going to store it? The Rundling is full. That is all the space we have, isn't it? Oh no. A charcoal kiln's not very much use, is it? Alright, so... Oh no, you're not full, actually. No, yeah, we can wait a little while longer to get the rest of that timber. That's fine. It needs to hold up on doing much building until it's done. Construction hopefully being completed over here. Yeah. Once again, just being held up by the lack of oxen, so we'll just make sure we keep ordering them ourselves if the game will not do it for us. I feel we are starting to encounter a few little bugs here and there as we move on now. I mean, it is the beta as well. You do expect bugs in the beta. Just ideally not at the end of like a ridiculously long play. Let's order in ox. Someone else moving in. I suppose we can get you some upgrades. I'm going to leave them to help with construction and guiding the oxen for the time being. Although maybe an extra family working at the storehouse wouldn't go too far to miss. Oh, farms are starting to come together. That's nice. And maybe let's extend that road to here. And bring this one all the way along. Like so. Bring that back up to there. And then maybe get a few more hitching posts sat in behind here. Come on. Lovely. Ooh, I say lovely. Actually, what I could do, we delete all but the first one there, is stagger them to get far more in. Yeah, that's better. Oh, accidentally dronked the camera a bit there. Right, let's get that to there. And keep pushing for greater production of ale, of barley, to supply our ale industry, of which we are desperately awaiting the next harvest. Timber's still coming in. Why don't we do a little bit more planning for our field map over here? So, we are going to need farms. And we'll set this to barley. And let's start planning in a few of these here. So, once again, we'll go for fairly large burgages if we can. I said burgages? Didn't mean burgages. I mean fields. Up there. And go do we all the way back up there? Go up to there maybe. And then we'll start eating a little bit into the forest hill. They're too steep to build there, is it? Is that just in the corner? What if we came off from more like here? Yeah. Ooh, massive field there. Grief. And then fill in some of this space here. With a 1.7 field. And we can start then linking up a little bit between where we've got our current fields and where the new one's going. I say current fields. Oh! In the middle of all that, the large town settlement level has been reached in the Mega Rundling. It's not a very... Oh, look at that lady floating off in the right. Ha! Floor. Yeah, bugs are occurring, but look at that. Isn't that so pretty? My days. Well done, everybody. Well done. So, victory. 12,000 days. My goodness. Well, you know what I've been doing. Construction's finished. Nearly 4,000. In-game population 2,720. In the map. My goodness. Temperature 39. We're going to continue playing. 12,000 days. More days. It's a long time, isn't it? Alright, where were we? We were building a few fields out, weren't we? So let's go back over here and crack on with that. No time like the present. And as I was saying, I say new fields, but we haven't even started using these fields yet. Okay. Massive one in there. 2.7 more. Wow. Wowzer. Let's fill in some of this space as well. Okay. Just go right over the iron. We ain't here for the iron. We got plenty of that from our other resources and sources. Resources and sources. I like it. Okay. Pretty cool. I think that is more than enough of an expansion for the time being. Especially as we don't actually have the ability to farm any of it yet. Speed time up a little bit. We'll see. We may not even get this far over here. If we get to the point of being able to build the castle and we're happy with how we've got things, then that may well be very near the end of our long play. Gosh, it's a big place, isn't it? How close are we then? 117 timber. What did we need to get the manor under construction? Ooh, just 121. We'll be able to get underway. Alright, I think we might be there. Let's open up the castle planner and commit. Ooh, game didn't break immediately. Okay, let's optimistically put it on 8 times speed, and I will rejoin you either when something awful happens or when the manor has completed construction. Whatever happens first. Hopefully the manor doesn't, the church doesn't collapse in the interim. Right, I shall join you in approximately 36 hours. Cheery bye. And here we have it, the finished manor and castle, and what a beauty it is to behold. Now, it was not easy getting to this stage, people. So, to tell you the long story, well, the short story, I suppose, it took about 5 hours to build. Real time? Yes, that's right. I spent 5 hours waiting for this lovely castle, which I don't resent at all, to be constructed. And yeah, it took an absolute age. I actually had to restart the game at one point, which I usually try not to do, because it used to be in older versions of the game that restarting the game during a manor construction would break the game. But it didn't happen this time. No, I actually left the game, and I went to relaunch it, and you'll never guess what. Another beta patch landed. That's right. Mid-manor build, we had another beta patch, and I was like, oh my gosh, is it going to be broken? Is it not going to work? Am I going to load it? It's all going to be destroyed. 5 hours wasted. Unfortunately, for my sanity, that didn't happen. It's absolutely fine. Not only is it fine, it fixed a few of the problems I was having with the 3 FPS I was getting during the manor build. At one point, we were down to, I think, 2 months of food. And I was spending all our money trying to import stuff, because when you're building the manor, a manor this size, with 160 people I think I had at the time working on construction, they just stopped doing everything else they do. So the fields stopped producing food, and that happened in the other regions as well. Orchards didn't produce anything. Vegetable plots didn't produce anything. Basically, we were producing no food. And only half our traders were really working, so we weren't really importing enough to survive either. So, yes, we were about to be starved to death. But here we are, and I think you'll agree, I hope you'll agree, it's worth it. It looks magnificent up here. It looks magnificent down here. I love the way we've got the fenced off manor grounds in here. I imagine this is where the Manor Lord, I suppose that's me, would ride my horse, prance it about and exercise it, and, you know, tell people off if they're being naughty. And then I'd come out here into the wider community of the inner settlement, where I'd have, you know, my servants working in the vegetable garden and in my own personal orchard to bring me fresh food. Got my own storehouses and granaries in case of attack, and also to, I suppose, look after my subjects, but by the by. The church for my own personal worship, a stone church which actually collapsed 3 times during construction, but for some reason, I don't know whether this is a new feature, or, because I've been wanting this for a long time, whether it's a bug of the castle being completed in between saves, or while the update was happening, but I could click on the church during construction, or when it collapsed to repair it. And I don't know if that's a feature they've added, like if the church collapses, you can click inside of your manor grounds to repair it, or whether you can click inside of the manor grounds to do stuff now, because I can also, which I did not expect to be able to do, access the marketplace, the smithy, large granary. I could even upgrade a burgage plot if I wanted to, and that's never something that's happened before. So I wonder if that's a new feature, because if it is, we can actually start building settlements inside of the walls, which is a very exciting prospect, ladies and gentlemen. So there we have it. The Mega Rundling castle is complete, but I don't think we're quite done with the playthrough. We have 47 available living spaces more than we did the last time you saw me. All the ones, the 60 or so we had previously, they all got moved into. We have a population now of 2,410 souls within the Mega Rundling itself, and about 500 at least in the other Rundlings, the other regions of the map in total. So we've got a population of probably about 3,000 people on this map right now. And you'll see I've also done a little bit of work over here in Barley Boy in terms of expanding out. I've activated a whole bunch more fields. We've got this entire additional area actually up and running now, with fields hopefully starting to produce around it. It's only a recent development. We've got lots of people to be moving into. We've actually been able to order in oxen. I'm pretty happy. I mean, the population here is actually set to 345 on its own, so we're probably above the 3,000 mark. And we're producing hopefully a fair amount of barley from here. In fact, if we look at Barley Boy and we go to records, we'll see in exports, gosh, they've exported 680 barley of all time. The last year, let's have a look. Previous year, 272 barley. It's certainly ticking up, considering about 150 previously before we started building the manor. Also, the new orchards over here are starting to flourish. The trees are getting a little bit taller, so we should be producing a fair amount of food from those. We're definitely seeing a little bit of FPS drop, but actually not too much when we're just playing on the regular speed. And look how gorgeous that is coming up over the rise here of the trees, and my goodness, it's all one city. It's mad. I can't wait to do a little tour of this at the end, but I think we can push the population even further. So you can see it's flitting in and out as we get nearly, I guess, 10 point something K, and the graphics are like, what do I do? Yes, very good. So, what are we going to do? Well, we've got 46 available spots for people to move in, where we've mostly been upgrading burgages, I suppose, to level 4. If we have a look at the old food availability, we've got lots of sausages, lots of pork, vegetable. We've got lots of vegetables, some lovely fruits, and lots of wheat, so we should be pretty good for supply. We've got no ale, though, so I suspect it'll be the next harvest until we have a reasonable amount of that again. Now, one of the things that also happened in this micro beta update, as well as a bunch of fixes, was they fixed how fields work for sheep. I was reading it in the patch notes as the game was updating. I was about to load it. I was like, oh my goodness, are all my sheep going to explode out of the field when I load in because it doesn't work to have a long, thin field anymore? Sorry, it's rather got to me. This whole debacle. It's taken a long time to build this, and my sanity has definitely suffered as a result. Yes. So, but fortunately, it seems if you built a field before, a pasture I should say, rather, a pasture before the update, it appears to be fine. Whereas I have had to go through and add some new pastures. You can see this large one here has a space of 68. And if I was to do a little slither along here, you would see, which I'm not going to do, you would see that it is significantly less than the 30 we would probably expect from doing it previously. So they fixed that, which I think is a nice thing. But yes. So, hopefully, to further expansion. Now, as ever, it is quite difficult to tell. Well, I've added a tavern here, by the way. So yes, I was finding that the burgages over here weren't really getting the necessary beverage jars to get properly upgraded, and I would very much like this inner ring here, right next to where we have the wall and the manor itself, to get up to level 3 and 4, as we have done on this side, because I think the different colours in the roofs really add a lot of texture and depth to the city. And it's definitely a little bit laggy looking over in this direction, isn't it? We'll avoid doing that too much. We're at 90% approval. I don't think we're going to be able to get to that 95% to get loads of people moving in. Plus 3 migration a month, just because I think with this much of this size of population, 2,400, that is probably just a little bit unrealistic. For now though, the main thing we need over here to facilitate growth is barley, and that we can produce outside of the region. So if we come over to Barley Boy, I was overshooting a little bit there. I want to keep expanding this region. We're nearly at that 80% approval. We were there actually, briefly, to that +2 monthly migration, which was massively helping. So we'll get these burgage upgrades as and when we can. We're also trying to be self-sustaining with our own vegetable plots in here, as you can see. And I've been keeping us to inside of the barley plots in terms of high fertility as far as I can as well. And there is further area we could expand the fertile area to. Get that to come back up. So, there's a very green spot over in here. And there's a lot more over here as well, where we've massively deforested actually. We should probably start to think about a little bit of reforestation. Is there anywhere over here that is low fertility? There is over here, so maybe we should start to map this out a little bit. A little curved road in that section there. Carry on this way. Kind of up and around here. And back in there. Question mark, smiley face. I suppose if we're being strict, we would come across there as well. And across here. Okay. Yes, very good. So I think we'll then just come in over the top of this and smooth it all out. You can probably tell my mood has very much jumped up and down a lot through this playthrough. But you know what? You know what? There's been a lot of up and downs. Making these long playthroughs, as long as ones like these, it's not easy. It's just mentally taxing. When things go wrong, you're like, oh my goodness, please can I put a video out? Pretty please. And it still takes ages. Anyway, I shall stop my whinings and ramblings. As long as you guys enjoy the video, it was all worth my time. Anyway, back on topic. Barley. So, let's take a perimeter road all the way down here. A little something like that. And then we'll put a little sneaky love path in the corner when the game is done with its little bit of saving. Why have you saved twice? Don't do that. It's very, very selfish of you, game. We should put a little path in here as well. And, ought we to put a straight through connection here as well? I think we probably ought to. So pop this through like so. And then we'll get ourselves down a little forestation device. By which I mean a forester's hut. And we'll get then a logging camp. And a woody boy. Oh, turn off snapping. Get you settled just in here. A little bit like that there. And then we'll get ourselves a charcoal boy as well. A little bit like that there. And we'll connect those back to the road. Oh, wonderful. It's lovely, isn't it? We might need a small population boost to be able to cater for them properly as well. Actually, you know what? Now we've got a functioning civilization over here in Barley Boy. Maybe we could go through and upgrade a few burgers, but good heavens, we're low on timber. All the more reason to build a lovely logging camp. Oh dear. I did also build a logging camp over here, I believe. Hello? Mr. Loglog? Did I delete you in the end? Goodbye. Never mind. So, let's go over here and get a few people working at this logging camp. Someone live there. Where do you live? Please, I would like to know where you live, so I know you're not traveling too far. You're there, and you're there. Which is exactly 3 metric butt tons away from where we want you to be working. But that's okay. I'm a forgiving kind of boss, and I'm going to let you do lots of walking on your way to working. We'll get 2 people working here, and set you up a forestation zone right behind. Something like that there. And hopefully you'll be able to keep up with our insatiable demand for timber. But you're not going to do it right now. Okay, I guess we're going to have to leave Barley Boy alone for a little bit. We've got quite a few people working on construction, which means hopefully a few more people have moved into these accommodation spaces over here. Which does mean that I can, in fact, possibly get a few more souls working at these farmhouses. So, get 2 people in there. How are we doing for oxen? Oh, blimey. We've actually imported loads. We've got absolutely tons available. Look at that. Oh, very good. Right. Well, in that case, we can get you all assigned with your own oxen. Is everyone down here oxened up? No. Well, let there be oxen, and hopefully that'll speed up farming no end. That was another thing that was not working during the situation, let's call it, when we were building the manor, is that the livestock traders just weren't livestock trading. There was a logging camp. Curious. Get some logs from there too. And you don't have oxen, but you have workers. Come on. We can be so much more efficient. Has that used up all my oxen? There's still 10 unassigned. That's fine. We've got lots of money here because we export lots of barley. So why don't we buy ourselves some oinkers? Fandabbly dozy. And we'll come back to your upgrades when we have a little more timber in our lives. We'll do the upgrades over here though, in the hopes that we can maybe squeeze ourselves towards 80% approvals. It might be worth actually putting the expansions on these properties as well. Get a few more people local to the forestation effort over here. And then we could reassign the workers at the logging camp, for example, and they would be locals. Quite a lot here we can do expansions on, I do believe. Well, once again, we'll wait for a bit of timber and revisit that particular thing of stuffs. Over here, how are we doing in Quarry Boy? You still quarrying away, everyone? Good, well done. And how about Iron Boy? You still ironing? Yes. Are you still claying? Yes, in your lovely little forest clayland. That's very quaint, isn't it? How are we doing, actually, for clay roof tiles over in the Mega Rundling itself? I do feel like the Mega Rundling does require slightly more, grand, how to say, appreciation. That's why whenever I say Mega Rundling, I drop the voice a little octave, just to give you... I'm really losing the plot, aren't I? Hope you've enjoyed the video, because Typical's losing his marbles at a very fast rate. And at this rate, Typical will be completely turned into a puddle of marbles before the end of the video. 39 burgage is still available from whence people can move into. Let's upgrade. I say upgrade, I mean let's dig up the dead bodies inside of those salt mines so we can start extracting salt again. On the plus side, they're in a salt mine, they should be well preserved so they can be seen one more time by their loved ones. Let's get the game sped up to max speed because, my goodness, you don't want to listen to Typical rambling on for that much longer. And what population size are we going to go for then? What is the goal here, my peeps? It'd be nice to get to 2,500, wouldn't it? In the Mega Rundling itself. How are we doing for alcohols? We've got a bit of ale coming in because the harvest is indeed happening. Look at that, nearly 800 barley. I think this is as good a time as any to activate this large tavern. And we'll get a serious ale stock on you. And see if we can't get a bunch of burgages around this immediate area upgraded at a rather high rate of knots. Now, marketplaces. 94 and 89. Do you think the great reassigning is probably upon us? Got 156 unassigned families, and I think they could probably all be assigned to workplaces more local than where they are at the moment. Perhaps with the exception... Whoa, mega zoom for Mega Rundling. Oh my goodness, please stop. Game, please. Have mercy. Probably with the exception of these, because they were mostly manually assigned at the start of the game or earlier on. But actually within the Mega Rundling itself, it's been a bit ad hoc. Especially over here, over time. Goodness, we've got a lot of bakeries, haven't we? Are we turning all of our grains into wheat? It's not a good time of year to check, actually. Now, we've got lots of sheep, and at some point we're going to have more sheep than we have sheep space. That's the technical term, by the way. So, at that stage, we can start turning them into a food source. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Are you all ready for upgrades yet? Look. Thine have the entertainment supply. You have the entertainment supply. Where is your ale? Please have ale. Look. Your neighbours are like, if I had a beverage, I could be a higher burgage. What level? If you could please oblige, that would be most kind. I understand, it takes a while to transport stuff to you because you live in an enormous city. But still, What do you mean I should have stocked you up earlier? There wasn't any ale earlier. Am I talking to a tavern? It's possible. It's very possible. Come on. Right, I'm going to keep pressing tab and staring at the screen like a lunatic. And as far as you're concerned, no time will pass at all. Look, we have upgrades. I mean, apart from the fact that the camera angle changed and there's snow everywhere now, I don't think you'd know that any time's passed at all. No, I don't think you would. Now, it's entirely possible that the game sort of broke and I had to reload it again. We're definitely nearing the game's limits, I do believe. Oh, yes, you're cold. That's terribly sad. Go and buy some food and fuel. My goodness. At this point, I'm not sure if it's even worth doing the mass reassigning. Yes. I think it is what it is. We could go and stuff a load of extra people into the large storehouses, I suppose. You know. Busybodies. Why not? We'll do that in a few spaces. It's not like we're shy on the workforce. Just filling up the stone boy there. Who else do we have? You over here? Look, you've got no one working there. Why don't you have 6 people? Outrageous. Who else could we... You haven't got anyone either. Ooh, you can have 6 people. Fantastic. Ooh, look, upgrades. Stop. Go away. Leave me alone. Silly thing. Thinking I care if people are cold. I'm behind 3 walls. I have the security to not have to bother about what people think about me anymore. That's how that works, right? Based on my understanding of the world order and all that shenanigan. Get a couple more upgrades on over here. Splendid. Well, I think we've ended up with a fairly good road network that actually seems to work in our Mega Rundling. I mean, you know, I don't see any massive choke points. Apart from perhaps going through the manor, but that always ends up like a bit of a choke point. I'm very much glad we were able to construct ourselves an actual gate or 2 in the end, although they were very buggy to do. Although I wonder if the new update fixed that. I'm not going back to check, thank you. Thank you very much. Ooh. I spy a burgage bot ready for level 4. I think we shall oblige them, don't you? Stupendous. Who else? You? Yeah, go on. Anyone who's ready for level 4, I've decided can have a level 4. Perhaps it's just a case that they're wealthy enough to be able to upgrade. It's going to give us plenty of space for people to be moving into. I'm a little bit in disbelief that there is still, at this stage, they've not managed to fix the level 4 not showing a green arrow when it's ready to upgrade. I find that amazing. It's like they don't know it's a problem. Is anyone else getting that problem? Is it just me? Is something broken with my game? Let me know in the comments below. Have you seen that particular thing happening before? Where the level 4 upgrade doesn't appear above the building and you can just have to kind of guess by seeing where the icon lands as to whether or not you can in fact upgrade it any further. I'd love to know if it's just me. That'd be really good. Thank you for your cooperation. Yeah, there are quite a few level 4 readies. All of you as well. I mean, I've been holding off, haven't I, upgrading on the some of the outer rings, and I think maybe it is time to start following through with those as well. Because if they are drunk enough to be level 4, then I am happy to oblige. Pause the game. Ale has spread, and people are rejoicing by saying, pick me for upgrades, and I, a benevolent ruler, shall oblige. Tone of the video has definitely changed in the last 20 minutes, hasn't it? Yes. I'll admit, a significant amount of caffeine was consumed to get me through. And it's affecting me. It is affecting me. I think you could probably tell. Oh, typical. What have you done to yourself? Right, 142 families unassigned, so there should be at least a crew of, 10 on each of these buildings we're upgrading to do construction. Oh, look, even more. Oh, how wonderful. Keep on clicking, all day long. Keep on clicking. Get those upgrades. You know it's bad when typical starts singing. The plot has well and truly been lost at that stage. Let's unpause and experience the heightened joy of lag as everyone sort of rushes about their business. I should probably at this point say teleports about their business, perhaps, would be a more accurate rendition of how they are actually performing their daily duties. And is there anyone who is desiring a level 4 upgrade? I didn't spot any at the moment, or didn't spy any rather. How are we doing for ale? Pretty good. We are starting to run, I think, towards the end of our barley stock. Well, 200 barley still. It's not bad, actually. It's not bad at all. In that case, why don't we open up another tavern? Yeah. Having me up, boy. Probably open all the taverns. Oh, look! Market stalls and granaries. By which I mean storehouses and granaries that have not been opened. I shall do so in the hopes that we can greater reduce the problems with the market situation. Goodness. We'll be have a full green here in no time. Maybe I should just scout around the map for unactivated granaries. Look, there's one there. You get workers, and you lag me out, and you get workers. And you get workers. Everybody gets a worker. Ah, so benevolent. Actually making use of the population. I don't know if any of these people live near to these buildings I'm assigning them to. Frankly, I don't care. Not at this stage of the game. We don't have enough ale to activate all of these taverns, but I'm going to do so anyway. So many market stalls going up. Good gravy, 25%. We might actually get 95% approval at this rate. At this rate of madness. Okay. Get that windmill spinning. Only 88 unassigned families. Monstrous. What do you store? Nothing. What a useful lad. You can store those things, good sir. You may have market stalls. I don't remember what you were meant for originally, but now you are a general store. Is that everyone? I can't believe how many of these buildings were never occupied. There's more. Let's get you some workers. Let's get you some upgrades. Still got 71 people free. Yes. Ooh! Upgrades inside. Look! I did a thing! It let me upgrade the burgages inside of the manor! How crazy is that? Everyone, take stock. Is this the future? Upgrading burgages from within the manor. Only time and lag will tell. Pink. Okay. I don't see any other little green arrows staring at me going, pick me, pick me! Oh, yes I do. It's you, Pikachu. Am I going to get sued by Nintendo now? Nope. Should not have said their name. Oh no. Hide from their wrath. If you've watched this video and then you come back later and see it's a few minutes shorter, you'll know that that had to be cut out. There's lots of level 4 upgrades hiding in here as well. How many spots do we have for people to move in? Oh my goodness, 95 of the things. Good gracious. That's a lot of spots. So many roofs. How are we doing for construction materials? We're running low on timber, actually. How are we doing for roof tiles? 2.4k. We're fine on those. Even more upgrades! He's gone mad with upgrades. One man has been given too much power. The power to click. With a vengeance. But never fear. He shall be hampered by his own RSI progression. Look how warm these roads are. I do like there's a bit of natural wear in the roads, as well as just the path thing you can put down in the game yourself. Alright, let's hit a bunch of birds over there. Anyone over here? Is anybody... No, I'm not going to sing again. I won't do it. I've learned my lesson. Or have I? Ooh, ooh, you. You, come back. Upgrade. You. Upgrade. Anybody else? Cheeky little upgrade for you. Yes. How is ale? Ale is 36. Barley is 87. The upgrade spree may be drawing to a close, people. Uh-oh, the game is saving. Will we survive? We did. It's okay. You guys ready for level 4? No, you're just happy to hang out at level 3. Need to go and gather some more resources, I suppose, don't you? Although you look quite good at level 3 in here. You don't want to outshine the manor, do you? Maybe they do. Maybe that's the burgages I keep my close servants in. By which I mean nothing. Decided to abandon that train of conversation. I think wisely you would agree. Is your local tavern running? It's not. That's why you're not upgrading. Please get ale. Please. Please and thank yous. Then you can all get upgrades as well. And all of you. I did activate yours. It's just I imagine there's no ale. Is there not tavern particularly near you? You may be out of range of a local tavern, but not out of range of more granaries. So, right. I meant to click 3 times every time then, and failed 66.6% of the time. Okay. Probably about time we went and paid a visit over to Barley Boy, isn't it? Imagine he has also been making progress. Okay. Well, we've got 112 spots for people to be moving in, which I think you will agree is probably enough for the time being. I mean, even our mass resource that we have coming into us in terms of the amount of food we produce, or mass production rather, is bound to start coping with this many people's requiring services of us. Still finding, but granaries and storehouses I've not assigned anyone to. Might as well have someone work at that church. I'm not sure I want it to be. Do we want it to be a stone church? No, I feel like the stone building should remain at the centre. Yeah. Exclusive club. Everyone else can go to a wooden church. Yes. Have some sort of hierarchy. Right. We'll get them some pastas there. One last check of the inners. Anyone ready for level 4? No. Right. To the other region. 82% approval. People are indeed moving in. Got 16 hands to work with and plenty of timber too. And no space for anyone to move into. So let's stay true to our word and put a whole bunch of expansions on over here that we might properly facilitate the planting and harvesting of trees over here, which will be essential for future fuel security, which, my goodness, is not looking great at the moment. Where do we have a lot of fuel? Is it in Quarry Boy? 79 months of fuel. Do you have any pack stations? I don't know if you do, actually. You're much more of a receiver than a giver, aren't you? How are we doing in Iron Boy? Not so much that we can just give it all away, although at one stage we did. In fact, we might even be selling it here. Got 79,000 in the coffers here. Where's the trade post? There it is. Trade. No. No trade. Instead, you shall be benevolent, as I am, and you shall give... yes, you should keep doing that. Who else could be? You are now going to trade with Barley Boy, and you are going to send the charcoal, and you are going to receive a hearty thank you. But unfortunately, a hearty thank you isn't something you can just put on the list. What could we actually export from? We don't really produce anything over there, do we? Well, apart from stacks of... siege ladders? Is that in there before? Stacks of barley. Barley Boy. What else do you have lots of? Let's go check in with Barley Boy quickly. What do you have much of? Got a pretty good plankage. Got some hawk, I suppose. Got hides, sure. In exchange for your charcoal, they shall give you hides. Excellent. Right, hopefully that sees us through the little production that we currently have. And perhaps I should get a woodcutter's lodge up here, as was always the intention. That's why we planted up this area here. We've got this forester to work. Anyway, so we'll get that constructed, and then we've already got people moving in over here, which is great. So let's see if we can't reassign a few of you beauties. We will do once we've got people moved in. Maybe a bit premature there. Right, let's get a few more upgrades on here. And how are we doing for market stalls here? Potentially need another granary over here. Get that one in there. And let's get people working at that one. And this one here as well. Okay. Oh dear. It's all looking a bit dire, isn't it, with the fuel situation at present. We have massively expanded the population over here, I suppose. Now, with all the people we have working at the farms here, are there any fields we haven't activated yet? There are. So let's activate those. So barley, wheat, and fallow. Let's go through these. Barley, wheat, fallow. And once more. Barley, wheat, and fallow. And again, wheat, barley, and fallow. No. Barley and fallow. And here. I never get sick of assigning fields crops. Honestly. I'm really happy there isn't a group select tool, because that would make the game too easy. I don't like easy. I like pain. Anywho. Let's do some woodcutting. At An Lodge. And anyone moved in over here yet? Your supposed 80% approval. Getting people moving in left, right, and center. Yet I don't see anyone. Oh, there's one. You. Forest. And you. Forest. Logging less of an issue. Let's get a couple of families at the Woodcutter's Lodge. And a couple of families, when I say a couple, I mean 3. There. And we'll still get a few there as well. Lovely. And a jubbly. Execute a few more upgrades. Where they are required. And you probably have space for extra people, don't you? Maybe you don't. Fair dues. Right, I think that's every field we got down activated, which should lead to a very large production of barley this year, should everyone survive the winter. Because, you know, they don't have any fuel. But I'm sure they will soon. Never fret. It's on the way. Make use of that lovely timber we've collected and get a few more upgrades to level 2. Not going to bother going any further than that in this particular region because there's no need for farming peasants to have level 3 burgages. It's just the way it is. I don't make the rules, I just play by them. Would be pretty cool to expand out this way. I don't know if we're going to need it though. We could send them some fuel from the Mega Rundling actually, couldn't we? I take it we're very much out of ale. No, not actually completely. Oh, look! A little upgrade! What a lovely... Oh, and a few more. What a lovely surprise to come home to the Mega Rundling to find. Well, it's only going to take about 16 trillion years to have everybody move in to all these burgages. What's our population up to? Oh, very nearly 2,500. The goal is close, my friends. The goal is close. Well, it's August, and I think this would be a lovely time to go around and get a feel for what it is that we've built and look at it. It's really magnificent. So, I think what we'll do is we'll start where it all started, and that is not over there. It's all the way over here, with what was our first tiny little circular settlement here at the start of the Mega Rundling. We had our own little church, we had a couple of burgages set up to produce us some veggies, and it was a good leaping or starting point that was in keeping with the rest of what we were to build. We quickly moved on, and it took us a little while to establish things, but we moved down the road, we designed the Mega Rundling itself, and started to move in. And along the way, We built ourselves the salt mines down here, which constantly collapse and fall to pieces, and kill people on a regular basis, but do provide us with the means to make salted sausages. We also have the in-house farming region here, so we had workers to supply the farmhouses with people. Houses. Supply them with workers, yes, of course. And then we had our little circular fields we set up over here to produce us barley at home. Who needs barley from another region? Mum has barley at home. On the other side of the Mega Rundling, we also expanded our farming, once again within the home region. A little strip farming inside of more circles. And there's not a building, I do believe, that we put outside of a circle here at the Mega Rundling. Even the farmhouses. And then we had the Mega Rundling itself. All the way along its perimeter, we have burgages of all sorts, whether it be a dense populace producing piggies and goats and chickens, or whether we have the larger orchards, the sheep farms, and the vegetable plots. But actually, making our way around the outside here, you can really get, I think, an appreciation for the scale of the Mega Rundling, because it is a darn sight bigger than any of these circular cities that I have attempted before. And I think this really is a city in every sense of the word. I mean, we did Grid Lords previously, and that was pretty city-esque, but this is ridiculous. I mean, we've gone around maybe a third of the perimeter, scrolling through here. We've got lots of burgages up to level 4 as well, and indeed there's more construction going on even as we speak. You can see in the foreground there. And I think the kind of ad hoc nature of just kind of developing different sectors within the city as we went along, brewery quarters, butcher's quarters, farming quarters, sheep herding quarters, and even a little bit of farm space within the Rundling here, which I thought was pretty cool. There's a little bit of everything, and I feel that's how a city would develop over time. And coming right to the heart here, we have the burgages bordering the manor itself, and what a manor it is as well. We have the manor house and the garrison tower, fenced off within its own private grounds, and a couple of wooden guard towers to guard it. And then we have the little settlement inside of the inner wall, the stone church, the manor grounds, a couple of houses at level 3, and its own smithy, ironworks, granaries and storehouses. Then the outer wall with towers all the way around and roads inside so that people can come inside and shelter should we ever be attacked. And it stands proudly at the centre of what is a rather beautiful construction. But of course it wasn't just the Mega Rundling, we also had supporting settlements. Over out here we had Barley Boy, one of the later developments, but one that has been crucial to getting the burgages up to level 3 and 4 in our home region. It's produced a large amount of the barley that has been used to create the malt and eventually the ale that has watered our lovely population in the Mega Rundling. Spattered amongst the fields and fertility, we have the burgages of the people who make it all happen. And I love the way, again, that this is kind of organically developed into smaller little towns, I suppose, or villages, in between the fields. Making sure to not build anything over anywhere that was actually particularly fertile for the barley we needed. And that's not something I usually do. Usually I build first and then I worry about fertility later. But in this region, it's a proper farming region, and I've not done one quite like it before. I really do like the idea of having each region specialised into producing one thing and feeding into a central city. And this playthrough is definitely the closest we've got to achieving something like that. But it wasn't just Barley Boy. We of course had Iron Boy over here, whose main task was to produce iron ore to be sent to the Mega Rundling to support its tool needs. And it's a fairly modest settlement, and it had the classic typical grid farms here. But later on it also became an export along the Roman Road, straight road leading to the Rundling with a little kink in it as well. Within the little forest glade here, we had the clay pits that produced the tiles that adorn the roofs of our wonderful city. And finally, we have Quarry Boy, a gorgeous little circular settlement whose only purpose is to run the local stone quarries to export a large amount of rough-cut stone to the Mega Rundling, where it was processed and eventually turned into the manor walls that caused me so many headaches but look oh so pretty. And there we have it. That is the story of the Mega Rundling and this particular playthrough, and look at that. There's just so much going on the screen there. I mean, it's difficult to get an appreciation for the Mega Rundling with the draw distance of the game because it's so big that trees just don't pop into existence for quite some time, or indeed sheep as we saw them teleport in there. But I think you'll agree, or I hope you'll agree, This has been one of my most magnificent cities that I've ever built. Let me know down in the comments below if this was everything you hoped it would be. I hope it is. Yeah, I put a lot of time and effort into making this a reality, and I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. But there's still one more thing to do, and that is to have a walk through the Mega Rundling ourselves. Not something I often do, but I know I've heard the comments you want to have little walkthroughs, so let's get down to the ground. And here we are. Good grief, let's turn down the sensitivity. And this is where it all began. It's popping through the rear garden of one of the properties here. Oh, hello. Good day, sir. Can I jump? I can't. I shouldn't have come in here. Right, let's go back out. I'd love to start at the heart of where it all began. Good day, Mom. Slumming it with all my lovely peasant folk out here. With their level 2 burgages. You know, us city folk, we don't live in level 2 burgages. Pretty much everyone is level 3 and 4 apart from you, the poor districts. Is this a way in? Ah, yes. The first market stall and the first church. And the hunting camp here isn't far from where the first settlers' tents were. Can I come inside? Oh, look, I'm in a tent. That's exciting. Oh! Sorry, it was very scary. I had a pole go through my spine. The charcoal kilns that fired the home fires and hearths of many people. You, sir, are you just sitting and watching? Are you the medieval equivalent of a modern-day road worker in the United of Kingdoms? I'm surprised there aren't 6 or 7 of you looking at this pile. These days, it's 6 or 7 people looking at a hole, which isn't hard to find because our roads are more holes than they are whole. Anyway, British complaints aside, this has been a lovely little stop of. Oh, look, you can see some lovely windmills over there. The scale is really different when you come down and actually have a look for yourself because, you know, this is a tiny little settlement in the grand scheme of things of the Mega Rundling city. And yet, it feels quite large. So let's see, without any form of map, if we can navigate our way to the Mega Rundling. Those are the various farm outposts over there. We pop onto this little road here. We'll go through the salt mines. Let's have a quick look and see if any of them have collapsed. I'm very surprised if they're all intact, that's for sure. Hello? How are we doing? Well, you seem alive here. It's good, you know, functioning. Everyone all right down there? Yes, sire. Good. Everyone all right over here? Goodness, are they all functional? Oh, is that someone screaming? Oh dear. I hope not. Oh, they all look fine. Oh, is this fine? Is this collapsed? No, it's all fine. I don't know what all the problems they've had are. Look, all the mine pits are here. Suspicious pile of rubble. Well, I'm sure they weren't anyone important. So, moving swiftly on from those who have been lost. I mean, the salt mines have probably killed more people than anything else in this particular playthrough. Let's make our way across our own little love path here. And head along with these other folk to the big city. Look at this, this lovely little quaint path. And with all this tree screening, you wouldn't know you're going from little village life out here. It does look like a quaint village. Into a city. Not much of a city road, is it? There's trees in the path. My goodness. Who's in charge of this place? Who would allow trees on a path? It's ridiculous. Right, anyway. Oh, good day, ma'am. Nice cart. Oh, hello, sir. It's, this is a bit strange. This is the main road. It feels like the, forest from, you know, that big movie everyone talks about. You know, the one with the spiders. Let's make our way through here. And all of a sudden, we're just inside the Mega Rundling as of now. So this is the outer path of the Mega Rundling. I feel we should run perimeter. Good grief, how long is that going to take? Don't know. Probably a long time. Hello, saving game. Right, so we've just started. Someone keep count of how long this takes. We've just started. Oh, look, chickens. I shall call you Buck Buck and Buck Buck Jr. and Buck Buck Senior. Ooh, these chicken coops look nice. Don't often examine them. Hello. Goodbye. I mean, even at the outside of the Mega Rundling, you wouldn't know this is a city. Except for maybe the... Oh, look at that. Just about glanced inside there to see the manor itself. We're just behind a little hill here as well. Oh, look, you can see across the river. That's Barley Boy over there. Whence all the good drink stuff comes from. And you can see all the way over there to what I think is Quarry Boy. Hello, goat. How are you today, sir? Surprised you haven't just run away. I guess you really like it in the big city. Look at those orchards. Wow. I mean, even just the orchards at this level. I mean, when you're looking down on the Mega Rundling, or even looking across it with the zoomed out camera, I don't think you get an appreciation for how tall the orchards are. Because actually, those trees are ridiculously tall. Oh, barley over there, look. And even the orchards are pretty tall compared to the average character, I suppose. Oh, it's getting frisky. Oh, mind your business on the outskirts here. Oh, you can see a little bit into the farms over there. More orchards blocking the way inside. My goodness. It's quite impressive you can get this close to the detail. I mean, a lot of city builders don't let you get anything like this close. Okay, I'm bored of the perimeter. Let's go in. Average out that time, that was, you know, probably a fifth of the Mega Rundling. It would have taken a lot longer. So let's see if we can't find our way to the heart through, ooh, a lovely orchard. Look at this, you can just pluck apples as you go. Why is everyone ever short of apples or fruits? You can just come along here and pluck them. Ooh. Yes, please. Nom nom nom. Oh, yes, very good. Okay, what are you? Oh, it's a tavern, I do believe. There's a horse and cart there. Doesn't seem as busy as I thought it would be. Oh, they're eating apples here as well, are they? Can I go inside? Rude, I am your lord. Closed for business to the lord. Oh, look, it's a sheep farm. Lots of sheep here. It's, you know, not as many sheep as there are people, but it's getting there. Oh, we're actually in the farm quarter, so it's going to be nice and easy to find our way to the centre here. Lovely little market stall here. How do you all like your constraining long... Excuse me. You have no respect for barriers. Outrageous. Oh, pretty. Anyway. I address you as your liege, lord. My goodness, you're fast. Would you like to be my trusty steed? I shall call you Sean. Sean the Speedy. Anyway. Oh dear. Something got left out in the field here. Let's head on into the centre of the Mega Rundling itself and have a little wander around the manor to conclude our walkthrough. Because, my goodness, if I was to walk every street that we have here... Ooh, a pig! Noish. If I was to walk every road we had here, well, the long play would be twice as long as it is now. And YouTube actually doesn't let you do that. That's too long. Even the wheat is like waist high. More pigs! Very exciting. I suppose... Oh my goodness, what's happening with the camera? These farms would be a good place for a couple of battles. Fertilise the ground and defeat your enemies all in one place. Some level 3 burgages, a couple of level 4s I can see through there. It's much closer to civilization now. Look at that. Ah! If you can. Ah, finally. The heart of the city. With it, strong stone walls imported all the way, you know, the stone from Quarry Boy. Quality stone. No expense spared. And the level 4 burgages that make up the heart of our city. There is a gate in there, but I would like to go and explore some of these level 4 burgages, actually. Let's go a little off track here. Oh, a road. Wonderful. Now into the built-up quarter. Ah, this is much more city-like over here, isn't it? Well, I mean, what we've seen up to this stage has been relatively village-like, but this is a city. What's your favourite part of the game, guys? Let me know in the comments below. Is it being able to walk your cities after the fact? It's not something I normally do. Or is it laying them out, watching them grow, when you've finished, when you're planning them? Let me know. I'm going to have to go for these city walks more often. They're very entertaining for me to see what I've done. Some bags there. Don't leave them in the rain, will you? Ooh, very dense street coming up here. It feels actually more open than I thought it would in here. You know, everyone's absolutely crammed together. There's a few more people here. Oh, it's the stonemasons. You know, you finished the castle, everyone. There's no need to continue chiseling stone away. Are you just, you know, preparing materials for repairs? I see. I suppose with walls this large, we would need more or less constant repairs, wouldn't we? Right, well, I think it's time we headed inside of the manor's grounds through one of the 3 gates that lead to the outer keep before the inner. Let's So we'll just slide our way through here. We'll just slide up. We'll just slide our way. It's my house! Right, but I'm glad we got that little misunderstanding out of the way. They wouldn't let me in. Very infuriating, right? So we have our inner well here. And this is the outer wall section, where apparently people just hang out. Are you okay? You're builders, aren't you? Hello? How long have you been here? Have you guys been stuck since the thing was constructed? Why do I feel like that's very likely? Oh, this is creepy. I don't like this very much. The outer keep is full of people just who've been there since the dawn of time. And they kind of watch you, and it's a bit scary. And I wish I was in my house in there instead. This is why they were trying to keep me outside. They were like, bad things will be happening in there, me lord. There'll be builders who've been stuck there since they completed the construction, and they just stare at you all day with their hammers. And some of them are in the walls. Oof. Some say you can hear them screaming in the middle of the night in agony as they morph with the walls. Yeah, there's a lot of foot traffic actually through here. And now we get to go away from the creeps, hopefully there aren't any more in here, through the turrets here to the inner keep. Oh, no, there are more people in here stuck as well. Well, this is cursed, isn't it? Just ignore them. If you don't acknowledge them, they won't haunt you. At least that's what I've heard. Okay. And then we have our inner settlement. I do like it having actual buildings inside of the manor's grounds. I think it adds a little bit of realism. You know, in here we've got iron being forged, or at least it would be if anyone was at work. Slackers. Imagine slacking in your lord's own keep. No one here either. The coals are still hot though, so you know they can't be far away. Oh look, I can go inside here. It's exciting. My very own church. St. Typicals. I worship in there often. It's my own effigy. And then my home, finally. Pass through my my gates. You know, I think it's very restrained of me to not make them out of stone. There's my massive tower. Yes, that's made of stone. And here's my house, also made of stone. It's my bedroom window up there. And this is Clarence, my butler. Hello, Clarence. He also doubles up. Excuse me? Well, I was about to say he also doubles up as my best friend, but I think he's about to double up as an execution target. Anyway, I think that's enough wandering about. That, my friends. Hello? Hello? That, my friends, has been Manor Lords. I hope you've enjoyed this playthrough of the Mega Rundling, as the mouse randomly appears and disappears, to prove just how buggy it is. It's been a fun one. I've enjoyed it. I hope you have too. And what have we ended up at? Oh, we've got to wait to get to 2,500, surely. Speed the game up quickly, Typical. Speed it up. Stop clicking on... Come on, just one more person. Yes! Population of 2,500 people within the Mega Rundling. Let's just check what the situation is elsewhere. So over in Barley Boy, we have basically 400. And then over at Iron Boy, 225, so 4, 5, 6, 7. So an endgame population of 3,200 people. That is a stupendous number of people. That's it for today, folks. If you've enjoyed this video, then please let me know by commenting down below with your feedback and suggestions. A like, hype and sub go a long way towards helping the channel grow. A huge thank you to my members. Your direct support is invaluable, and you're the reason I can keep the channel going. If you're still in the mood to chill, join me in another video and maybe become a member to gain early access. But enough of all that. I have been Typical T, and this has been Manor Lords. Cheerio!